Definitely. We have been tracking this story since last 10 days now, and we have visited the spot wherein this entire incident happened. The entire building was engulfed in the fire. We also have seen through the visuals on our screen. Let me tell you, there was only one single entry and exit and absence of fire security protocol equipments which are required. They were not in place, and it was a two-floor building. And only one entry and exit to entire building. The kitchen was constructed underground, so we can understand people who went down to take a refuge from the fire incident that took place, they had to succumb to death. We can understand the intensity and the pain of victims who have lost their lives in this incident. 23 people had to succumb to death, and 2 people have burnt to death. So all these tough questions will be put down across the Luthra brothers while they are interrogated. We also know the kind of arguments they have been putting in front of court. Their legal team lacks total rational and sensitivity or accountability.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, Surali, with all those details. And Luthra brothers are on their way to Goa. They'll land around 11 a.m. and Republic will get you the fastest and the biggest updates right here. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories you're tracking. A night which was meant for celebration turned into a nightmare that shook Goa's tourism hub. After fleeing to Phuket, the main accused, club owners Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, have now been brought back to India and arrested. Watch this detailed report as they're on the way to Goa and will be landing soon.
December 6th, a night meant for joy, music and dance, turned into the darkest day in Goa's tourism history. 25 innocent lives lost, including 4 foreigners, claimed by a deadly blaze. And the main accused, the Luthra brothers, instead of taking accountability, fled to Phuket. But justice has finally been brought to the inconsolable victims of the fatal fire of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub. The Luthra duo has finally been tracked back to India and arrested.
इसमें बेसिकली जो अभी तक डाटा आया है उसमें 25 लोगों की मौत की खबर आई है, जिसमें से एज पर डाटा ये बताया गया है कि 20 लोग तो ऑलरेडी जो क्लब था उसी के एम्प्लॉय थे और 5 लोग उसमें टूरिस्ट थे। और बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि जो 5 लोग टूरिस्ट थे उन 5 में से 4 लोग एक ही परिवार के थे जो दिल्ली के रहने वाले थे और एक बाहर का था दिल्ली से। इसमें जो 4 लोग दिल्ली के विक्टिम्स हैं जो जिनकी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण से मृत्यु हुई है, वो चारों एक ही परिवार के थे और आपस में सब बिल्कुल रिलेटिव थे।
Bowing their head down in shame are the Luthra brothers. Seeking answers for their negligence, Republic TV confronted the Luthras for their wrongdoings.
So many people have died because of your negligence. What do you have to say in defense of yourself?
As the road to justice began, Goa Police has been granted 2-day transit remand for Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra. Goa Police is set to bring the Luthra brothers to Goa on a flight at around 11 a.m. where they will be brought to justice. The December 6th fire tragedy in Goa has now snowballed into another major crackdown by Goa District Administration. 3 more clubs, including Herald, Mayan and Clara, have now been sealed. The investigation into the Birch's fire case also opened a rabbit hole of corruption, resulting in the arrest of 6 people and suspension of 3 higher officials so far. It has also been revealed that the trade license that Luthras obtained were also from the result of corruption. As a trade license which routinely takes several days to pass, the duo got it in just 2 days. The role of the panchayat member is also under lens, as sources say that mandatory NOCs were not obtained. What began as a night of celebration has now exposed a system of greed, negligence and deep-seated corruption, leaving Goa to reckon with a tragedy that never should have happened.
We're getting some breaking news coming from Manipur. The situation remains tense. Cross-firing has been reported, viewers, between unknown illegal Kuki militants and security forces. This is a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. Let's go straight across to what the situation is looking like. Breaking news is coming in from Manipur. Situation remains tense as cross-firing between suspected unknown illegal Kuki armed militants and central security forces on Tuesday late night. It is reported that the unknown armed militants suspected to be Kuki militants started bombing and open firing at the central forces deployed at Bishnupur district's border point. So we're getting all these updates. The district administration has officially resettled some IDP families, and these villages of the Metai community have been guarded by the central forces. All right, let's go to Johnson joining us live from Imphal. Johnson, some fresh tensions being reported from Manipur. If you could help our viewers understand what's happened so far.
Okay, yes, Shivangi, it is a very unfortunate incident yesterday that yesterday itself the DGP of Manipur Police, he himself visited the Susanpur, the police headquarters, and he chaired a closed door, security review meeting with all the security forces that has been deployed in the Susanpur district. But just after he left the Susanpur district, yesterday late night at around 8:30 p.m., armed miscreants alleged to be Kuki militants. They have started open fire. They have bombarded about 7 bombs and opened fire about 200 live rounds at the Meitei villages, which is known as towards the Torbung Sabalekai, which is just the border area, border village between the Bishnupur district and Susanpur district. It is very unfortunate that the IDPs that have been staying at relief camp for more than 2 years, and they have been officially and they have been officially made to resettle by the district administration by giving them security forces at their villages. And yesterday, these armed militants which are reportedly alleged to be the Kuki militants, they started to open fire from Dalenphai and Matijang area, which is in the Kangbai village itself. And due to their action, due to the violence action, those IDPs who have started to resettle in their villages, they also started to flee from their house again. And at the time of the first firing, they were cross-firing between for about 1.5 hours, and then the central forces also retaliate from their side. But from sources and talking to IDP members, they are already resettled in the Phagokchao area and Torbung area. They've said that they have confronted, and they have okay.
Yes, and Johnson, also if you could help our viewers understand what the IDPs have said. They want the state and the central government to take urgent action in terms of security and swift action by the commandos.
During the first time of firing by the Kuki militants, at the first time, the reinforcement team was not able to reach the spot at the first time. But the IDPs, they have already targeted to Phagokchao area. They have already moved towards the Phagokchao area, but they were stopped by the rapid action forces, the central forces, to move further towards the targeted point. But the IDPs, the local volunteers, they have urged the state government, which is still under president rule, and they have urged the state police forces to come towards the area, to their point, to their resettled villages, to give them safety, and also to retaliate to those actions done by those armed Kuki militants.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more, Johnson, on the latest coming in from Manipur. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Firing incident, viewers, has been reported at the office of the BJP candidate Param Vir Dha in Ambernath. Now, the attackers arrived on a motorcycle and fired 6 rounds. According to the latest updates coming in, this occurred at around 12:15 a.m. The incident took place ahead of a rally by Devendra Fadnavis. One person was seriously injured in the shooting and was immediately admitted to a nearby hospital where his condition is reported to be critical. So we are getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV, and let's get you the latest which is coming in from Maharashtra. Now what we see, okay, we have the footage for you. Let's have a look at the footage on your screen. This is firing at BJP's candidate's office. Let's hear as well what happened. We can see that someone is shooting. Okay, let's hear that. All right, breaking news is coming in from Maharashtra. Firing incident has been reported at the office of the BJP candidate. Attackers arrived on a motorcycle and fired a couple of rounds. You can see that. Multiple rounds are being fired. I think we have my colleague with us, Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, just to help our viewers understand what we are seeing on our screen, 6 rounds are fired by these assailants. This is caught on CCTV. One person has been injured in the shooting. Do we know who these assailants are? Any updates coming in on that?
देखिए शिवांगी, बीती रात की घटना है। रात के तकरीबन 12 बजे 4 लोग आए थे, बाइक से आए और एकाएक फायरिंग की है, जिसमें जो उम्मीदवार है, बीजेपी के उम्मीदवार है, क्योंकि लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं, उसके उम्मीदवार है पवन करके बीजेपी के नेता है, उनके ऊपर फायरिंग किया गया। इस फायरिंग में घायल हुए हैं, वो हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया है, जहां पे इलाज चल रहा है। वहीं पुलिस मामला दर्ज करते हुए आरोपियों की तलाश में जुट गई है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से फायरिंग किया गया, खुले आम फायरिंग किया गया और जिस तरह से बाइक पे आकर 6 राउंड फायरिंग किए हैं और फायरिंग करके फरार हो गए। उसके बाद कहीं अमरनाथ पुलिस एक्शन में आई है और लगातार जो आरोपी है उसकी तलाश कर रही है। जी।
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. All right, moving on, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. We'll talk about a Deepam controversy, which has reached a flashpoint. In dramatic courtroom developments on Tuesday, the Madras High Court heard the fierce arguments over faith, land, history and public order, even as the Dargah itself broke silence, calling for unity and declaring the issue was never about the lamp. Take a look.
As the controversy over the Karthigai Deepam escalates, Republic has got the final word on the controversy. The Deepam controversy had its arguments on faith, land, history and public order heard yesterday, and Republic brings to you an exclusive with the lawyer who fought the case.
Today, the appellant side, the leftover appellants were the counsels who represented the appellants argued at length today. They took the entire morning session and they closed their arguments by 1:30. Therefore, we were the other side, that is the writ petitioners, original writ petitioners, commenced our argument by 2:30. By 2:30, several aspects were argued and answered by the other side. One of interesting factor which the Waqf Board Council raised was, he said this matter could be mediated and settled. It's a 100-year dispute where it could be settled by way of a mediation, even probably by a court-monitored mediation. The suggestion was put by the Waqf Board Council, even in a time-bound manner. That was considered by the judges, and when the other side, that is when our side started to argue in response to the appellant's arguments, the judges put a question whether we are amenable towards the settlement talks. We indicated that similar type of settlement went in 2005. They even signed the resolutions wherein they agreed for lighting of the lamp, of course, beyond the 15 meters distance. But later on, they redacted their own statement. They said the consent was obtained by force, and they did not come forward for the further process. Therefore, we expressed before the court, that is we were being led by Sri Guru Krishna Kumar, senior advocate from Delhi. He insisted the court that this could be delaying tactics also. But however, since the court has put this suggestion, he said he will pass it on to the respondents, writ petitioners, and they will also think about it and get back.
The Tirupurankundaram Dargah secretary has confirmed that the lamp has been lit for decades, emphasizing Hindu-Muslim unity. The Dargah chief stated that the dispute revolves around the location, with the Dargah claiming that the stone pillar is on their land granted in 1920.
கிட்டத்தட்ட பல நூற்றாண்டு காலமாக அங்கே எந்த ஒரு பிரச்சனையும் இல்லாமல் இந்துக்களும் முஸ்லீம்களும் ஒன்றா இருந்து வழிபட்டுக்கிட்டு வரோம். இந்துக்கள் அவங்களுடைய வழிபாட்டு செய்கிறாங்க, நாங்கள் எங்கள் முஸ்லீம் எங்கள் வழிபாடு எங்களுக்குள்ளே எந்த ஒரு கருத்து வேறுபாடும் இல்லை. இப்போ வந்து இந்த இந்து மக்கள் இந்து முன்னணி கட்சி தான் இவங்க தான் வந்து தீபம் வந்து தர்கா அருகிலே ஏற்றி ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு மதக்கலவரம் உண்டாக்குறதுக்காண்டி ஒரு திட்டமிட்ட செயல் பண்ணி அது பண்ணுறாங்க. அது பல வருஷமாக வந்து முயற்சி பண்ணாங்க. அது தமிழக அரசு கவர்மெண்ட்டால் அது வந்து போலீஸோடைய பாதுகாப்போட அவங்கள வந்து அதை வந்து அந்த இதுக்கு இடம் கொடுக்கல. ஆனால் இப்போ திடீர்னு ஒரு ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு வந்து அதை நிறைவேற்றுன்றாங்க. அந்த ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவசரமாக தர்கா சார்பில் எந்த ஒரு கேள்வியும் கேட்கப்படலை. உங்களுக்கு இதில் மறுப்பு இருக்கா, சம்மந்தம் இல்லையான்னு கூட கேட்காம அவசரமாக வந்து ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் கொடுத்தாங்க. நாங்கள் அவசரமாக வந்தோன்னா நாங்களும் ஒரு 2 உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் வந்து ஒரு மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர்களை போட்டு நாங்கள் வாதாடினோம். எங்களுடைய கோரிக்கையை சொன்னோம். அதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு டைம் கூட கொடுக்கல. எங்களோட கோரிக்கையை சொல்லி கூட டைம் கொடுக்காம அவசரமாக ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் சொன்னாங்க. அந்த ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து ஆல்ரெடி நிறைய ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து 1920, 31, 58, 62, 78, 94, 14, 17 இப்படி நிறைய ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து அந்த மாதிரி எதுவுமே அங்கே வந்து தீபம் ஏற்றுன்ற ஒரு இது கொடுக்கல. புதுசாக ஏற்றுனால அதில் வந்து தமிழக அரசு ரொம்ப கவனம் எடுத்து இதில் ஒரு பெரிய லாண்ட் ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குன்ட்டு அதை வந்து நடைமுறைப்படுத்த விடலை.
Meanwhile, a survey of the hilltop land, which is a center of the controversy, has been demanded by the Tamil Nadu Waqf Board to the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. The board claims that the famed Deepathun stands on Dargah property. The board also highlighted that their flag post has been alongside it for over 80 years, asserting long-standing occupancy.
The appeals and petitions at the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court on the Deepam row of Thirupurakundram continues for day 2. This comes after multiple appeals and petitions came against Judge G.R. Swaminathan's, the single-bed judge, notice to light the lamp on the Deepathun on the hilltop. However, now the 2-bed judge is taking up the case and multiple petitions being heard, with multiple actions coming in from the government, the Dargah side, even the Waqf Board pointing out that it is not a Deepathun but it's a survey land conducted during the British time and it was built at that point of time. There is one more point kept by the temple administration telling that it is a pillar that was used to light the lamps, but it was the Jain who did that and not the Hindus. And now there's also another point telling that the temple had it as a Deepathun in 1992 but never followed the practice. Multiple versions of single pillar coming and the court is yet to decide on what the final answer would be. And tomorrow being the final verdict under Judge G.R. Swaminathan, the district collector of Madurai, the police commissionerate of the city, and also through video call there will be the ADGP of the law and order of the Tamil Nadu state and including the chief secretary will be attending it. Maybe Thirupuram will come to an end by tomorrow when the final judgment is given.
The Waqf Board also called the lighting of the lamp ritual as non-existent. The board argued that there was no proven custom of lighting the Karthigai Deepam and the stone pillar as early as 1982. Questioning how the single judge spoke of restoring a tradition that, according to records, never existed. He argued that the dispute is not about faith but about title, access and easement rights, which can only be decided by a civil court, not through a writ petition. The board also pointed to the earlier civil court decrees that effectively partitioned the hill, allotting specific areas to both communities. Stressing upon that, the steps and access routes fall under Dargah control and argued that the very term Deepathun was coined for the first time in the single judge ruling. Raising the stakes further, senior advocate Vikas Singh, appearing for district and police authorities, warns of serious public order consequences. He argued there is no fundamental or statutory right to light a lamp at the disputed pillar and cautioned that allowing lakhs of devotees onto narrow hill steps near a dargah could trigger chaos. A lamp, a hill, and a history of coexistence now under judicial scrutiny. As the High Court weighs law against legacy, the fate of Thirupurakundram's fragile harmony hangs in the balance.
And viewers, Prime Minister Modi visited Ethiopia as part of his tri-nation visit, and as he embarked for his next stop in the 4-day trip, he took to X. He thanked the people of Ethiopia and said thank you for welcoming him in a very, very warm way. Now, this also helps India and Ethiopia push their bilateral relationship. Take a look as we keep getting you the latest coming in. And much coming up, viewers, Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan makes a shocking, disgraceful remark, questions Operation Sindhur. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Please stop! झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा तेरा झुमका No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है
अरे मेरे राजा
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Alright viewers, a very warm welcome. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. In this bulletin, we will be tracking the latest national and the international updates. But first up, the headlines. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan makes a shocking, disgraceful remark, questions Operation Sindhur. And very soon, Luthras to land in Goa, both Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra to be produced before the Mapusa court. And amid severe smog in Delhi NCR, Supreme Court to hear plea about worsening air quality conditions in the city. Three Jaish terrorists trapped in Udhampur and counter. Belongings of suspected terrorists have been recovered. And also a big development here. Hearing in the death case of Zubeen Garg is underway. All 7 accused to appear virtually in front of court. All right, viewers, let's start with our top big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. Now, SIT questions businessmen in Sabarimala gold theft case. Now, the special investigation team probing Sabarimala gold theft case questioned the businessman who was contacted by unidentified people years ago with a request to buy the gold-plated panels for crores of rupees. Now, this is a very big development that we are seeing here. The businessman had disclosed this to senior Congress leader. This is a very big breaking to senior Congress leader Ramesh Chennethalai, and Chennethala informed this to SIT. The businessman shared details of the international anti-traffic racket that's there to the SIT during questioning. So this is a very big development that is coming in the Sabarimala gold theft case. The special investigation team probing Sabarimala gold theft case questioned the businessman who was contacted by unidentified people years ago with a request to buy the gold-plated panels for crores of rupees. Now, the businessman had disclosed this to senior Congress leader Ramesh Chennithala, and Chennithala had informed this to the SIT. The businessman had shared details of the international antique traffic racket to the SIT during the questions. So the details of the antique traffic racket have been shared. The businessman has shared the details of the international antique traffic racket to the SIT during the questioning that took place. The SIT team probing the Sabarimala gold theft case has questioned the businessman. Now we are being joined by Shankar for more updates from Thiruvananthapuram. Shankar, what are the latest updates in this case? The SIT has questioned the businessman in this case.
Yes, exactly. Some hours back, the special investigation team from the Sabarimala gold theft case questioned the businessman, the Kerala-based businessman who is settled in a European country. As he had stated earlier that he was contacted by some anonymous, unidentified people with a request some years back to buy the gold-plated panels which went missing from the Sabarimala temple. Actually, he was not willing to buy the gold-plated panels at that time when these anonymous people approached him, and he forgot it later. Years later, recently, when the Sabarimala gold theft case came to light, he contacted senior Congress leader Ramesh Chennithala disclosing these developments. Like years ago, he was contacted by some anonymous people with such a request. Soon, Ramesh Chennithala contacted the special investigation team and wrote a letter stating that the role of these unidentified people with the accused and their involvement in the Sabarimala gold theft case must be investigated. Soon, the SIT summoned Chennithala and he handed over some crucial data, crucial evidence to the special investigation team. After verifying these evidence, the SIT took a decision to question the businessman who is settled abroad, who was contacted by the special investigation team online, and it was learned that the businessman shared some crucial evidence, the details of the people who were contacted years ago with a request to buy these gold-plated panels. Actually, the unidentified people claim that they are valuable artifacts worth over 500 crores rupees in the international market. And if they are brought some fortunes will come into his life, and his business will flourish. And by claiming all these things, the unidentified people were trying to convince the businessman to buy the artifacts, the gold-plated panels from the temple at a huge amount. But however, he was not willing to accept their offer. Later, it was after the Sabarimala gold theft case came to light, he realized that it was part of this anti-trafficking, it was as part of this antique trafficking group. The people contacted him. Now, the Chennithala, senior Congress leader Chennithala requested the special investigation team to widen its probe and the links of the accused, who were the CPM leaders N. Basu and A. Padmakumar, who were arrested, and the other officials. The link of these arrested people with the unidentified people must also be probed. And in the meantime, the Enforcement Directorate also pitched in. They sent a request to the Kollam Vigilance Court seeking to hand over the case diary, the FIR registered, the evidence collected, and even the revelation
Shankar,
of the businessman.
Thanks a lot for the latest information on this developing story. Viewers, now we have to move forward to our next segment, that is Bharat in 1 minute. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Oman today evening on the last leg of his three-nation tour after concluding his visit to Jordan and Ethiopia. PM Modi is visiting Oman at the invitation of the head of the state of the Sultanate of Oman, Sultan Haitham bin Tariq. Ethiopia and India have signed 3 memoranda of understanding. Both countries have decided to enhance cooperation in administrative assistance and customs matters, data center establishment at the Embassy of Ethiopia, and cooperation in US peacekeeping. Dense smog shrouded the national capital this morning. This as air pollution woes continued. 11 out of 40 monitoring stations, including Jahangirpuri, Mundka and Wazirpur, recorded severe air quality of 426 according to CPCB data. The Defence Research and Development Organization, that is the DRDO, has invited the private sector and startups to contribute to the development of India's 6th generation fighter jet. The initiative will focus on creating quantum avionics, a technology that promises to detect enemy targets even in concealed or complex scenarios. All right, viewers, let's move on to our top big next breaking news that's coming in. The ED has taken a major action in the Chhattisgarh liquor scam. The ED arrested Soumya Chaurasia, considered close to former Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel. Now, Soumya Chaurasia was released from jail after being granted bail in the coal levy scam. The ED team had called Soumya Chaurasia for questioning. The ED arrested her after approximately 7 hours of questioning. The ED will present Soumya Chaurasia in court on Wednesday. Now, according to preliminary information, Soumya Chaurasia will appear in the special court in Raipur at 11 a.m. So this is a very big information that is coming in. The ED has taken a major action when it comes to the Chhattisgarh liquor scam. For more information, we are being joined by Satish on the phone line. Satish, what are the major updates on this story?
ईडी ने पूर्व सीएम भूपेश बघेल की करीब माने जाने वाली सौम्या चौरसिया को 32,000 करोड़ रुपए की शराब घोटाले में गिरफ्तार किया है। वो पहले कोले लेवी घोटाले में भी जेल जा चुके हैं। कुछ दिन पहले उनको जमानत मिली थी, जिसके बाद वो जेल से बाहर आई थी। ईडी की टीम ने सौम्या चौरसिया को पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया था। करीब 7 घंटे की लंबी पूछताछ के बाद ईडी ने गिरफ्तार किया है। सौम्या चौरसिया को आज ईडी ने कोर्ट में पेश करेगी। शुरुआत जानकारी के अनुसार रायपुर की विशेष कोर्ट में सुबह 11 बजे उनको पेश किया जाएगा। सौम्या चौरसिया कांग्रेस की भूपेश बघेल सरकार में पावरफुल अधिकारी माने जाती थी। पूर्व सीएम भूपेश बघेल के उप सचिव भी रह चुके हैं। सौम्या चौरसिया पूछताछ के लिए ईडी ने समन जारी किया था। मंगलवार सुबह उन्हें पूछताछ के लिए रायपुर ईडी ऑफिस बुलाया गया था। उनसे शराब घोटाले मामले में लंबी पूछताछ हुई थी। पूछताछ के बाद टीम ने सौम्या चौरसिया को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। सौम्या चौरसिया इससे पहले कोला लवी घोटाले में भी जेल जा चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल, अब आने वाला वक्त कैसा रहने वाला है, अगर आप इसके बारे में भी बताएं। जो पिछली सरकार है उनके लिए भी क्या मुश्किलें होने वाली है भूपेश बघेल के लिए?
देखिए, ये कहीं ना कहीं ये पहले से ईडी स्कैनर में थे। जो सौम्या चौरसिया है काफी घोटाले में भी शामिल है। पूर्व सरकार जो कांग्रेस की सरकार थी भूपेश बघेल की, ये पूरा पावरफुल कॉरिडोर, पूरा पावरफुल जो सरकार थे उसके पूरा पावरफुल ये अधिकारी थे। पूरा सरकार, कांग्रेस सरकार को कॉरिडोर का पूरा मेन अधिकारी खुद को बताया थे। काफी सारे काम में उनका शामिल है। ये कोयले भी बताया जा रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ लिकर स्कैम सबसे बड़ा स्कैम, इसमें भी ये शामिल है। कई सारे स्कैम में इनका नाम है। जो खुद को बड़ा अधिकारी, पावरफुल अधिकारी बोलते थे, पूरा कांग्रेस सरकार को हैंडल करते थे। भूपेश बघेल का सबसे करीब ये थे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस पूरी खबर पर जानकारी देने के लिए। All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top big breaking news that is coming in. The big breaking news that's coming in is from Jammu and Kashmir, where suspected terrorists movement has been spotted in the Samba district of Jammu. Now, searches launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the sister forces in the area, and the movement spotted by locals of 3 suspected armed terrorists last night in Charwa, Mansar area. Now, senior police officials reached spot late last night. Now, locals have reported that 3 suspected terrorists carrying weapons and backpacks were seen. 2 of them were wearing Pathani suits, while the third was dressed in a combat attire. Now, DIG Jammu, Kathua, Shamba, Shiv Kumar Sharma have reached the spot. So, a very big breaking news that's coming in. And suspected terrorist movement has been spotted in Samba district of Jammu. For more updates, we are being joined by Gursimran on this big breaking news that's coming in. Gursimran, what are the latest updates? Because suspected terrorist movement have been spotted.
Yes, this is in the Charwa Mansar area of the Samba district, where late last night Jammu and Kashmir police got information from the locals that one individual has seen 3 armed terrorists in the area. These terrorists too were said to be carrying these backpacks and were wearing the Pathani suit, while one of them was in the combat dress. They all were carrying the weapons with them, as what has been reported to the J&K police. And soon after getting the information, we are told that the additional SP of the Samba along with the SOG team, they rushed to the spot and they have carried out the intensified searches. Also, the Deputy Inspector General of the Jammu Kathua Samba region, under whose this area falls, Shiv Kumar Sharma, he has also reached the spot and is assessing the situation. Since the area is fragile to the threats and has been one of the past infiltration routes, so nothing is being ruled out and every input is being taken seriously, because a day before yesterday only we have seen that in the upper reaches of the Udhampur there was an encounter in the Majalta area in which one brave heart of the Jammu and Kashmir police, Selection Grade Constable Amjad Ali, made the supreme sacrifice. And now in the Samba there have been intensified searches that are underway in the area, with the senior officials rushing to the spot. They want to ensure that every possibility of an external threat is being ruled out, and if the terrorists are there, they be neutralized at an earliest. Because what the input suggests, that with the onset of the winters and the snow in the upper reaches, Pakistan will try to foment the trouble in the low-lying areas by pushing the terrorists into the Indian territory from the international border area. And this Samba has an past history that Pakistan has pushed groups of Jaish-e-Mohammed into the Indian territory, not using the ground infiltration, but also using the tunnels into the Indian territory. So all these threats are being worked upon, and now with the latest input coming in that the suspected terrorist movement has been seen in the upper reaches of the Charwa Mansar in the Samba district, security forces have launched a massive search operations in the area to rule out the threat, and also if the terrorists are there, they be neutralized at an earliest before they could inflict damage to the security forces or civilians in the area.
All right. Gursimran, post the Pahalgam attack, the security has already been increased. There are multiple raids that are taking place across Jammu and Kashmir. While this thing comes up, what are the level of extensive researches that are being conducted by the Jammu Kashmir police and the other security agencies right now as you are there?
See, if we speak of the situation on the ground, we are at a time when Jammu and Kashmir police has already initiated its largest ever kinetic and the non-kinetic operations in the Jammu and Kashmir. The kinetic operations are aimed to neutralize the Pakistani terrorists and the local terrorists that are active in the hinterland. And also the number of the Pakistani terrorists inside Jammu and Kashmir has surpassed the 50 to 60 mark, which has been highest in the decades. In the recent last one and a half decade, this number was never there. Now the Pakistan's main focus is, because the people of Jammu and Kashmir have rejected the terrorism, they have refused to join the terror ranks. Now the Pakistani terrorists are being sent into the Indian territory, and they are hardcore terrorists trained for the jungle warfare, and that is the sole reason that many of the groups, including the group that carried out attack on the Jammu and Kashmir police, in which Selection Grade Constable Amjad Ali Khan also made the supreme sacrifice, this group has been active for more than 2.5 years. So they are here to survive and then to execute the attacks. The security forces have launched a major kinetic and the non-kinetic operations. Non-kinetic operations are completely to wipe out the ecosystem that is supporting terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. And so a comprehensive crackdown is continuing in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, with intensified operations being launched by the joint security forces.
All right, Gulsimran, thank you so much for the latest updates on this big breaking news that's coming up. Viewers, let's move on to our next story. Russian counterintelligence agencies have reportedly uncovered and dismantled a spy network linked to Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, that aimed to steal highly sensitive Russian military technology, including data related to the S-400 air defense missile system and other defense systems. In St. Petersburg, authorities arrested a local national caught attempting attempting to smuggle out classified documents tied to advanced air defense and military helicopter technology. The operation is believed to be one of the first known espionage attempts by the ISI on Russian soil and has raised serious security concerns in Moscow. Here's a detailed report on that.
A Pakistani army officer has admitted in so many words that Pakistan has sent spies into Russia to steal the secrets of the S-400s and that they were caught and they are getting their just desserts. The S-400 has been the nemesis of Pakistan, especially in Op Sindhur 1.0. 6 Pakistani aircraft were shot down over Pakistan, in Pakistani airspace, by the S-400s. One was an AVAC shot down at the record range of 316 kilometers, a world record. The longest range at which the Russians have shot down Ukrainian aircraft was at 202 kilometers. They shot down an F-16 over Kyiv. We have, with the same Russian equipment, been able to set a world record by shooting down AVAC, a very high-value aircraft, at 316 kilometers inside Pakistan. In addition, we have knocked down 6 jet fighters of the F-16 class, of the JF-17 class. 5 of these were shot down when they were attempting to fire cruise missiles on the Indian air bases. They were shot out of their own skies well inside Pakistan. The S-400 has been a game changer in South Asia, a game changer. And quite obviously, India is now has been pressing Russia to quickly deliver the, out of the 5 squadrons, we've received 3, 2 more we were to receive. They are likely to come next year. We have requested them for 5 more. And there is also talk of India getting the S-500, which is of even superior capabilities than the S-400. S-400 can look up to 600, shoot up to 400. The S-500 can look up to 1,000 kilometers and shoot up to 600 kilometers. The S-400, therefore, is an absolute game changer in South Asia. It has created an Indian Iron Dome which is impenetrable. The 4 layers of missiles of various ranges, the S-400s, the Barak 8s, medium-range SAMs, the Akashes and the Spiders. With these 4 levels, 4 layers, India has got an impenetrable missile shield. Impenetrable missile shield which makes it impossible for any Pakistani aircraft, jet fighter to penetrate, even with standoff cruise missiles weapons. It also makes it impossible for any Pakistani missile to get through. Out of the 3 Pakistani missiles fired, all 3 were shot down. All 3 were shot down, which included 2 Fateh 2s and 1 Shaheen 2. All were shot down over Sirsa, well before they could reach Amritsar or Delhi. So India today has an impenetrable defense shield thanks to the S-400s. And quite obviously, Pakistan is desperate to try and find out the secrets of this missile, the frequencies of this missile, so that they could negate it. They have tried, they have failed miserably. They have failed miserably. India has now absolutely leak-proof missile shield, missile umbrella, which can negate the Pakistani nuclear weapons. Because Pakistan has only 2 vectors of delivery. One is via the jet fighters, the other is via the missiles. Both can be negated by the S-400 and the combination of missiles that we have in our arsenal just now. The Chinese tried to help the Pakistanis to beat the S-400 system. They specifically rerouted their satellites to cover the deployment of S-400s in Punjab and Rajasthan. But the Indian NTRO and our space tracking agencies. They had the timings of the overpasses of the Chinese missiles, and any time they tried to pass over, they were about to pass over Indian airspace, they warned our S-400s to change their location, to set up decoys, and what Pakistan claimed to hit were these decoys. At the end of Operation Sindhur, all our S-400s were shown to the whole world intact. This was a game changer. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
All right, moving on to our next big breaking news. The Indian Navy has commissioned new MH-60 RC Hawk helicopter squadron INAS 335 Ospreys at INS Hansa, Goa today. Now, this boosts career battle group and blue water anti-submarine, anti-surface warfare capability in the Arabian Sea and wider Indian Ocean region. The state-of-the-art multi-role helicopters significantly enhance fleet surveillance, deterrence and rapid response options. So, very big development for the Indian Navy. It increases the capabilities of the Indian Navy in the Indian Ocean region and the Arabian Sea. Now we have the commissioning of new MH-60R Seahawk helicopter Squadron INS 335 Ospreys. For more information, we are being joined by Ishan on the phone line. Ishan, how will this help in increasing the capabilities of the Indian Navy? Because we rule the Indian Ocean region and we have a very good command when it comes to the seas.
Absolutely. The Indian Ocean region is rightly named after India because India has an absolute dominance over this region. And these Seahawk Osprey helicopters, that is the MH-60R helicopters, are one of the best helicopters in the world. They provide a lot of capabilities such as monitoring, anti-submarine warfare, anti-ship warfare, major laser-guided weapon systems, and most importantly, these provide the capability of long sea legs, i.e. they can remain airborne for an extended period of time, carrying troops. These helicopters also have the ability to insert troops onto the coastal regions or onto ships as required using slithering operations. And the marine commandos of the Indian Navy use these helicopters for their critical operations. Now, these Seahawk helicopters will form the backbone of the Indian Navy to provide in-depth sea capabilities all the way from anti-submarine, anti-mine, anti-ship, slithering operations. And these multitude of capabilities make these helicopters unique, and they have one of the best in the world, used by the top navies such as the British and American navies as well. And these are definitely going to provide a very significant boost to the Indian Navy's capabilities. They will be commissioned today. A new squadron will be commissioned today in Goa at INS Hansa. And this squadron will be in addition to the already commissioned 4 squadrons of these Seahawk helicopters.
All right, let's go through the reactions that we are getting on this top story.
The MH-60R helicopter is fitted with advanced avionics, sensors and weapon system. So in order to maintain these systems, we have to maintain a high maintenance standard as well as technical oversight. So as a technical team, our endeavor is to ensure that each of the system is maintained at its peak standard and the aircraft is available for all operational requirement when required for the Navy.
Sir, MH-60R हेलीकॉप्टर भारतीय नौसेना के लिए गेम चेंजर मल्टी मिशन हेलीकॉप्टर है, जो कि फ्रिगेट, डिस्ट्रॉयर और एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर सहित कई प्लेटफॉर्म से संचालित करने की क्षमता रखता है और भारतीय नौसेना की ऑपरेशनल पहुंच को काफ़ी हद तक बढ़ाता है। अपने उन्नत सेंसर, एवियोनिक्स और हथियार से ये भारतीय नौसेना को खतरों से आगे रखने में सक्षम बनाता है। इन हेलीकॉप्टर के आने से भारतीय नौसेना की एंटी सबमरीन और एंटी सरफेस क्षमताएं बढ़ी है और हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में उसकी समुद्री उपस्थिति मजबूत हुई है।
MH-60R is the most advanced helicopter which is present with Indian Navy. It's an all-weather aircraft which can operate by day and night both. Its exceptional stability, long endurance and state-of-the-art weapon and sensors make it a potent platform for any operational requirement which is coming up for Indian Navy. Whether it can be anti-submarine warfare, surface surveillance or search and rescue mission. the versatility and the modern technology of this aircraft provides Indian Navy the capability to carry out any missions in toughest conditions.
The commissioning of INS 335 marks the induction of the Indian Navy's second MS-60R squadron, significantly enhancing our maritime surveillance, strike and multi-role helicopter capability. It is a major milestone in strengthening fleet operations and maritime security. INS 335 will function as the eyes, ears and first hunters of the fleet, providing real-time situational awareness, undersea warfare capability and rapid response across our vast maritime spaces.
All right, time to slip into a short commercial break. But coming up, Indian Navy has commissioned new MH-60R Sea Hawk helicopters, Squadron INS 335 Ospreys at INS Hansa, Goa today, boosting carrier battle group and blue water anti-submarine, anti-surface warfare capabilities in the Arabian and wider Indian Ocean region.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers, and thank you so much for continuing to stay with us. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor, and I'll be getting you the biggest news stories, including all the updates as far as the Goa nightclub tragedy is concerned, because now the Luthra brothers, after being deported from Thailand, are going to land in Goa, and they are likely to be produced at the Mapusa court today. We'll get you all the updates from that and much more. Here are the headlines first that we're tracking. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan makes a shocking, disgraceful remark, questions Operation Sindhur. Luthras to land in Goa at 11 a.m. Both Saurabh and Gaurav Luthras are to be produced before the Mapusa court today. Suspected terrorist movement spotted in Samba. Jammu and Kashmir Police conduct search operations along with sister forces. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel under ED lens over liquor scam probe. ED arrests Baghel's close aide Soumya Chaurasia, set to be produced in court at 11 a.m. And amid the severe smog in Delhi NCR, Supreme Court to hear a plea about worsening air conditions in the city. All right, viewers, breaking news coming in from Kerala, where a complaint has been filed against some Congress MPs, and this over singing a parody of the Ayappa devotional song in front of the parliament. This parody went viral on social media during elections. The song states beautifully how the CPM looted the temple gold. The song provided a major setback in the polls for the CPM. The MP sung the song in front of parliament as a protest against the CPM, but now it attracts legal complications. The devotees state that the song hurt the sentiments, their sentiments, and that it is an insult to Lord Ayappa. And the Congress leaders allege that the case has been registered after being compelled by the CPM, as the party is trying to give communal colours to it. All right, Shankar, my colleague, is now joining us for more updates. Shankar, what are the updates coming in? Of course, this is one story that has absolutely gone viral, and now there are obviously communal colours to it. What is happening on the ground?
Actually, the song, the parody of a devotional song of Lord Ayappa went viral during the local body elections, and undoubtedly it provided a major setback to the CPM and helped UDF in sweeping the elections. And using the song which went viral on social media provided a major setback to the CPM, and it was shared by millions of people across the state, and the song beautifully stated how the gold plates in Sabarimala temple was looted by CPM, and how the CPM leaders are involved in it. All the controversies and all the facts associated with the Sabarimala gold theft case was depicted beautifully in that song. However, a section of devotees got annoyed by these songs by stating that the song hurt the religious sentiments of some people, some devotees, and also insulted Lord Ayappa. Stating these facts, the Devotees Association filed a complaint with the state police chief and even to the state government. Now, a legal opinion has been sought on whether on what sections the case can be registered. If a legal opinion favors, a case will be registered against Congress MPs from Kerala. And also the people, his name, the song was written by Kunj Abdullah, and it was sung by one Nasir, both are from Kozhikode and Malappuram. So the case will also be registered against the person who has written the song, and also the person who sung it. And it has become almost certain that in the coming days, the Congress MPs will face a legal action for singing such a devotional song in front of the Lok Sabha. Actually, the Congress MPs are much owe to the song for their victory in the local body elections, as this song went viral on social media and liked by millions of people, and it provided an upper edge for the UDF in the local body election. But it attracts legal issues for the Congress MPs and even for the people work behind the song now.
All right. Also, at the same time, if you can give us more details as far as the Congress's official reaction is concerned, because as the Congress parties, the MPs are saying that it is being done at the behest of the opposition parties, and they are blaming CPM for it. But at the same time, has any sort of apology really being issued by the Congress there?
No, actually, the Congress has not yet released any official statement on this, but the senior Congress leaders are giving their opinion, stating that the complaint was filed, the political complaint was filed politically by CPM, and it was a CPM motivated complaint to trigger communal sentiments ahead of the assembly elections, because since the song went viral, the CPM is almost certain that it is going to make an impact in the upcoming assembly elections as well. So the Congress alleged that it is a CPM motivated complaint to ignite religious sentiments in the song, and to withdraw it completely from the social media platforms to avoid facing further setbacks in the assembly polls. That is what the UDF leaders alleged.
All right, Shankar. Thank you so much for getting us those updates. So that I will keep coming back to you on that story in the subsequent bulletins. And viewers, well, Operation Sindhur, India's sharp response to Pakistan-sponsored terror. And in just 22 minutes, the terror centers were taken out, and also the world really took note of it. But back home, a discordant voice, a senior Congress leader, now echoes Pakistan's line, questioning India's armed forces and also undermining our critical operations. From doubts over jets to the remarks that fuel enemy propaganda. The question, viewers, is when it comes to Operation Sindhur, where does the Congress party stand? Here's a report.
Operation Sindhur has been India's avenge of Pakistan-exported terrorism and their worst nightmare. In less than half an hour, India struck down the command center of terror hubs that unleashed bloodshed on our soil. The world lauded Indian armed forces, except some. And now, senior Congress leader Prithviraj Chauhan has stooped to a new low, showing Congress's open pro-Pakistan stance.
पहिल्या दिवशी आपला संपूर्ण पराभव झाला. 7 तारखेला जे हवाई युद्ध अर्ध्या तासात झालं त्यामध्ये आपला टोटल पराभव झाला, हे कोणी मान्य करो अगर न करो. आणि त्यामुळे त्या दिवशी भारताची जी विमानं पडली त्या दिवशी सगळा भारताचा एअरफोर्स हा ग्राउंड झाला आणि त्यानंतर एकही विमान उडलं नाही. पण कुठेही विमान उडलं की पाकिस्तानचं तुमचं विमान ग्वाल्हेर असेल किंवा भटिंडा असेल किंवा सिरसा असेल तिथं वाढायची शक्यता असल्यामुळं आपलं कंप्लीट एअरफोर्स ग्राउंड झालं.
This is the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, an ally of Rahul Gandhi, parroting his narrative of questioning the forces. His comment is not above his masters. He speaks what they speak.
ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತಾಗ 17ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ನೀವು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮವನ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಪೊಲೀಸರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ? ನೀವು ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂತ ಮಾತು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 26 ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿತೀವು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಈಗೇನು ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಚುಟ್ಪುಟ್ಟು ಯುದ್ಧಗಳು ನಡೆದಿವೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ನಾವೇನು ಘರ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, पाकिस्तान ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತೂ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಬರೇ.
जरूरी सवाल ये है कि जेट गिरे क्यों? वो कह रहे गिरे तो ठीक है, मगर सवाल जरूरी सवाल है गिरे क्यों? डिफेंस मिनिस्टर यहां हाउस में कह रहे कि हमने पाकिस्तान से जाके कहा कि हमने आपको एक झापड़ मारा है, मगर हम आपको और झापड़ नहीं मारेंगे.
A discourse that heavily undermines and humiliates our men and women in uniform. They provided fodder for Pakistan's propaganda.
This is the same Prithviraj Chauhan who questioned Operation Mahadev. This is the same Congress party which questioned Operation Sindhur and called it failure. They called it chutput. They even questioned surgical strike, Balakot airstrike. And during their tenure, they never allowed the armed forces to take any action on Pakistan.
While the nation echoes forces first, the optics are clearly different for the Congress.
And what else is happening across the nation that are making headlines? Here are the developments in Bharat in 1 minute. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Oman today evening on the last leg of his 3-nation tour after concluding his visit to Jordan and Ethiopia. Prime Minister Modi is visiting Oman at the invitation of the head of state of the Sultanate of Oman, Sultan Haitham bin Tariq. Ethiopia and India have signed 3 memoranda of understanding. Both the countries have decided to enhance cooperation in administrative assistance in customs matters, data center establishment at the Embassy of Ethiopia, and cooperation in UN peacekeeping. Dense smog shrouded the national capital this morning. This as air pollution woes continued. 11 out of 40 monitoring stations, including Jahangirpuri, Munka and Wazirpur, recorded severe air quality of 426, according to the CPCB data. The Defence Research and Development Organisation has invited the private sector and the startups to contribute to the development of India's sixth-generation fighter jet. The initiative will focus on creating quantum avionics, a technology that promises to detect enemy targets even in concealed or complex scenarios. All right, viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Manipur. Imphal Sub-Zonal Office of ED is conducting searches on Yam Ben Biren, a self-styled Chief Minister of Manipur State Council, and Naringbam Samarjit, self-styled External Affairs and Defence Minister of Manipur State Council. The ED Imphal Sub-Zone is doing searches on 5 different premises at Imphal related to the accused person, who are the key persons of a Salai group of companies. The case relates to a press conference held in London in 2019, wherein one Yam Ben Biren, styling himself as the Chief Minister of Manipur State Council, and one Naringbam Samarjit, styling himself as the External Affairs and Defence Minister of Manipur State Council, publicly declared the independence of the state of Manipur from the Union of India, and by such a prejudicial activities engaged in acts amounting to a waging war against the state, sedition and promoting disharmony, enmity and feelings of hatred among different groups. All right, we are joined in by our senior editor Shavan Sen on the phone line. Shavan, what more details can you provide about this new development from Manipur?
Well, in fact, this case relates to a press conference that was conducted in the year 2019 in London, where Yam Ben Biren, who basically styled himself as the Chief Minister of Manipur State Council, and of course Naringam Samarjit being the other person. Now, the reason why the Enforcement Directorate basically stepped in, because the accused here, they had started a society, the name of Salai Financial Service. And what essentially started doing after registering this office in Imphal was that they were basically taking money from the public. In fact, they collected cash from the public, and in return, they promised exorbitant rates of interest. Now, this is basically operated essentially as a non-banking financial company by accepting the deposits, and roughly about 57 crore rupees was collected from gullible investors under different schemes. So it's important to point out here that this scheme that was launched by them was largely to dupe the people. They collected the money from the public, they routed and deposited it into their personal bank accounts, and rather than in accounts of Salai Group of Companies and Smart Society. The Enforcement Directorate believes that about 57 crore rupees, that's the proceeds of the crime under various sections of the PMLA. And as we speak, searches are also being carried out. Let me also bring in my colleague Johnson. Johnson, what more details can you provide us regarding Yam Ben Biren as well as Naringbam Samarjit? Who are these two characters and why are they so very important when it comes to the investigation?
Yes, Sawan. The ED still now is going on the raid on 5 different locations, and also the main accused in which the ED is doing right now are the men, are the executive members of this so-called Salai group of companies, which is a financial group of companies, and this is just like microfinance company, and they have collected money from different different customers, and so unlawful activities like they have been collecting the money, and also as a result, the ED Imphal sub-zone is doing searches on 5 different premises at Imphal area. This Salai group of companies is located at the Sagobaltera area, which falls under Imphal West district, and also This Biren Singh is also one of the executive members of the Salai Group of Company, and also this is he also declared he's also considered as a self-styled minister of Manipur, and he also declared himself that he will be he can be the chief minister also. On the basis of this, NIA and CBI also have already registered a case against this accused person, which are under arrest right now, and they are also the member of this this so-called financial group.
Could you also tell us a little bit, Johnson, about what are the other links that are emerging about this person? Is he linked to any particular group? How exactly did he really come to become so very prominent in Manipur?
Actually, as per my sources, they are linked with some of the civil society. This Samarjit is he himself is a self-styled entrepreneur, and also as per my knowledge, I don't have any official sources that he is linked whether with any of any of the political, or whether it may be political background or not. And also the said personalities they derive the proceeds of crime to the tune of about 57 crores from the criminal activities related to the scheduled offence as defined, and the said proceeds of crime were diverted by the aforesaid persons to the bank accounts of different companies of Salai groups, and the accounts of the aforesaid person to acquire properties in their own name, and they have illegally name many of the properties from of various customers also. The same was used for waging war against the government of India. This Samarjit also he was accused, he was alleged for using various terms which can wage war against the government of India and sedition, and promoting disharmony, enmity, and feeling of hatred among the different groups that are inhabited in the state. So the investigation is still now going on, and the further details are still to be disclosed.
Thank you very much, Johnson, for getting us with the latest details. A major development taking place in Manipur as we speak right now. Searches are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate at multiple locations.
All right, Shravan, thank you so much for getting us all those updates on that big story that we are tracking from Manipur. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. Well, the Indian Navy today commissioned a new MH-60R Sea Hawk helicopter squadron, INAS 335. Ospreys at INS Hansa in Goa. The induction significantly enhances and strengthens the Navy's carrier battle group capabilities and enhances blue water, anti-submarine and anti-surface warfare operations across the Arabian Sea and the wider Indian Ocean region. These state-of-the-art multi-role helicopters markedly improve fleet surveillance, deterrence and rapid response capabilities of the Indian Navy. Let's listen in on how this state-of-the-art helicopter is going to improve our fleet surveillance and deterrence.
The MS-60R helicopter is fitted with advanced avionics, sensors and weapon system. So in order to maintain these systems, we have to maintain a high maintenance standard as well as technical oversight. So as our technical team, our endeavor is to ensure that each of the system is maintained at its peak standard and the aircraft is available for all operational requirement when required for the Navy.
Sir, MS-60R हेलीकॉप्टर भारतीय नौसेना के लिए गेम चेंजर मल्टी मिशन हेलीकॉप्टर है जो कि फ्रिगेट, डिस्ट्रॉयर और एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर सहित कई प्लेटफॉर्म से संचालित करने की क्षमता रखता है और भारतीय नौसेना की ऑपरेशनल पहुंच को काफ़ी हद तक बढ़ाता है। अपने उन्नत सेंसर, एवियोनिक्स और हथियार से ये भारतीय नौसेना को खतरों से आगे रखने में सक्षम बनाता है। इन हेलीकॉप्टर के आने से भारतीय नौसेना की एंटी सबमरीन और एंटी सरफेस क्षमताएं बढ़ी है और हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में उसकी समुद्री उपस्थिति मजबूत हुई है।
MS-60R is the most advanced helicopter which is present with Indian Navy. It's an all-weather aircraft which can operate by day and night both. its exceptional stability, long endurance, and state-of-the-art weapon and sensors make it a potent platform for any operational requirement which is coming up for Indian Navy, whether it can be anti-submarine warfare, surface surveillance, or search and rescue mission. The versatility and the modern technology of this aircraft provides Indian Navy the capability to carry out any missions in toughest conditions.
The commissioning of INS-335 marks the induction of the Indian Navy's second MS-60R squadron, significantly enhancing our maritime surveillance, strike, and multi-role helicopter capability. It is a major milestone in strengthening fleet operations and maritime security. INS-335 will function as the eyes, ears, and first hunters of the fleet, providing real-time situational awareness, undersea warfare capability, and rapid response across our vast maritime spaces.
All right, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Ethiopia as part of his tri-nation visit, and as he embarked for his next stop in the 4-day trip, he took to X, where he thanked the citizens of Ethiopia for their warm welcome that was accorded to him, and this as he also announced the consequent strengthening of the bilateral relations between the two countries. Here's a quick report. Viewers, we are taking a short break, but coming up ahead is the big story from Chhattisgarh, where former Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel is under ED lens over the liquor scam probe. ED has arrested Baghel's close aide, Soumya Chaurasia, who is set to be produced in the court today at 11 a.m. That big story from Chhattisgarh and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Oman today this evening on the last leg of his three-nation tour after concluding his visit to Jordan and Ethiopia. Prime Minister Modi is visiting Oman at the invitation of the head of the state of the Sultanate of Oman, Sultan Haitham bin Tariq. Ethiopia and India have signed 3 memoranda of understanding. Both the countries have decided to enhance cooperation in administrative assistance in customs matters, data center establishment at the Embassy of Ethiopia, and cooperation in UN peacekeeping. Dense smog shrouded the national capital this morning. This as air pollution woes continued. 11 out of 40 monitoring stations, including Jahangirpuri, Munka and Wazirpur, recorded a severe air quality of 426, according to the CPCB data. The Defence Research and Development Organisation has invited the private sector and startups to contribute to the development of India's 6th-generation fighter jet. The initiative will focus on creating quantum avionics technology that promises to detect enemy targets even in concealed or complex scenarios.
Please stop! Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा. No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं.
Luthras have now been taken to Goa after they landed in India last night. Further process will be underway. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel under Enforcement Directorate lens over liquor scam probe. Close aide has now been arrested. Indian Navy commissions MH-60R Seahawk multi-role helicopter squadrons. Terrorist movement spotted in Samba, Jammu and Kashmir. Police conduct search operations. Amid severe smog in Delhi NCR, Supreme Court to hear plea about worsening air conditions in the city. Started this edition with some breaking news that's coming in. Yesterday, it was senior-most Congress leader Prithvi Raj Chavan who had insulted our forces. He had said that in Operation Sindhur, Pakistan had downed our jets. Today, the Congress has been doubling down on the same insult to the army. When asked the Congress leaders on if Prithvi Raj Chavan should apologize, the Congress leaders inside the parliament have gone on to say that there is nothing to apologize when Prithvi Raj Chavan has said the right thing. The Congress party doubling down on the insults to armed forces. This comes after senior Maharashtra Congress leader had said that India had lost many aircraft during Operation Sindhur that our army could not even move a kilometer, and that there is no need to have an army of 12 lakh soldiers and that they should be given some other work. That's the insult that had come in from senior Congress leader Prithvi Raj Chavan. Congress party as a whole is still mum on the issue. No word of condemnation, no word of apology has come in from the Congress party. And now today, when asked the Congress party about what they have to say about the Congress leader's statement, Prithviraj Chavan's statement, they've gone on to say, and in fact defend the statement, saying that India was forced to ground its jets. Congress leader's statement saying India lost Operation Sindhur. Congress was asked why India needed a large army. And now they've doubled down on that same insult where Prithviraj Chavan had earlier cited. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not the first time that the Congress party, the Congress leaders are going ahead and insulting our forces. During the time of Operation Sindhur, they had asked for proof. When we had given them the proof, they went on to peddle a Pakistani narrative saying that it is true that Pakistan had shot down our fighter aircraft jets. However, the same was fact-checked by the PIB. And remember, this is not just about Operation Sindhur. It is about all the wars that India had fought, all the strikes that India had done. It is about Uri. It is about other strikes. And every single time the Congress party has asked for proof. This time, during Operation Sindhur, when the government of India, when the Indian Army had actually come with visual and video evidence, the Congress party...
चाहे कोई हो, चाहे वो नकली हो, चाहे ओरिजिनल हो, लेकिन विपक्ष और कांग्रेस की एक आदत सी बन गई है कि देश को अपमानित करना, सेना के शौर्य को अपमानित करना, ये देश कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा।
All right, so that was the latest statement from the BJP. Giriraj Singh there speaking, saying that India will not tolerate the insult that Congress has bestowed upon the armed forces of India. And also we are getting in many reactions on the statement that Prithviraj Chavan and today the Congress leaders have given out. Let's listen in.
सर, बीजेपी ने आपने जो बयान दिया उस पर बीजेपी कह रही है कि ये पाकिस्तान की भाषा बोल रहे हैं और सेना का अपमान है। आप कुछ क्लैरिफिकेशन देना चाहेंगे कि आप?
मैं बाद में आराम से बात करूंगा। अभी आराम
से बात करेंगे। तो आपको जो बयान है उस पर आप माफी मांग रहे हैं या
बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता? बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता।
हाँ जी सर,
सवाल नहीं उठता। मैं बात करूंगा ना डिटेल में।
माफी मांगने का सवाल?
माफी का मांगू।
लेकिन आपके हिसाब से स्टेटमेंट गलत था क्या सर?
बिल्कुल
लोग मीडिया में वही सब जगह ऐसे ही चला कि अपमान हुआ है।
मैं करूंगा, डिटेल बात करूंगा जी। आई विल टॉक टू मीडिया प्रॉपर्ली।
सो आर यू अपोलोजाइजिंग राइट नाउ?
आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन।
ओके,
माय राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस। अभी ये मत लो यार।
अच्छा ठीक,
बिल्कुल मेरा राइट है। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स मी राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस।
Right, so that was Prithviraj Chavan when questioned today on his statement and that if he would apologize for it, he completely ignored the questions. He said that he does not want to talk about it right now and that he would discuss in detail on what he said. There's no apology, there's no remorse and not even an iota of regret for what statement this Congress leader has given. Major Samapaltur is joining us on the broadcast. Major Samapaltur, completely disgraceful comment that has been given out by the Congress leader. And today, when the nation was expecting them to apologize to the Indian Armed Forces, they have in fact doubled down, saying that there's nothing wrong in what the statement has been given.
You know, if you make his visuals, audio visuals be heard by a young child without telling him this person's nationality, he would rather guess that he is a Pakistani instead of an Indian. So this is what they've been doing. And, you know, this is a political suicide. He has just dug his political grave. And I fail to understand, he is a learned man. He studied from BITS Pilani. He's got a degree in MSc from the University of California. So if he is from a very rich, well-off background and family, he should probably have had some sense in talking in front of the camera. And now that, you know, he's instigating the youngsters and the military fraternity, and at least they should not forget that if the military is of 13 lakh people, they are forgetting that there are 13 lakh families also being affected by these comments. So they're going to lose out on all veteran support. Nobody's going to come for their support at all. And these are anti-nationalists who need to be taken to task. there need to be legal proceedings from the Supreme Court, and they should be admonished, and they should be socially boycotted wherever they go. And these people do not deserve to have themselves called as Indians, number one. And number two, he was a respected figure. He has dealt in ministries which require a lot of, meticulous planning and then implementations. But if this is his mindset, I fail to understand what is on his mind, what is he trying to portray or tell. And if he has a mindset regarding Agniveer, let me tell you, I have been, presently training the Agniveer in terms of the drone warfare. 90% of the Indian Army and their drone pilots are Agniveers. And Agniveer was the requirement of the nation because over the period of years of service, many soldiers were becoming medically unfit. As a result, a ratio of fit soldiers against unfit soldiers there was a big gap. So that is why Agniveer was the need of the hour. And they have delivered in Sindhur, as we've seen, but these people are not getting it because they are politically blinded and they just want to come in power irrespective of any cost of the nation, including, demeaning the military. So this is what is going to cost them dearly now.
Right, Samapaltu, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast. I'm also being joined by Major General K.K. Sinha on the phone line. General Sinha, this is a very disgraceful comment that's come in by the Congress party. Certainly not the first time, but the question still remains, when India, during Operation Sindhur and after Operation Sindhur, has served the PRU, what is the need of the Congress party to insult our forces, to say and to peddle a Pakistani narrative?
Good morning, Jahan. When, in a country like ours, which is always defeated by the people who are inside, our enemies and adversaries are not sitting across the border, but they are sitting inside. And they are the root and, the mold of the adversaries which we have got actually on the ground. Now, this type of statement, yesterday, I believe there was some comment that there is no requirement of army, because army should not be there because they have not taken part, they have not gone across during the Operation Sindhur. And now, again, Agniveer, things like that. Mind you, Agniveer, I fought the war across, inside Pakistan during the Kargil war. And that was the requirement. And then that time we recommended that we require, very, very young and, turnover has to be very fast so that you get the correct technological, update straight from the civil society, and which comes to you, and then you train them. This is the biggest and the best, you can say, the scheme. Even the world is looking forward. In the Russia-Ukraine war, they are so impressed with the Agniveer scheme that everyone wants to copy. But inside this, the people doesn't know anything about, especially the security domain. They want to get into it and make comments. A comment like from Congress coming. Congress was of the view when India got independent that there is no requirement of arms. Nothing has changed even during that time. Only in reverse 62, they have got slightly waken up. But before that, they had meaning, India doesn't require.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Right. So thank you very much, General Sinha, for joining us on the phone line and sharing those views. Absolutely, it is a very disgraceful comment that's come in by the Congress party. The BJP, in fact, has also reacted to it, saying that the Congress must apologize and that they've always doubted the Indian armed forces. Listen in to this reaction that's coming in from the BJP spokesperson, Shehzad Poonawala.
This is not INC, Indian National Congress. It is INC, Islamabad National Congress. It is ANC, Anti-National Congress. This statement of Prithviraj Chavan is nothing new or surprising. He has also mocked Operation Mahadev and called it communal in the past.
All right, so that was the BJP reacting to the statement of Prithviraj Chavan, the Congress leader who has insulted the Indian armed forces, saying that India had lost in 30 minutes and that our Indian army could not even move a kilometer. He then goes on to question, saying, why do we even need a large army, and that the 12 lakh people that are involved in the Indian army should be given some other work to do. Extremely disgraceful comment by the Congress leader. And today, when questioned on his statement on if he would apologize, there was no iota of remorse, no regret or no apology that came in from the Congress party. In fact, there were other leaders of the Congress party who went on to double down on the insult to the Indian armed forces.
कह रही कि ये पाकिस्तान की भाषा बोल रहे हैं और सेना का अपमान.
आपला संपूर्ण पराभव झाला. 7 तारखेला जे हवाई युद्ध अर्ध्या तासात झालं त्यामध्ये आपला टोटल पराभव झाला. हे कोणी मान्य करो अगर न करो. आणि त्यामुळे त्या दिवशी भारताची जी विमानं पडली त्या दिवशी सगळा भारताचा एअरफोर्स हा ग्राउंड झाला आणि त्यानंतर एकही विमान उडलं नाही. पण कुठेही विमान उडलं की पाकिस्तानचं तुमचं विमान ग्वाल्हेर असेल किंवा भटिंडा असेल किंवा सिरसा असेल तिथं वाढायची शक्यता असल्यामुळं आपलं कंप्लीट एअरफोर्स ग्राउंड झालं. बाद में आराम से बात करूंगा. अभी
आराम से बात करेंगे. तो आपको जो बयान है उस पर आप माफी मांग रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता. बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता.
हाँ जी सर.
नहीं सवाल नहीं उठता. मैं बात करूंगा ना डिटेल में.
माफी मांगने का सवाल.
माफी कहाँ मांगू.
लेकिन आपके हिसाब से स्टेटमेंट गलत था क्या सर?
बिल्कुल
लोग मीडिया में वही सब जगह ऐसे ही चला कि अपमान हुआ है.
मैं करूंगा डिटेल बात करूंगा
जी.
आई विल टॉक टू मीडिया प्रॉपर्ली.
सो आर यू अपोलोजाइजिंग राइट नाउ?
अरे आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन.
ओके.
माय राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस. अभी ये मत लो यार.
अच्छा ठीक.
बिल्कुल मेरा राइट है. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स मी राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस.
Shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in the broadcast. It's a shocking case of triple murder that's emerged in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli, where a man allegedly shot his wife and 2 minor daughters and buried their bodies inside his house following a family dispute. The incident took place on December 10 in Ghari Daulat village under the Khandla police station area, but came to light only on Tuesday evening. A very, very shocking case that has come to light from Uttar Pradesh. It is a case of triple murder. A man has killed his wife and 2 daughters for not wearing a burqa. Intolerance there also coming out in the open now in the state of Uttar Pradesh. This is a triple murder that's happened in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. This is a story about a man who allegedly shot dead his wife and 2 minor daughters and buried their bodies inside the house following a family dispute. Those are the visuals of the workers who are trying to retrieve the body that the man had buried under the ground after he allegedly shot and murdered them. The incident took place on December 10th in the Ghari Daulat village under the Khandla police station. My colleague is joining me live from the Khandla police station. हमें बताइए कि ये जो केस है जो सामने आया है ये कब हुआ था, किस समय हुआ था और क्या रीज़न था कि एक पति ने अपनी ही वाइफ को और अपने 2 बच्चों को मार डाला, उनको हम जान सकते हैं उनको बरी भी कर दिया था ग्राउंड के नीचे.
देखिए बिल्कुल ये शामली के कांदला थाना क्षेत्र का मामला है और जहां पर फारूक ने अपनी बीवी 32 साल की जो बीवी थी और साथ ही साथ 2 उनकी बेटियां जो थी उनको 2 को गोली मारी और एक का गला घोट कर उसकी हत्या कर दी. बताया जा रहा है कि पत्नी के बिना बुर्का पहनकर मायके जाने की वजह से ये व्यक्ति फारूक नाराज था और इसीलिए उसने पत्नी की पहले हत्या कर दी. उसके बाद अपनी एक बेटी को भी गोली मारी, दूसरी बेटी का गला घोटकर हत्या करने के बाद उसी घर के नीचे करीब 10 फुट का गड्ढा खोदकर दफना दिया. पुलिस की छानबीन में पहले तो उसने उस पुलिस वालों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की और उसके बाद जब कड़ाई से पुलिस वालों ने पूछताछ की तो उसने बताया कि ये सबसे बड़ा कारण था कि पत्नी उसके बुर्का पहनकर मायके नहीं जाती थी और इसी वजह से उसने इन दोनों की हत्या कर दी और घर के अंदर ही इन तीनों महिलाओं की लाश जो है बरामद हुई है.
बताइए कि ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है ये कहां तक आगे पहुंची है, क्या उस आदमी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है अभी?
देखिए बिल्कुल जो फारूक नाम का व्यक्ति है इसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है पुलिस की तरफ से और साथ ही साथ पुलिस इस बात पे भी जांच कर रही है क्या कोई और मामला तो नहीं था, क्या कोई और एंगल तो नहीं था और साथ ही साथ फारूक के साथ क्या कोई और लोग शामिल थे या नहीं थे, इस बात को लेकर इन पहलुओं पर भी जांच की जा रही है. फिलहाल जो पुलिस से बातचीत में बात निकल कर आई है उसमें यह है कि वो और भी एंगल पर जाँच कर रहे हैं और कोशिश है अगर कोई व्यक्ति और इसमें शामिल होगा तो उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time for us to shift our focus to other stories that we are tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Oman today evening on the last leg of his three-nation tour after concluding his visit to Jordan and Ethiopia. Prime Minister Modi is visiting Oman at the invitation of the head of state of the Sultanate of Oman, Sultan Haitham bin Tariq. Ethiopia and India have signed 3 memoranda of understanding. Both countries have decided to enhance cooperation in administrative assistance in customs matter, data center establishment at the Embassy of Ethiopia, and cooperation in the United Nations peacekeeping. Dense smog shrouded national capital this morning. This as air pollution rules continued. 11 out of 40 monitoring stations, including Jahangirpuri, Mundka and Wazirpur, recorded severe air quality of 426 according to the CPCB data. The Defence Research and Development Organisation, that is the DRDO, has invited the private sector and startups to contribute to the development of India's 6th-generation fighter jet. The initiative will focus on creating quantum avionics and a technology that promises to detect enemy targets even in concealed or complex scenarios. Ladies and gentlemen, the Luthra brothers, owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, landed in Delhi yesterday after their deportation from Thailand. It is learned and said that Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra were seated in the last row of the aircraft, accompanied by 4 to 5 officials from Indian authorities and enforcement agencies to avoid disturbing other passengers. What we have right now are the live visuals from the Goa airport, where the accused, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, the Luthra brothers, the Birch Club owners, will be landing in Goa anytime soon now, after which the Goa Police will carry on with the investigation with the brother duo. We now learn that the Mapusa court, meanwhile, has been heightened. The security has been heightened there and also at the Goa airport ahead of their arrival. All right, Swarali is joining us live from Panji in Goa. On that note, Swarali, what is it and what is going to happen about after the Luthra brothers land at the Goa airport? Where are they going to be taken after that?
Yes, that's true. Right now we are standing at the international airport of Goa in Mapsa, and let me show you, there's this gate number 5 from where they'll be coming out anytime soon. They are expected, they'll come out, they'll escorted by the team who was present in Delhi to take their custody, including senior IPS officer, sub-inspector, inspector and Havaldars. And initially we are getting the information right now from the ground that they'll be taken for medical testing to Azilo, that is the district hospital in Mapsa, and then they'll be taken to Anjuna police station, wherein this entire case has been registered. We all know that under the sections of 105, 125 and 287, that is culpable homicide. On the other hand, endangering lives and inappropriate use of fire or combustible matters. All these sections of BNS are registered in the FIR in the name of alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers, who are expected anytime soon. Post they are taken to Anjuna police station. They'll be produced in the Mapsa court. From there we'll get more information about how many days of remand will Goa Police get for further interrogation. But right now we are standing at the international airport of Goa, wherein Luthra brothers are expected anytime soon. We can see in our visuals. I'll ask my video journalist to pan. The security is tightened at all the locations, may it be airport, Anjuna police station,
right,
Mapsa court, wherein these brothers will be taken.
I request you to stay there at the airport. We are going to come back to you, but we have to shift our focus currently to the other important story that we are tracking. This one is about Uttar Pradesh, where a shocking case of triple murder had come to light from Uttar Pradesh's Shamli, where a husband has killed his wife and and 2 daughters and buried under the ground near his home. This happened because a dispute occurred where the man was upset about his wife and daughters not wearing a burqa. A man in Uttar Pradesh has been arrested after allegedly killing his wife and 2 young daughters and burying their bodies inside his house. This is what the police has said. The incident took place on the 10th of December in the Ghari Dalot village under the Khandla police station area. But it came to light on the Tuesday evening when there were workers and there were police officers who were trying to retrieve the body. Authorities have identified the accused as Mohammad Farooq. The police has said that he shot his wife while she was preparing tea at the home. More details say that the daughters that he killed, one of them was 12-year-old, who was also shot when she tried to intervene, while the 5-year-old was reportedly strangled to death. Farooq is said to have buried the bodies in a pit inside the house and lived normally for several days before the crime was discovered. On air, ladies and gentlemen, are the visuals of the workers who are trying to retrieve the body of the wife and the toddlers, the 12-year-old and the 5-year-old daughter who the man had shot dead. During the interrogation, the accused had allegedly confessed to the killings. However, he has on record not given a statement. He, in fact, had gone on to say that he reportedly became angry when his wife had went out without wearing a hijab. Following the discovery, the members of the victim's family have staged a protest and attempted to confront the accused, prompting police intervention. The security has been heightened in the village and additional personnel have been deployed. So extremely tense situation there that's coming to light from Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. This is a gory murder that took place over burqa, over a wife not wearing a burqa. When the kids tried to intervene, they were shot dead and strangled as well. The burqa triple murder has now shocked the nation. The victim's family has demanded answers. On screen, ladies and gentlemen, are the visuals. The 3 bodies that the man, Farooq in this case, the accused in this case, had buried under the ground. He shot dead his wife. The 12-year-old, when she tried to intervene, she was also shot dead. Meanwhile, the 5-year-old daughter was strangled to death. Extremely horrific visuals coming in there from Shamli in Uttar Pradesh. 3 bodies that have now been retrieved. It had been excavated last night. Visuals coming in there. And the man that you see on your screen is the accused. He has now been arrested. However, the probe in the case is still underway to know if there were more people that were involved in the triple murder, because what we're talking about here is 3 bodies that are being buried, and it could not be the job of one man. The excavation was carried out last night. The police says that the accused has allegedly confessed to his crime. The investigation is underway. But what it actually reflects, ladies and gentlemen, is about the intolerance that's still there prevalent in societies in places like Uttar Pradesh and Shamli in this case, which has come out now in the open. Adarsh is joining us live from Lucknow. आदर्श, ये जो केस है वो 10 दिसंबर की रात को हुआ, जो उन्होंने मारा अपनी बीवी और 2 बच्चों को, वो 10 दिसंबर तक हुआ, और जो बॉडीज हैं वो कल ही बरामद हुई थी. तो क्या ये 5 और 6 दिनों में किसी को पता नहीं चला कि उन्होंने बॉडी ग्राउंड के नीचे रखी थी? क्या तब पुलिस नहीं आ पाई थी? और क्या पता चल रहा है आपको इस केस के बारे में?
देखिए, शुरुआती जानकारी में सबसे पहले जो फारूक था उसने पहले पुलिस को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की. पुलिस को उसने ये बताया कि उसकी बीवी और 2 बच्चे गायब हैं. उसके बाद जब पुलिस ने लगातार छानबीन की, छानबीन में पता चला कि उसी के ऊपर पूरा शक जो है वो पुलिस का जा रहा है, और उसको लेकर कड़ाई से पूछताछ की गई. पूछताछ के बाद जब पुलिस ने कड़ाई बरती तो उसके बाद फिर फारूक ने बताया कि उसकी बीवी बुर्का नहीं पहनकर मायके जाती थी और इसकी वजह से उसने पहले अपनी बीवी को गोली मारी. हालांकि उसके 5 बच्चे हैं, उसमें से पहले उसने 3 बच्चों को अपने दादा के घर पर भेज दिया था, और 2 जो छोटी बच्चियां थी वो वहीं घर पर सो रही थी. और गोली की आवाज़ से जब दोनों छोटी बच्चियां जग गईं तो उसके बाद पहले उसने बड़ी बेटी को गोली मारी और उसके बाद दूसरी बेटी है उसका गला घोंटकर हत्या कर दी. और तीनों ही लोगों को उसने अपने ही घर में गड्ढा खोदकर करीब 10 फीट नीचे दफना दिया. और दफनाने के बाद जब 4-5 दिन तक पुलिस की जांच में लगातार कोई सुराग सबूत नहीं मिल रहे थे तो पुलिस ने इससे जब कड़ाई से पूछताछ थी तो इसने ये बताया कि उसकी बीवी उसका कहना नहीं मानती थी, और ख़ासतौर पर मायके जाने के समय पर बुर्का नहीं पहनने की वजह से उन दोनों के बीच में विवाद हुआ था, और इसी को लेकर उसने अपनी पत्नी की हत्या की. तो फिलहाल पुलिस इस एंगल पर भी जाँच कर रही है. तो क्या इस पूरी घटना में, पूरी हत्या के इस साजिश में कोई और लोग भी शामिल थे या नहीं थे, और अगर थे तो उनका क्या रोल था, इस एंगल पर भी पुलिस जांच कर रही है.
आदर्श, क्या आपकी मृतकों के परिवार से बात हो पाई है? उनका क्या कहना है इस बारे में? क्योंकि ये जो वारदात सामने आई है ये सिर्फ कोई नॉर्मल मर्डर नहीं है। मारा गया उनकी बीवी को क्योंकि उन्होंने बुर्का पहनने से मना कर दिया था, वो बाहर गई थी बिना बुर्का पहने। तो इस मामले में क्या आप जो मृतकों के परिवार वाले हैं उनसे बात कर पाए हैं? उनका क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
देखिए, हमने बातचीत करने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन चूंकि वो अपने परिवार से अलग रहता था तो परिवार के दूसरे सदस्य जो हैं वो इस पर फिलहाल बात करने को तैयार नहीं है। हमारी जो पुलिस से बातचीत हुई है उसमें उन्होंने ये जानकारी साझा की है कि बुर्का पहनने की वजह से फिलहाल ये विवाद सामने आ रहा है। हालांकि आधिकारिक तौर पर किसी ने भी अभी बुर्के को लेकर बयान नहीं दिया है, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि पुलिस हर एंगल पर जाँच कर रही है और परिवार वालों को भी उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है क्या वो भी इस पूरी साजिश में शामिल थे या नहीं थे, क्या उन्हें इस बात की जानकारी थी या नहीं थी कि आखिर बुर्का पहनने की वजह से जो फारूक है वो अपनी पत्नी के साथ लड़ाई करता था और क्या ये बात इतनी दूर तक चली जाएगी।
जी आदर्श, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। हम आएंगे वापस आप पे जब और भी खुलासे होते हैं इस केस में। बट फॉर नाउ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इट्स टाइम फॉर अस टू स्लिप इनटू अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक एंड आफ्टर द ब्रेक we'll get you more details of the gory murder that took place in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli, where a husband had gone ahead to kill his wife and 2 daughters because the wife went outside without wearing a burqa. This is the shocking burqa triple murder.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। व्हाट आर यू डूइंग?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Getting you the latest coming in. A shocking case coming out from Uttar Pradesh where a man killed his wife and 2 daughters for leaving the house not wearing a burqa. We're getting our viewers all the updates as investigation continues, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Shocking case of triple murder in UP's Shamli. Man shoots wife and 2 daughters over burqa dispute.
राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस। अभी ये मत लो।
अच्छा ठीक,
बिल्कुल, मेरा राइट है। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स मी राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस।
Congress maintains insult to armed forces over Operation Sindhur and says did not make any distasteful remark. Luthra duo in custody of Goa Police to be taken to Mapusa court upon landing in Goa. Former Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Baghel under ED lens over liquor scam close aide has been arrested. Indian Navy
Navy commissions MH-60R Seahawk multi-role helicopter squadrons. Suspected terrorist movement spotted in Samba. Jammu and Kashmir police conduct search operations along with sister forces. Amid severe smog in Delhi NCR, Supreme Court to hear the plea about worsening air conditions in the city. A disturbing case has come from UP Shamli, where a wife's decision to go to a parent's home not wearing a burqa has proved fatal, viewers. We see that there has been a case where a man has killed his wife and daughters. The wife went to a parent's home without wearing a burqa. Husband shot and killed her upon her return a month later. When their two daughters woke up at night hearing the gunshot, he killed them two and left and buried all three in a 6-foot deep pit he had dug in the house as part of his plan. 6 days later, on Tuesday, the accused confessed to the police during questioning that he had killed his wife and two daughters. Around 10 p.m., the police excavated the house and recovered the bodies of all three, sending them for post-mortem examination. A triple murder has created an atmosphere of fear in this entire community, viewers. Getting these updates coming in, the wife paying a very big price for not wearing a burqa. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Adarsh is joining us live from Lucknow. Adarsh, this is a very unfortunate incident which has come in, and I also want to ask you that bodies कहाँ से recover हुई हैं? Also forensic investigation भी चल रहा है. Forensics ने क्या बोला है अभी तक?
देखिए, बिल्कुल बॉडी जो है वो फारूक के घर से ही उसके बाथरूम के पास से रिकवर हुई है। करीब 10 फीट नीचे गहरे गड्ढे में उसने खोदकर बॉडियों को दफन किया था। बताया जा रहा है कि इस पूरी घटना की सबसे बड़ी वजह यह है कि उसकी जो अपनी पत्नी से लड़ाई हुई थी तो पत्नी ने बुर्का पहनने से मना कर दिया था और बुर्का पहनकर बिना बुर्का पहने वो अपने मायके चली गई थी। इस बात को लेकर फारूक जो है नाराज था और इसी वजह से उसने अपनी पत्नी की पहले गोली मारकर हत्या की और उसके बाद फिर उसकी दो बेटियां जो वहीं पर सो रही थी उनमें से एक बेटी को पहले गोली मारी और उसके बाद दूसरी बेटी का गला घोटकर हत्या कर दी। तीनों को एक ही गड्ढे में खोदकर दफना दिया। इसके बाद पुलिस ने जब उससे कड़ाई से पूछताछ की तो शुरुआती जांच में उसने पुलिस को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की। पुलिस को बताया कि वो तीनों लोग गायब हैं, उनकी जांच की जाए। लेकिन जब पुलिस ने कड़ाई से पूछताछ की तो उसने ये बताया कि उसने बुर्का ना पहनने की वजह से और बिना बुर्का पहने जब उसको मायके चली गई तो इस वजह से वो नाराज होकर उसने जो है अपनी पत्नी और दो बेटियों की हत्या कर दी है। बताया जा रहा है कि इस वजह से आरोपी के जो आसपास के गांव वाले लोग हैं वो भी नाराज हैं। साथ ही साथ जिस महिला की उसने हत्या की, अपनी पत्नी की जो हत्या की है, उसके घर वालों ने फांसी देने तक की मांग की है। बताया जा रहा है कि इसमें और लोग अगर शामिल हैं तो उस एंगल पर भी पुलिस जांच कर रही है कि क्या फारूक ने किया कि तीनों मर्डर जो है अकेले किया था या कोई और भी इसमें शामिल है।
यस, ओके, ऑल्सो मोटिव के बारे में थोड़ा सा बोलिए आदर्श, क्योंकि क्या मोटिव बुर्का नहीं पहनने वाला था या और कोई मोटिव आ रहा है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन और चलेगी और हमको और पता लगेगा कि बुर्का मोटिव था या कोई और मोटिव भी हो सकता है? ये भी पुलिस देखेगी बाद में।
देखिए, शुरुआती जांच में जो जानकारी निकल कर आई है उसमें सबसे बड़ा मोटिव यही निकल कर आ रहा है कि पहले रुपए पैसे को लेकर कुछ लड़ाई उसकी पत्नी से हुई थी और खासतौर पर वो अपनी पत्नी को पर्दे में ही रखना चाहता था और जब ये लड़ाई बढ़ी पैसों को लेकर तो उसके बाद उसकी पत्नी बिना बुर्का पहने मायके चली गई और इसी वजह से वो नाराज था। जैसे ही पत्नी वापस वहाँ से लौटी तो उसने अपनी पत्नी की हत्या की। इस एंगल पर भी पुलिस जाँच कर रही है कि क्या इसमें पैसों के लेन देन को लेकर भी कोई मामला था या सिर्फ बुर्का पहनने को लेकर, बुर्का ना पहनने को लेकर ये नाराजगी थी। और इसी बात पर पुलिस पूरी अपनी जाँच कर रही है। फॉरेंसिक टीम ने लगातार वहां पर एविडेंस इकट्ठा किए हैं। घर के आसपास के जो लोग हैं उनसे भी पूछताछ की जा रही है कि आखिर फारूक किस तरीके का व्यक्ति था, क्या उसने बुर्का पहनने को लेकर इससे पहले कभी और आपत्ति दर्ज की थी या नहीं की थी और साथ ही साथ इसमें और कोई लोग शामिल थे या नहीं। तो तमाम पहलुओं पर पुलिस जांच कर रही है और कुछ दिनों का समय पुलिस को लग सकता है कि आखिर सिर्फ
I wanted to hold on for a second. I'm being joined right now by Brinda Adige, women activist who's joining us on the phone line. I just want to take a question to Brinda Adige. Thank you for joining us with Republic TV, Brinda. Of course, very unfortunate incident that we are seeing play out here, where what it looks like in the beginning, as the investigation, of course, will confirm this later on, that a woman, she left her house without wearing a burqa, And when she came back home, the husband shot her, not just her, the two innocent daughters as well, Brinda.
This is murder in the name of whatever religion or culture that they think that they are following for the safety of women, because women are not safe from their own families. And making this excuse that she went out of the house without wearing a burqa just goes to show the kind of indoctrination that happens because of a religious ideology and a dogma that women have no agency of their own on how they can dress and go or make a choice what they want to wear and they must not wear. He must be punished as per law as a premeditated murder. And no judge should listen to him when he says he did it out of passion, anger, whatever it might be that, most of the defense lawyers come up with. This is nothing but murder, and he has planned it, and he found the burqa to be an easy excuse to say, this is what I shot her for. And what was his reason for shooting the children? This man is a maniac, and this maniac cannot be let loose anywhere. He is not only a danger to the society, he is a danger to his own family. I hope that the defense lawyers who will be looking after his bail and things like that will understand that this man is a predator, and this predator is not going to be out in the open for any reason and any excuse. But we also want to check that the police register a watertight case, get all their forensic evidence in place, so that there is no loophole for the prosecutor or the judge to let go of this murderer.
Brinda, before I let you go, there are two things which have happened here which are very concerning, especially when we talk about gender equality and violence against a particular gender. Number one is what a woman wears a justification for her to be attacked, and that too inside her own house, Brinda.
Absolutely not. The Constitution is supreme. My religious ideologies and dogma are not greater than my Constitution. And the woman is a citizen of this nation, of this country. So the Constitution guarantees her that safety and protection to choose what she wants to wear. How can this woman, who might have thought that her house is the safest place, her family are her members who will keep her safe, has this husband who shot her? I'm sure there must be much more to the story, but giving an excuse not wearing a burqa, that is absolutely unacceptable. One is the kind of dogma that he has been indoctrinated with, that women must wear burqa when they go out and they can be killed. And that is the honor for the family or for the man. This is something that needs to be shattered by religious leaders to say that the woman can wear whatever she wants because that Constitution is bigger than my religious dogma. Absolutely unacceptable that he shot her inside the house.
All right, thank you, Brinda Rige, women activist, for joining us. We were tracking this shocking update coming in from UP. Getting you some of its viewers, let's go straight across to Bengaluru, where we see a case of civic apathy out in the open. That is right. In a case which is very shocking, we see that a man suffered a heart attack. Bengaluru man suffers a heart attack, dies on road as wife desperately was begging for help. The tragic incident exposing serious lapses in emergency medical response and public apathy. 34-year-old man died after suffering a heart attack in the early hours in South Bengaluru, with CCTV footage capturing his wife's desperate pleas for help after their two-wheeler crashed while rushing him to the hospital. With no ambulance available in time, that couple reportedly set out on a bike, but the man collapsed on the way and succumbed as bystanders failed to intervene promptly, viewers. So a very shocking case. Civic apathy caught on camera. 34-year-old dies from a heart attack in South Bengaluru after failing to receive timely medical assistance. And despite visiting 2 hospitals with no immediate assistance, the tragic incident occurred on the way to another hospital. Ultimately, he was declared dead at the hospital, viewers. We are getting these updates coming in on Republic TV, and this is Venkat Ramanan, who worked as a garage mechanic and was married since Jan 2020. And the couple tried desperately to save the life of Venkat Raman, the deceased resident of Balaji Nagar, developed severe chest pain at around 3:30 a.m. while at home. He reportedly suffered a minor heart attack earlier and his condition worsened rapidly, leaving him extremely weak. Putting on those pictures out for you, because it's a very unfortunate incident that we see playing out, where you can see the wife absolutely helpless there, asking for help, asking the cars which are going past to stop, but to no avail. Nobody is stopping. It's a case of civic apathy out in the open. You can see that. And this is caught exactly on CCTV, viewers. We have put those pictures out for you, viewers, where we see that it's a tragic incident in South Bengaluru has raised serious questions over emergency medical response and public apathy after a 34-year-old man died following a heart attack, forcing his family to seek medical help on a two-wheeler in the early hours of the day. The deceased developed severe chest pain at around 3:30 a.m. while at home, and he had reportedly suffered a minor heart attack earlier and his condition worsened. With no immediate medical assistance available, Venkat Ramanan and his wife set out on a bike to reach a hospital. The couple first approached a nearby private hospital but were allegedly told that no doctor was available at the time. They then went to another private hospital where an ECG reportedly indicated a mild heart attack. But as you can see, viewers, and nobody was stopping by. All right, Shivam is joining us from our newsroom. Shivam, I'm coming across to you. These pictures are so difficult to watch for anybody who's watching right now. And what is more shocking is that even though the wife tried her best to stop the cars, no one is stopping. It's an example of civic apathy, where nobody is stopping by to help a fellow citizen.
Yes, it's definitely a display of civic apathy, and when people are supposed to help, people are ignoring the person who is dying in front of them. And it's a very tragic incident that exposes very serious gaps in emergency response, even of the medical team and the public apathy. He was just 34 years old, and this life could have been saved because the cause of death, as we are being told and we are being informed, is a heart attack. He died. He was just 34 years old and he died because of a heart attack, and he was forced to seek medical help, but he was on a two-wheeler, and this was something that happened in the early hours in the southern Bengaluru. The deceased name is Venkat Raman. He was a resident of the Balaji Nagar in Ittamadu, and he developed serious chest pain, and that was around 3:30 a.m. while at home. And around 3:30 a.m. this is what happened. He had reportedly suffered minor chest inconvenience, chest pain, which is what he had suffered, and his condition deteriorated rapidly and he could not get any sort of help. And this shows civic apathy and the help the relatives wanted, the wife wanted, but she couldn't achieve. No medical support, no medical attention was received by the lady, and the man died because of this. Because time is very crucial when you have to save somebody's life. Medical emergency situation demands immediate response from the medical evacuation teams, from ambulances from the doctors. Had it been that he would have received quick response from the medical teams, this life would have saved.
Yes.
The family alleges that despite diagnosis, emergency treatment was not initiated.
Thank you for getting those details. Definitely civic apathy can be seen there, viewers, with no support coming in for a fellow citizen. We will be getting back. I need to move ahead right now. We have put our focus. Goa Airport is these pictures, live shots coming from Goa Airport. This is the Luthra brothers at the Goa Airport after the Delhi court grants transit remand. The Goa Police are with the owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Goa's Arpura, which remember that's where the tragic fire incident had taken place. This is Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra have touched down in Goa just a day after the Delhi court granted a 2-day transit remand. The move marks a very, very important step into deadly fire that killed 25 people earlier this month. First Republic, pictures coming in from the Goa Airport, First Republic. It's time for the Luthra brothers to face the law after being deported from Thailand. Visuals coming in, viewers. Earlier we show you visuals of them touching down yesterday, where they came from Thailand and then they touched down on Indian soil. And right now, they are at the Goa airport. They were arrested immediately after touching down on Indian soil yesterday. Let's go straight across to my colleague Sorali, who is in Goa. She has been getting us all those updates. Goa Police arrested the duo upon their arrival. And now we see that they are in Goa. What is next for the Luthra brothers, Sorali?
Yes, that is true. They'll be taken to Asilo for medical checkup, which is a district hospital in Mapsa, post which they'll be taken to Anjuna police station, post which they'll be taken to Anjuna police station, and then they'll be produced in the court of Mapsa.
Yes. Okay, we'll go to Sorali in a moment for now, but these are pictures coming in. Luthra brothers land in Goa airport. They were, remember, just getting you through the timeline, once the brothers were detained by Thai police in Phuket after the Indian authorities initiated steps to suspend their passports and sought their deportation. Yesterday, they were deported. The deportation was carried out following due legal process under the India-Thailand extradition framework. The accused are right now in Goa. Investigators will question them specifically on the lapses, the safety, compliance, event permissions, and their role in organizing the fire show that led to one of the deadliest nightclub fires in the state's recent history, viewers. So we'll go back to Sorali in a short while from now to help our viewers understand what is next for the Luthra brothers. They are facing a lot of criminal charges. A criminal case was registered at the Arpura Anjuna police station under section 105, 125, 125A, 125B. And these sections relate to negligence and acts endangering human life. The pictures coming in from the Goa airport. The Goa police had formally arrested both of them when they arrived in Delhi and had produced them before the Patiala House Court yesterday, seeking permission to take them to Goa for further investigation. The court granted a 48-hour transit remand and directed authorities to ensure that the accused are provided with the medicines they required during the transit. Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. We'll go back to Sorali in a short while from now. And these pictures are coming in. So next for the Luthra brothers, like Sorali was telling us, they will be produced at the Mapusa court. So that's the next step and the next stage in the investigation, where both the brothers will be produced at the Mapusa court. They also will be interrogated on the lapses which have come out during the preliminary investigation. Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra have reached Goa airport. And this is following their arrest at Delhi's IGI airport. The brothers were deported to India from Thailand, ending a 10-day international search after the deadly fire at their nightclub that claimed 25 lives. A Delhi court had earlier granted Goa Police a 2-day transit remand to facilitate their transfer. Luthra brothers will be produced next before a judicial magistrate in Mapusa, Goa, as the investigation into the incident is continuing. Now, both these brothers fled India on December 7th, hours after a fire at the nightclub claimed 25 lives. They had been staying at a hotel in Phuket and were deported to India under escort by the Thai authorities. They were first detained in Thailand, now we see that they have finally landed to face the law. Let's go back to my colleague Sorali. Pictures coming in of the Luthra brothers, and we have been highlighting this for a long time now as we have been doing the coverage of the tragic fire which took place, as we have been telling our viewers that the brothers tried to evade the law, but not for long. Now that they're here, now they're arrested, next they will be produced at the Mapusa court. Sorali.
Yes, that's true. They'll be taken to Asilo District Medical Hospital for the medical checkup, and then they'll be taken to Anjuna Police Station, wherein this entire case has been registered. We all know that FIR has been registered under the sections of BNS 105, 125 and 287, post which they'll be produced in the Mapsa court, wherein we'll understand how many days of remand is being allotted to Goa Police for further investigation. We all know that there are several big questions for several lapses. Corruption is also investigated. The angle of corruption is also investigated. We all know that in only 2 days in 2023, trade license was availed by the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers. So in only 2 days, we all know that several permissions and licenses are required to avail a trade license for any such business to operate. May it be fire NOC or town planning permission or pollution control board permission, and there are several such permissions required. So without getting proper approval, how trade license being availed? On the other hand, government officers are suspended. More than 9 arrests are done in this entire case. Only one is missing. That is the actual landowner of wherein the Birch by Romeo Lane Nightclub was constructed. Khosla is still on run. So we know now that they'll be taken to Anjuna Police Station, post which Luthra brothers will produce in the Mapsa court. We are going to keep you updated.
Yes, Surali, getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Surali, I want to stay with you because what we have to tell our viewers is how these brothers try to leave the country. You know, when the firefighters are working so hard to extinguish the fire, they were busy booking a ticket to leave the country, and they successfully did that. They went to Thailand. Now, what exactly was the reasoning for that?
Yes, exactly. We have been continuously tracking the story, and we have been telling our viewers how they have evaded the entire process of interrogation and arrest. We all know that around the midnight, this tragic incident in North Goa unfolded in the Arpora region. And around 1:17 a.m., the Luthra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, booked their tickets. Around 5:30 a.m., they take a flight to Phuket, and their legal team puts out arguments in front of court which totally lacks rationale. They claim that they were on a business trip. They were there with a business purpose, business reason. But Goa Council puts out the argument saying that immediately after the tragic fire incident unfolded, the Goa Police had raided the Luthra brothers' residence, wherein not even a single person was found. So it clearly puts out the intent that they were not on a business trip. They had evaded the arrest. They had evaded the law of the land. And we know the kind of arguments that were being put out by the Luthra brothers themselves and the legal team. Initially, they demanded for the anticipatory bail for a month. Then they started saying that they are ready to cooperate with the investigation. They are ready to fly back to India, but they should not be arrested. Meanwhile, they put out a post on social media saying that in this tough times, we stand with the families and we are ready to help. But the entire process and entire sequence of this entire story case tells us that how insensitive, there was a lack of accountability and credibility in the terms where owners of this nightclub Birch by Romeo Lane, wherein this tragic fire incident unfolded because fire NOC was missing, the proper adequate properties and tools to save people from fire were missing, and that's the reason. There's only one entry and exit to enter the building. We have seen through our visuals how the fire has engulfed the entire nightclub in the blazes, and people who went down in the kitchen area, in the bay area, which was constructed underground, there was no ventilation, no window, and that's why they have succumbed to death. And 2 people, 23 people. We need to remember this number. It is very, very important. 23 people have succumbed to death, and 2 people have burned because there was only single entry and exit to entire construction, entire building. We are continuously telling this entire story. We are giving you all the details from ground. You also know that these government officers, the former director of Panchayat, secretary of Panchayat, and former director of Pollution Control Board are also suspended, and there might be a crackdown on other government officers because the question is still the same: how much trade license issued in just 2 days? Because it's a long process to avail any trade license for any business to operate, for that matter, because there are several permissions required. So Goa Police is definitely going to be tough in interrogation. With Luthra brothers, we have shown you visuals just now. They have left from the Goa airport. They will be reaching in a very short while to Asilo Medical Hospital. It's a district hospital in Maharashtra, wherein the medical tests, medical checkups will be done, and then they will be taken to Anjuna Police Station, wherein this FIR has been registered. We also have to remember that 4 managers from the Birch by Romeo Lane Nightclub itself. The third partner of Luthra, that is Ajay Gupta, who has been claiming to media, saying that is a sleeping partner, but investigations suggest there's a possibility that they are quite active in the operations and management of the Romeo Lane Nightclub that is owned by Luthra in several locations of Goa. Bharat Kohli is also arrested by... pardon? Bharat Kohli is also arrested by the...
And Sonali, let's take up views on all the criminal charges that are against the Luthra brothers. We have seen that the charges are quite serious. And just take up views on those charges that have been filed against them.
FIR has been registered under the sections of BNS 105-125 AC and to be very specific, 105 is culpable homicide, attempt to murder. On the other hand, 125 A and B suggest that endangering the lives of people. On the other hand, 287 is regarding the inappropriate use of fire or combustible matter. We all know that there was a performer at the spot when the fire incident took place. There was a fire show that was being executed by the performer, by the same performer, and that became the major reason for this fire incident because the entire construction, entire building was engulfed in places where the tragic intensity. I need to tell our viewers that 23 people who have succumbed to death, they went down to take a shelter from this fire. They went in the underground kitchen. We have been constantly showing you through the visuals how and there was a water body surrounding the same building, but still people couldn't be saved. The reason behind this is that there's an underground construction. The kitchen was placed below the ground. You can understand how much dangerous was it, and people would have suffered. The way people would have suffered, and you also know that justice was demanded by the families of deceased and the people from Goa because it's very important that Goa is a tourism hotspot. There are several such nightclubs, restaurants and bars which are operating. Thousands of people from Goa, and this is a festive season. This is the month of December. New Year is supposed to come.
Yes, Sonali, well, we're coming back after a short break, viewers. Pictures coming in from the Goa airport. Luthra brothers land at the Goa airport. Next, they will be taken to the Mapusa court. They will finally face the law. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Just a moment back, Luthra brothers have finally landed in Goa. They will be interrogated by the cops and they will face the law. All this much more coming up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Shocking case of triple murder in UP Shamli. Man shoots wife and two daughters over a burqa dispute.
अभी ये मत लो यार। अच्छा ठीक बिल्कुल मैं मेरा राइट है Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
Congress maintains insult to armed forces of Sindhur, says did not make any distasteful remark.
और कांग्रेस की एक आदत सी बन गई है कि देश को अपमानित करना, सेना के शौर्य को अपमानित करना, ये देश कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा।
BJP hits out at Congress party, says they have a habit of towing Pakistan line. Luthra duo in custody of Goa Police to be taken to Mapusa court upon landing in Goa. Indian Army completes Apache fleet as final batch arrives. Viewers, the Luthra brothers, owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, landed in Goa just a short while back after their deportation from Thailand. Learned that Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra were seated in the last row of the aircraft, accompanied by 4 to 5 officials from Indian authorities and the enforcement agencies to avoid disturbing other passengers. They are now have landed in Goa, where they will be produced before the Mapusa court. Meanwhile, security has been heightened as they landed in Goa a short while back. So we're getting those pictures coming in from the Goa airport. We see that both the brothers have finally landed at the Goa airport. At the same time, we see that the owners have landed. The Goa police arrested the accused brothers after they were deported from Thailand. Let's go to Surali, who's joining us. Surali, after deportation from Thailand, the Goa police sought transit remand of the nightclub owners. After the transit remand, the Goa police got them here where they are. What is next for the Luthra brothers? We know they will be produced in court very soon.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you that they have been taken to Asilo Hospital, which is a district hospital in Maharashtra, for the medical checkup, and then they'll be immediately moved to Anjuna Police Station, where we all know that FIR has been registered. This entire case is in the jurisdiction of Anjuna Police Station under the sections of PNS 105, 125 and 287, post which they'll be produced in the Maharashtra court, where we will understand how many days of remand is given to the Goa police for further interrogation, as several aspects, several layers and several angles of investigation are to be explored by the Goa police, and indefinitely Goa police is going to go tough on the interrogation with the Luthra brothers, and everything will be asked. How was the trade license availed in just 2 days without all the measures, checks and balances in place? Maybe fire energy, or allegedly it was in a CR, that zone, that is coastal regulation zone, and how many other illegal businesses are being operated by Luthra brothers, if any. All those angles will be investigated by the Goa police, and a lot of information, lot of inputs are expected from the Luthra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy and owners of Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, wherein this tragic fire incident unfolded. 25 people had to lose their lives. We also know that around 9 arrests have been done in this entire case, including the third partner, Ajay Gupta, who is claiming there is a sleeping partner, but there is a possibility that, according to highly placed sources in Goa police, there's a possibility that he was very active in the management of Romeo Lane nightclubs across the state of Goa. Also, Birch police is arrested. On the other hand, 3 government officers are suspended, who are the former director of Pollution Control Board, former director and secretary of Panchayat, because several such licenses were approved without the parameters in place, due to which people had to lose, innocent people had to lose their lives. And when 25 people die, 25 families are devastated. Several were the staff members of the Birch nightclub itself. They had come from various states of India, and even from Nepal for that matter, Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttarakhand and Nepal. That's all information we have right now. As soon as they reach to Anjuna Police Station, after all the formalities are done, they'll be produced in the Maharashtra court. Back to you.
Yes, and Surali, I also want to ask our viewers a little bit more about, ask you to tell our viewers about what exactly has been happening over the past few days. It took 10-11 days to deport both these brothers, and they, of course, had their own reasoning as to why they left India. Some of them say that, the lawyers say that perhaps it was because they had other business plans. But, of course, it was a very clear attempt to evade the law here.
Yes, that's true. All the efforts were being made to rid the law of land and avoid arrest and interrogation. As we all know that around midnight on the 6th December, this tragic incident unfolded. It was a tragic night and 25 people had to lose their lives post-switch in just an hour. At 1:17 a.m., Luthra brothers booked their tickets, and at 5:30 a.m., they fly to Thailand for Phuket. They fly to Phuket in Thailand. Post-which an FIR is being registered, a lookout notice is being sent, after which it comes into the light that Luthra brothers have fled the country, post-which Interpol releases a blue corner notice to check about the whereabouts of these Luthra brothers. And then
कल एक फैसला अदालत का आया और यह फैसला क्या है? क्या यह क्लीन चिट है? क्या यह टेक्निकल आधार पर दिया गया है? यह स्पष्ट होना बहुत ही आवश्यक है, क्योंकि हम सब जानते हैं जो नकली गांधी परिवार है, यह केवल फरेब, धोखा, प्रोपेगेंडा, इस पर ही जीवित रहता है। तो मैं ये बता दूं, दो मामले। पहला मामला एक प्राइवेट कंप्लेंट जो कि फाइल करी गई सुब्रमण्यम स्वामी जी द्वारा, और इस प्राइवेट कंप्लेंट में धाराएं क्या थी? धाराएं थी 403 डिसऑनेस्ट मिस एप्रोप्रिएशन ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी, 406 क्रिमिनल ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट, और सबसे जरूरी 420 चीटिंग, धोखाधड़ी। ये आरोप लगे सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी पे। ये पहला मामला है। आज सवाल यह है, क्या ये पहला मामला निरस्त हो गया? क्या ये खत्म हो गया? तो तथ्य यह है कि ये जो पहला मामला है, इसका ट्रायल अभी भी चल रहा है। सोनिया गांधी एक्यूज नंबर 1 अभी भी है, राहुल गांधी एक्यूज नंबर 2 अभी भी है। दूसरा तथ्य यह है, ये जो 420 चीटिंग, धोखाधड़ी का मामला है, नेशनल हेरल्ड एजेल कंपनी की 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति जो इन्होंने हड़पी है, इसमें 7 साल की सजा है, और यह मामला अभी चल रहा है, खत्म नहीं हुआ है। यह बात कांग्रेस पार्टी ना किसी को बता रही है, और जब पत्रकार बंधुओं ने यह सवाल आज प्रेस वार्ता में पूछा, तो ना मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के पास इसका कोई उत्तर था, और ना अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी, जो मेरे साथी हैं, वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हैं, उनके पास कोई उत्तर था। तीसरा तथ्य, सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी, दे आर एक्यूज्ड इन दिस ट्रायल एंड दे आर आउट ऑन बेल। आज भी वो बेल पे बाहर हैं 420 करने के आरोप पर। वो मामला है अभी। और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि सबसे भ्रष्टाचारी परिवार पूरे विश्व में राजनीति में कोई है तो वो नकली गांधी परिवार है। 3 सदस्य, सोनिया गांधी जी बेल पे बाहर, राहुल गांधी बेल पे बाहर, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा बेल पे बाहर। ये बेलगाड़ी है, बेलगाड़ी, जैसा आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी कहते हैं। और मैं ये बता दूं, ये बहुत अहम बात है, ये जो पहला मामला है 420 का, 7 साल की सजा हो सकती है इसमें। इसको निरस्त कराने के लिए दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट गई सोनिया गांधी और साथ में राहुल गांधी। आदेश क्या हुआ? प्रथम दृष्टया दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने कहा कि यह मामला बहुत ही गंभीर है, इसको हम क्वॉश नहीं करेंगे। उसके बाद ये देखिए, मेरे हाथ में आदेश है, सोनिया गांधी जी का नाम लिखा हुआ है, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय जाती हैं। यह आदेश है 12 जून 2016 का। भ्रष्टाचारी एक्यूज्ड गांधी परिवार, सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय गए। क्या सर्वोच्च न्यायालय से इनको कोई राहत मिली? तो मैं एक लाइन पढ़ देता हूं 2016 के इस आदेश से, जिसमें सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने क्या टिप्पणी करी। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा, इन रिजेक्टिंग द प्रेयर फॉर क्वॉशिंग द प्रोसीडिंग अगेंस्ट द पिटिशनर्स is concerned, we find no justification in interfering therewith. कोई वजह नहीं है कि इस मामले को निरस्त किया जाए। राजनीतिक द्वेष नहीं दिखाई दिया। और आज मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, डॉक्टर अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी क्या बोले? राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है। तो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने तो कहा यह राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर राजनीतिक द्वेष से कोई मामला है तो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का ही जजमेंट है, भजनलाल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बेंच, कि वो मामला निरस्त किया जा सकता है। नहीं किया गया। अब दूसरी बात यह आती है, डॉक्टर अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी क्या ये नहीं जानते, प्राइवेट कंप्लेंट में जहां न्यायालय ने संज्ञान लिया है, राजनीतिक द्वेष कहां से आ जाएगा? संज्ञान तो न्यायालय ले रहा है, पुलिस तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर नहीं रही, एफआईआर तो है नहीं। तो ये जो राजनीतिक द्वेष वाला इनका तर्क है, ये पूरी तरह से गिर जाता है। इसके साथ मैं एक बात और जरूर कहना चाहता हूं। कल एक प्रेस वार्ता पवन खेड़ा जी ने करी, और वो प्रेस वार्ता में जिन शब्दों का प्रयोग हुआ, उससे सबको बड़ी पीड़ा हुई है, हर भारतीय को, और खासकर गांधीनगर के जो निवासी हैं। एक वक्तव्य दिया गया, गैंग्स ऑफ गांधीनगर, गैंग्स ऑफ गांधीनगर। ये गैंग्स ऑफ गांधीनगर क्या है? अगर इनकी ही भाषा में जवाब दिया जाए तो भारत के लोग तो कहते हैं डकैत ऑफ इटली, डेकॉइट्स ऑफ इटली। ये लोग भारत को लूटने आते हैं, लूटते हैं, बिना नागरिक हुए वोट करने का प्रयास करते हैं, और उसके बाद गांधीनगर के जो हमारे नागरिक हैं, ईमानदार, मेहनती, कर्मठ, देश प्रेमी, उनका अपमान करते हैं इस तरह से। तो मैं कह देता हूं, पवन खेड़ा जी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए, खड़गे जी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए पूरे देश से। और जो प्रश्न हम लोग उठाने जा रहे हैं, ये बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं। ये जो कल फैसला आया है, ये दूसरा मामला है। ये क्या मामला है मैं आपको बता दूं। पीएमएलए का कानून है मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का। आप एक प्रेडिकेट ऑफेंस होना आवश्यक है, जिसकी सूची पीएमएलए एक्ट ऑफ 2002 में दी गई है। और ये जो सारे 420 इंडियन पीनल कोड का ये प्रेडिकेट ऑफेंस है। लेकिन कल न्यायाधीश जी ने ये कहा क्योंकि ये प्राइवेट कंप्लेंट है, इसलिए एफआईआर नहीं है, तो मैं इसका संज्ञान नहीं ले रहा। ये टेक्निकल बात थी। लेकिन हमें नहीं भूलना चाहिए इसके साथ और क्या क्या कहा। उसी फैसले में यह कहा है कि ईडी कैन कंटिन्यू विद फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन। ईडी अपनी जांच को आगे बढ़ा सकती है। उस मामले को निरस्त नहीं किया न्यायालय ने। अब विधिक तौर पे यह भी हमें पता होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये ट्रायल कोर्ट का फैसला है, इसको इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी अगर चाहे तो उच्च न्यायालय में भी चुनौती दे सकती है, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में भी जा सकती है, फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी कर सकती है। तो ये क्या जीत है? ये हो हल्ला है किस बात का? और एक बड़ा संदेश मैं यहां से कुछ बिंदु उठा के देना चाहता हूं। आप याद करिए राहुल गांधी जी और अभी गौरव गोगोई जी ने संसद के पटल पर क्या कहा। उन्होंने कहा भारत की जुडिशरी कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है। ये गौरव गोगोई जी का वक्तव्य है। राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा भारत की जुडिशरी ये दो लोग चला रहे हैं। तो आज हमारे ट्रायल कोर्ट के जो न्यायाधीश हैं, आप देखिए वो संविधान संगत फैसला कांग्रेस तो मान रही है, तो यह भी स्पष्ट हो गया कि भारत का लोकतंत्र मजबूत है, जुडिशरी भी मजबूत है और यहां जितनी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं हैं वो सब मजबूत हैं। दूसरी बात, ये लोग पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की करते हैं और आज ही की प्रेस वार्ता में खड़गे जी ने ये बात उठाई। उन्होंने कहा इंटेरोगेशन राहुल गांधी जी का, सोनिया गांधी जी का ईडी ने किया था। अब आप देखिए, जब ये कहते हैं कि जांच एजेंसियों पे दबाव है, ये इंटेरोगेशन होने के बाद अरेस्ट नहीं हुई। अब आप देखिए निष्पक्षता, इस पे खड़गे जी क्या बोलेंगे। आज उन्हें न्यायपालिका अच्छी लग रही है। ये वैसे ही है जैसे निर्वाचन आयोग तेलंगाना, कर्नाटका, हिमाचल के परिणाम आने के बाद अच्छा हो जाता है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा और दिल्ली जब इसके परिणाम आते हैं तो खराब हो जाता है, वोट चोरी हो जाती है। यह दोहरा रवैया ये क्या दिखाता है? ये दिखाता है कांग्रेस पार्टी अंदर से खोखली हो गई है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास अब मादा नहीं रहा कि वो भारत के संविधान के तहत कार्य कर सके। और ये नेशनल हेरल्ड मामले में कुछ सवाल जनता पूछ रही है। पहला सवाल जनता ये पूछ रही है, ये राजनीतिक पार्टी इसको 2000 करोड़ रुपए की जो संपत्ति है एजेएल की, इसमें इतनी रुचि क्यों है? इनका काम तो समाज सेवा होना चाहिए, देश को मजबूत करना होना चाहिए। 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति एजेएल में, और उसमें रुचि सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी की। और आप धोखाधड़ी देखिए, धोखाधड़ी ऐसी वैसी नहीं। 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति थी एजेएल में, 90 करोड़ रुपए का ऋण था, ऋण 90 करोड़ का। तो कोई और होता तो 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति में 100 करोड़ की संपत्ति कम भाव में भी बेच के 90 करोड़ का ऋण चुका देता। बचता कितना? 1900 करोड़। लेकिन नहीं, सोनिया गांधी जी 38% स्टेक लेती हैं और राहुल गांधी 38% स्टेक लेते हैं। एक कंपनी यंग इंडिया, और 50 लाख रुपए का पेमेंट करते हैं एजेएल को। 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति अब किसके नाम है? जो मेजॉरिटी स्टेक होल्डर है यंग इंडिया में, राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी। रुपया कितना दिया? 50 लाख। संपत्ति कितनी पाई? 2000 करोड़। ऋण था केवल 90 करोड़ का। और बड़ी बात क्या है, देखिए, ऐसे ही कोई इनको डेकॉइट ऑफ इटली के डकैत नहीं बुलाता है। जो 50 लाख दिया था वो भी अपनी जेब से नहीं दिया था सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी ने। वो भी एक कंपनी थी डोटेक्स, डोटेक्स ने 1 करोड़ रुपया दिया, उसमें से 50 लाख दिया। मतलब चवन्नी अपनी जेब से नहीं गई और 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति इन्होंने अपने कंट्रोल में ले ली। अब पहले केस के बारे में जो मैंने प्रश्न पूछे, उसका उत्तर सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी में तो हिम्मत ही नहीं है कि दे दे। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी नहीं दे रहे। अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी विधि के ज्ञाता है, लेकिन दबाव में इतने हैं कि जब वो प्रेस वार्ता कर रहे थे तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि राहुल गांधी के लिए बोलने के लिए वो संविधान को, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट को और जो हमारी प्रोसीजरल कोड्स हैं उनको दरकिनार कर रहे हैं। दूसरा, ये जो सवाल पूछे हैं 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति का आपको करना क्या है। तीसरा बड़ा एक और इसका बिंदु है, वो है कई प्रॉपर्टीज ऐसी हैं जिसमें एक एक प्रॉपर्टी से 60 लाख रुपए रेंट प्रति माह आ रहा है। 60 लाख रुपए एक प्रॉपर्टी से। अब 60 लाख रुपए अगर रेंट एक प्रॉपर्टी से आ रहा है तो 50 लाख रुपए दे के आप 2000 करोड़ रुपए ले रहे हैं। क्यों? यह दिखाता है कि कितने महाधूर्त हैं, ये महाभ्रष्टाचारी हैं, महापापी हैं, और इनका काम केवल एक है, लूट खसोट करो और नकली गांधी परिवार की तिजोरी भरो। मैं एक लाइन और पढ़ना चाहता हूं। यह दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय का जो जजमेंट था उसका पैरा 4 है और पैरा 5। Undisputedly, National Herald building is a prime property in New Delhi, which was leased out for commercial purpose, and AGL is receiving rental of 60 lakh rupees per month in respect of this property alone. और दूसरा, thus AGL became a wholly owned company of Young India by merely paying 50 lakhs, and in this manner, Young India acquired complete control of AGL, which had real estate assets of at least 2000 crores. High Court कह रहा है दिल्ली का. In prime areas of New Delhi, Lucknow, Bhopal, Mumbai, Indore, Patna, Panchkula and other places, according to respondent complainant, the conservative real estate worth of AGL is 5000 crores. दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय क्या कह रहा है, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय क्या कह रहा है, यह मैंने आपको बता दिया। और उसके बाद भी इतना हो हल्ला कांग्रेस हेडक्वार्टर में, जो प्रश्न जनता पूछ रही है उस पर कोई उत्तर नहीं। आज ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, डेकॉइट्स ऑफ इटली, नकली गांधी परिवार सबसे बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी है, और इनका एक ही असूल है, मीठा मीठा गपगप, कड़वा कड़वा थू थू। आज न्यायपालिका अच्छी है, जो जजमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट, हाई कोर्ट, ट्रायल कोर्ट के आते हैं, इनके लिए सुविधाजनक नहीं होते हैं, तो ये न्यायपालिका पे भी उंगली उठाते हैं, और यही काम निर्वाचन आयोग के लिए करते हैं। तो मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, जो लोग आज कह रहे हैं ये राहत है, आगे चल के देखते हैं, जो ट्रायल अभी चल रहा है, अगर ऐसा होता है कि 7 साल की सजा होती है, जो कि मुमकिन है, तब यही कांग्रेस पार्टी, यही नकली गांधी परिवार, यही मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी न्यायपालिका में ऐसी ही आस्था व्यक्त करेंगे। ये उम्मीद हमें जरूर है। धन्यवाद। इफ देयर आर एनी क्वेश्चंस वी कैन टेक देम।
प्रश्न अगर ठीक है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Getting you some more updates coming in, viewers. The Indian Army has gone ahead and inducted the final batch of the 3 Apache AH-64E attack helicopters, completing its planned fleet with the first pictures of the newly arrived flying tanks emerging. The arrival of the last helicopters marks a significant boost to the Army Aviation Corps combat capabilities, enhancing precision strike, close air support and battlefield survivability. As Apaches are equipped with advanced sensors, weapons, systems and night fighting abilities. First pictures on your screen, viewers, coming in, first pictures coming in. These are one of the most powerful helicopters, multi-role combat helicopters that you're seeing on your screen. Exclusive pictures only on Republic TV. Indian Army receiving the final batch of the 3 AH-64E Apache attack helicopters, completing its 6-unit fleet at the Army Aviation Squadron based in Jodhpur, Rajasthan. The helicopters landed at Hindon Air Force Station before being inducted into service. I want to go to Ishan, who's joining us. Ishan, these are some of the most advanced multi-role combat helicopters, and they have a cutting-edge avionics sensors and weapon systems. Just help our viewers understand why this is a significant addition to India's defense.
Absolutely. The Indian Army received these AH-64 Apache helicopters. These helicopters are known as the flying tank. They were received at the Hindon Air Base yesterday, and the visuals are shown that these three helicopters. Now, these three helicopters complete the squadron of the Indian Army that had ordered these helicopters long ago. Now, what has happened is these helicopters have a lot of multitude of weapons ranging all the way from Hellfire missiles to the 30 chain gun, and most importantly, heat-seeking missiles and air-to-ground attack capabilities. These helicopters will be inducted in a multi-role capacity in the Indian Army, wherein they will be providing close combat support to the Indian troops and Indian infantry. Apart from that, they will also play a very crucial anti-armor role, and this will be in addition to the LCH Prachand that have already been inducted with the Indian Army Aviation Wing. These helicopters are primarily very important for the Indian Army because these will be patrolling mostly in the western sector, which have vast swaths of open land, and armor and mobile infantry vehicles can move very quickly in these regions. And these helicopters will play this crucial role of stemming the progression of these vehicles.
Yes, Sean, taking a short break right now. Thank you for getting us those pictures. A big boost to the Indian defense, offensive and deterrence capabilities along the western border. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. On the other side, we put our focus on some of the other stories coming in. Shocking case of triple murder in UP Shamli. Man shoots wife and two daughters over a burqa dispute. Congress maintains insult to the armed forces over Operation Sindhur and says it did not make any distasteful remark.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The world is teetering on the brink of a possible third world war, which could end up in a nuclear Armageddon.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The world is teetering on the brink of a possible third world war, which could end up in a nuclear Armageddon. I am not saying this. This is a clear statement, a clear.
Thank you for joining us on this wheel of the breaking news bulletin. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to you at 12 p.m. with three big stories, and a story we broke last night of the Congress insulting the army on Vijay Divas. We felt this morning, when we go back to Prithviraj Chavan, who served as a union minister very close to the Vadra Gandhi family and has been a former chief minister, we felt he would apologize, but he has not. He has doubled down. All that and more coming up, including an exclusive on Parth Pawar. Here are the headlines this afternoon. Pro-Pak Congress defends the insult. Prithviraj Chavan says no question of an apology for taking a pro-Pakistan line.
Okay. Right to ask questions. अभी ये मत लो यार। अच्छा ठीक। बिल्कुल मेरा राइट है। Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
Prithviraj Chavan cites the Constitution. When asked for the apology, says he will not give one. He justifies his insult to the army. Congress leadership goes completely silent on Prithviraj Chavan's statement insulting the army. No apology. Top leaders have gone completely silent, backing Prithviraj Chavan. It's the burqa triple murder. A man kills his wife and two daughters, young daughters, over not wearing a burqa, buries them at home in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. Murder takes place 6 days ago. There are pictures of the excavation, bodies excavated after 6 days in Shamli, Uttar Pradesh, of the wife and two daughters. And ladies and gentlemen, Republic, the only national media network independent, not giving up on Parth Pawar, the scam and how he got away. His signature is on paper. Signature that proves he pushed the envelope to get the land, a sweet deal to snatch government land. Ladies and gentlemen, senior Congress leader and former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan today chose defiance over apology. Confronted over his remarks on India's armed forces, he refused to apologize, insisting that an apology was out of question and invoking the Constitution this morning with the media to justify himself. Chavan's original statement last night of the Congress party is no small leader, that India was completely defeated during Operation Sindhur and that the Indian Air Force was fully grounded, and his public questioning of whether the country even needs a large Indian army of 12 lakh were a direct affront coming on Vijay Divas. Let's show you the pictures and the graphics of what he said. He said it on the 16th of December, yesterday, on Vijay Divas. And coming from a former chief minister and someone very, very close to the Vadra Gandhi family, his remarks mirror the Pakistan narrative pushed by both Islamabad and Beijing after Operation Sindhur. This is exactly what China, Pakistan said. And it's not about silencing dissent or political disagreement. It's about drawing a firm line where he should have stopped. He should have apologized this morning. He did not. Congress has a record of making such statements. Pictures showed how we destroyed Pakistan air bases in Operation Sindhur and taught them a lesson that they will never forget. For the Pahalgam attack in April this year, it's a shame that they chose to first make that statement and today defend it. Here's what Prithviraj Chavan said last night and how he defended it this morning.
पहिल्या दिवशी आपला संपूर्ण पराभव झाला. 7 तारखेला जे हवाई युद्ध अर्ध्या तासात झालं त्यामध्ये आपला टोटल पराभव झाला. हे कोणी मान्य करो अगर न करो. आणि त्यामुळे त्या दिवशी भारताची जी विमानं पडली त्या दिवशी सगळा भारताचा एअरफोर्स हा ग्राउंड झाला आणि त्यानंतर एकही विमान उडलं नाही. पण कुठेही विमान उडलं की पाकिस्तानचं तुमचं विमान ग्वाल्हेर असेल किंवा भटिंडा असेल किंवा सिरसा असेल तिथं वाढायची शक्यता असल्यामुळं आपलं कम्प्लीट एअरफोर्स ग्राउंड झालं.
मैं बाद में आराम से बात करूंगा. अभी आराम से बात करेंगे. सर आपको ये जो बयान है उस पर आप माफी मांग रहे हैं? बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता. बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता. हाँ जी सर. नहीं सवाल नहीं उठता. सवाल मैं बात करूंगा ना डिटेल में. माफी मांगने का सवाल. माफी कहाँ मांगू? लेकिन आपके हिसाब से स्टेटमेंट गलत था क्या सर? बिल्कुल लोग मीडिया में वही सब जगह ऐसे ही चला कि अपमान हुआ है. मैं करूंगा डिटेल बात करूंगा जी. आई विल टॉक टू मीडिया प्रॉपर्ली. सो आर यू अपोलोजाइजिंग राइट नाउ? अरे आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन. ओके. माय राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस. अभी ये मत लो यार. अच्छा ठीक. बिल्कुल मेरा राइट है. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स मी राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस.
Joining me on the broadcast this afternoon is Aishanya Dwivedi. We spoke a few months back, Aishanya, on the aftermath of Operation Sindhur. In fact, at that point, you were a little hesitant to, get into the politics of it. But hearing the statement, you just heard what a minister said, a former chief minister, he's been a union minister, very senior leader of the Congress party. His party has made such comments after Operation Sindhur. Wanted to get your response to it.
See, if he says that it has got the right to question, my question to him is, why are you questioning Indian Army? If you want to question in whatever way, in political way. But this is a national thing. This is something which involves nation, which involves army, which does not involve any political thing. Pahalgam, Operation Sindhur, Operation Mahadev, any actions taken against the act, terrorist act happened in Pahalgam, is everything related to army. There's nothing related to any party. Still somebody who's an Indian coming up and asking these questions the army, not any political leaders. Not any political leaders. It is you are disrespecting Indian Army. And if he is well educated, he should know this, that in the satellite we have got the pictures where it is shown clearly that the terrorist base which were destroyed. In the satellite image, it is shown clearly. Still, these people coming up and questioning things like that, it is directly an insult to Indian Army, directly an insult to national investigation authorities. It is an insult to them. And he should apologize for it. ये डर्टी पॉलिटिक्स को आप मत घुसाइए इस इंडियन आर्मी और अपने जितने भी डिफेंस के लोग हैं उनके बीच में. Keep your politics with you. This is about India. This is about Indian Army.
Aishanya Dwivedi is the wife of Shubham Dwivedi. She lost her husband in the Pahalgam attack. And when we spoke, and she was on the Republic campus, and she spoke about our armed forces, saluting our armed forces for teaching Pakistan a lesson. We taught them a lesson, Aishanya, but this Congress party leader says our Air Force was defeated. The words he used were, our Air Force was defeated. And he asked whether we need an army at all. So, do you think the party leadership should apologize? Because it's gone too far. Even when you were here, there were some controversial comments.
Yes. See, first of all, he need to apologize. Because I am again saying it is not about any political party. It is about Indian Army. Second of all, when he comes up and says we do not need defense system, then he should understand that if he's sleeping at his house properly, if he's at his home, if his family is safe, it is all because of the Indian Army. It is all because of the defense system. It is not because of him or anyone else. It is about the defense system. They keep us safe. They keep us alive. If at home, if here I'm alive, if there he is alive, it's the reason of Indian Army. The way he's saying we don't need Indian Army, we do need. And air base, as he said, कि air base ने aircraft ने सारा काम किया था and everything. There was no Indian Army and groundwork related. That is how they work. जहाँ पे जिस चीज की जरूरत होगी वहां वो काम करेंगे. ऐसा नहीं. The way he is doing right now, questioning Indian Army, where he just want to put BJP down without using his mind. The same thing he thinks the Indian Army do. उनको जहाँ जरूरत होगी वो उसका ही काम करेंगे. जहाँ एयर फोर्स की जरूरत होगी वहाँ एयर फोर्स, जहाँ नेवी की जरूरत होगी वहाँ नेवी की जरूरत होगी. ये who is he to question? Who are we to question that?
Yeah. Ashanya, I thank you for joining us, on this broadcast.
you.
We felt we should, just get a sense of what the victims feel when you hear such politics. Thank you for joining us. Didn't want to drag you in, but wanted to get your view on this. The Prime Minister speaking at the Ethiopian Parliament. I'm having to cut across. Let's cut across for a few minutes.
In this great building, your laws are shaped. Here, the will of the people becomes the will of the state. And when the will of the state is in harmony with the will of the people, the wheel of programs moves forward with hope and purpose. Through you, I am also speaking to your farmers in the fields, to the entrepreneurs building new ideas, to the proud women leading communities and institutions, and to the young people of Ethiopia who are shaping the future. I thank you for the immense privilege. Yesterday, I was also honored to receive the Grand Honor Nishan of Ethiopia from my dear friend, Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed. I accept this award with folded hands, with humility, on behalf of the people of India. Am Sagnalo. Honorable members, Ethiopia is one of the oldest civilizations in human history. Here, history is alive in the mountains, in the valleys, and in the hearts of the Ethiopian people. Today, Ethiopia stands tall because its roots are deep. To stand in Ethiopia is to stand where the past is honored, the present is full of purpose, and the future is welcomed with open hearts. The blend of old and new, this balance between ancient wisdom and modern ambition, this is the true strength of Ethiopia. The spirit of Medemar or synergy is very familiar to us in India. Like the monolithic churches of Lalibela, the ancient rock temples of Tamil Nadu in India are also prayers set in stone. We too are an ancient civilization, walking confidently into the future. With the call of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and effort. Our emotions for our motherland also reflect our shared perspectives. India's national song, Vande Mataram, and the Ethiopian national anthem, both refer to our land as the mother. They inspire us to take pride in the heritage, culture, national beauty, and protect the motherland. Honorable members, science has traced some of the earliest footprints of our species in Ethiopia. When the world speaks of Lucy, of Dinkinesh, they are not speaking only of fossil. They are speaking of a beginning. A beginning that belongs to all of us, whether we live in Addis Ababa or in Ayodhya. In India, we say, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The world is one family. It reminds us that beyond politics, beyond borders, beyond differences, we share a common origin. And if our beginning was shared, then our destiny must also be shared. Honorable members, India and Ethiopia share warmth in climate as well as in spirit. Nearly 2,000 years ago, our ancestors built connections across great waters. Across the Indian Ocean, merchants sailed with spices, cotton, coffee, and gold. But they traded more than goods. They exchanged ideas, stories, and way of life. Ports like Adulis and Dholera were not just trade centers. They were bridges between civilizations. In modern times, our relationship entered a new era. Indian soldiers fought alongside Ethiopians for the liberation of Ethiopia in 1941. Our formal diplomatic relations began soon after India became independent. But even before embassies were set up, our people had already started writing a new chapter together. Thousands of Indian teachers came to Ethiopia. They taught children in Addis Ababa, in Dire Dawa, from Bahirdar to Mekele. They reached Ethiopian schools and entered Ethiopian hearts. Even today, many Ethiopian parents speak warmly about Indian teachers who shaped the future of their children. And just as Indian teachers came here, Ethiopian students also traveled to India, seeking knowledge and friendship. They went to India as students and returned home as the builders of modern Ethiopia. I am told that some of them are present here in this parliament right now. Including the Honorable Speaker Thagese Chapo. They have also played a special role in building our people-to-people ties because they introduced Ethiopian cuisine in India. In India, we also enjoy eating Sri Anna, millets like ragi and bajra. So, the flavor of Ethiopian taf is very comforting for us. And since we enjoy eating the Indian thali, the European bayanetu also feels very familiar to us. Honorable members, today Indian companies are among the largest foreign investors in Ethiopia. They have invested more than $5 billion in diverse sectors like textiles, manufacturing, agriculture, health, and more. And they have created more than 75,000 local jobs. But I'm sure we can all agree our partnership has a lot more potential. That is why Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed and I took a big step forward yesterday. We have decided to elevate our bilateral relationship to the level of a strategic partnership. This will unleash the potential of our economics through cooperation in technology, innovation, mining, sustainability, and clean energy. It will also secure the future of our peoples through cooperation in food security, health security, and capacity building. In addition, we will also enhance our trade and investment cooperation as well as on defense and security matters. Honorable members, as developing countries, we have a lot to learn from and offer to each other. Agriculture forms the backbone of our two nations. It feeds our people. It sustains our farmers. It connects tradition with innovation. We can work together to develop better seeds, irrigation systems, and soil health technologies. As climate change affects rainfall and crop cycles, we can share knowledge in climate resilient farming, from dairy farming to farm mechanization, from millet research to food processing. Together, we can help our farmers prosper. Honorable members, in India, we have built a robust digital public infrastructure. It has transformed the way we deliver services and how people access them. Today, every citizen in India can use technology for payments, for identity, and for government services. More than half of the world's real-time digital payments now happen in India. Welfare benefits worth over $500 billion have reached hundreds of millions of beneficiaries directly in their bank accounts without leakages or corruption. 3 times every year, nearly 100 million farmers receive financial assistance at the click of a button. As you roll out the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy, we are ready to share our expertise and our experience with Ethiopia. And we are honored that you have picked India as a trusted partner to develop the data center for your foreign ministry. Honorable members, India is known as the pharmacy of the world. During the COVID pandemic, the entire world was worried. It was a very difficult time. Despite limited resources, we considered it our sacred duty to humanity to do everything possible to help others. India sent medicines and vaccines to more than 150 countries. It was India's proud privilege to supply Ethiopia with over 4 million vaccine doses. And our good fortune to do so in partnership with the WHO, led by Dr. Tedros, a proud son of Ethiopia, known in India as Tulsi Bhai. I'm glad that our healthcare cooperation is growing from pharmaceuticals to hospitals and from traditional medicine to telemedicine. We are committed to strengthen our health security cooperation further, from provisioning of new equipment in hospitals to capacity building to healthcare professionals. Honorable members, Ethiopia sits at a crossroads of Africa. India stands at the heart of the Indian Ocean. We are natural partners in regional peace, security, and connectivity. Our commitment to mutual security becomes stronger with the signing of the Defense Cooperation Agreement earlier this year. This arrangement focuses on closer military cooperation. It includes collaboration in cyber security, in defense industries, in joint research, and in capacity building. I take this opportunity to thank Ethiopia for your solidarity after the terrorist attack in India in Pahalgam in April. I also thank you for receiving our all-party parliamentary delegation so warmly and for affirming the commitment of zero tolerance towards terrorism. Honorable members, as vibrant and diverse democracies, we both understand that democracy is a way of life and it is a journey. It is shaped sometimes by debate, sometimes by disagreement, but always by belief in the rule of law and the will of the people. Both our constitutions are reflects this spirit. India's constitution begins with the words, "We the people of India." Ethiopia's constitution begins with, "We each in our hands." Victory Monument. This monument is a timeless reminder of how Ethiopia's victory inspired the entire colonized world in its quest for dignity and freedom. And in these times of conflict and uncertainty, it is a reminder that the people of the global South can stand up for themselves. Honorable members, Mahatma Gandhi gave us the concept of trusteeship. We do not own this beautiful planet and its resources. Instead, we are trustees who must take care of them and pass them to our children. The spirit of trusteeship that guides India's एक पेड़ मां के नाम, a tree for mother. A tree for mother initiative is also reflected in Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative. Both our nations believed in caring for Mother Earth. Both believe in giving back to nature. Together, let us work on renewable energy and green jobs. Let us work on disaster-resilient infrastructure and biofuels. And let us raise a strong voice for climate justice. India will be happy to support Ethiopia's effort to give a powerful voice to the global South at COP32 in 2027. Honorable members, I am told that there is a saying in Ethiopia, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. We too believe in India that man mile to parvat bhi rasta de dete hain. When hearts are united, even mountains give way. Indeed, solidarity is a strength and cooperation is power. And today, as nations of the global south, as ancient civilization, as friends, India and Ethiopia are standing together. We stand together as member of one family, and we work for a world that is more just, more equal, and more peaceful. It was here in Addis Ababa that the dreams of African unity found a home. I am told that many streets of this wonderful city are even named after African countries. On the other side of the Indian Ocean, it was in New Delhi that India was honored to welcome the African Union as a permanent member of the G20. Last year, we marked another historic step with the inclusion of Ethiopia as a full member of the BRICS. In fact, over the 11 years of my government, the connection between India and Africa has grown many-fold. During this period, we have exchanged more than 100 visits at the level of head of the states and governments. Honorable members, the global south is writing its own destiny, and India and Ethiopia share a vision for it. Our vision is of a world where the global south rises not against anyone, but for everyone. A world where development is fair, where technology is accessible, and where sovereignty is respected. A world where prosperity is shared and peace is defended, and a world where decision-making reflects today's reality, not the world of 1945. Because the world cannot move forward if its system remains locked in the past. That is why India has emphasized a global development compact. It will prioritize technology sharing, affordable finance, capacity building, and trade of sustainable growth. That is why at the G20 summit In November, I called for an Africa Skill Multiplier Initiative to train 1 million trainers. It will build local capacities and help your efforts towards inclusive and sustainable development. Honorable members, my personal association with tea is well known, but it is impossible to come to Ethiopia and not mention coffee. It is one of your greatest gifts to the world. In an Ethiopian coffee ceremony, people sit together, time slows down, and friendship deepens. In India too, a cup of tea is an invitation to talk, to share, to connect. And just like Ethiopian coffee and Indian tea, our friendship is brewing strongest. Today, I stand before you among sisters and brothers with a deep sense of gratitude and bright hope for the future. The future is calling, and India and Ethiopia are ready to answer. Honorable members, as I conclude, I give you my word that we will walk together as equals. We will build together as partners. And we will succeed together as friends. Thank you for the honor of addressing this parliament. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your trust. Tabbaraku. Dena hunnu. Am sagnalo. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are the visuals coming in from the Ethiopian Parliament, where Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just addressed the joint session. It is all smiles and a long-standing ovation to the Indian Prime Minister as he concluded his address on deepening the bilateral relationship between India and Ethiopia. On his two-day visit on the second leg of his three-nation tour, the Prime Minister has deepened the strategic partnership with Ethiopia by bringing in an additional strategic dimension. Not only India has signed 8 memorandums of understanding over the last 2 days, while the Prime Minister has been visiting Ethiopia for the first time since he took reins in New Delhi. This has also also been a landmark moment where the Prime Minister was also awarded Ethiopia's, highest civilian honor, which was bestowed upon the people of India through Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is all smiles in the Ethiopian Parliament as it stood in congratulations and gratitude to the Prime Minister for his address to that joint session of the Parliament. After this, Prime Minister Modi is expected to travel to Oman now for his third and final leg of his three-nation tour from the Levant in Jordan, where he started now to the Horn of Africa and Ethiopia, which is the second most populous nation in Africa, one of the key allies of India in terms of defense and now trade and other dimensions. Let me also bring you the details of all those agreements that were signed by the Prime Minister before coming to this joint parliamentary session. He has signed various MOUs while leveling up and upgrading ties between India and Indonesia to now a strategic partnership, including various other agreements signed to deepen our bilateral ties, from peacekeeping troops to data centers to debt restructuring. That's the latest coming in on India and Ethiopia's new and renewed strategic partnership. And while India has been building bridges in Ethiopia, ladies and gentlemen, it's Bangladesh now which has been a cause of concern. And in the latest, the Bangladeshi High Commissioner has been summoned to the Ministry of External Affairs after recent remarks of certain politicians in Bangladesh over the threat alleged against Indian diplomats in Dhaka. That's the latest coming in at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. The Bangladeshi High Commissioner has been summoned. That is Mohammad Riaz Hamidullah, the Bangladeshi High Commissioner in New Delhi, has been issued a formal diplomatic protest or a demarche over the recent attacks on the Indian High Commissioner in Dhaka and the inflammatory and anti-India comments made by certain politicians. Those are the visuals of him going into the Ministry of External Affairs while he was issued that demarche. Those are exclusive visuals only on Republic of the Bangladeshi envoy there going in. This has come specifically after various hate comments were made by certain quote-unquote student leaders in Dhaka of the newly formed National Citizens Party over cutting off the Northeast and the Seven Sisters and in fact even threatening our diplomats. My colleague Chandrakala joins us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. With more details, Chandrakala, you're outside the Ministry of External Affairs. What's the latest that you're picking up on the demarche now issued to the Bangladeshi High Commissioner? All right. We'll be getting in those details in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the latest coming in at the moment. The Bangladeshi High Commissioner has been issued a demarche. And my colleague Chandrakala joins us live now on the broadcast. Chandrakala, what are the details that you're tracking?
Yes, of course. Now India has summoned the Bangladesh High Commissioner M. Riaz Hamidullah to the Ministry of External Affairs today, just a while ago, over concerns related to the security of the Indian High Commission in Dhaka following the receipt of a threat. Now, this move comes amid recent anti-India remarks by the NCP leader, the National Citizen Party leader Hasnat Abdullah, previously this week, who reportedly made a public speech threatening to isolate India's northeastern states and provide refuge to separatist groups in the event of instability in Bangladesh. Now, Abdullah is actually known for his strong anti-India stance. Now, we know that what sources are confirming that the Minister of External Affairs has conveyed India's concerns regarding the safety and security of its diplomatic mission and personally in Dhaka. And when we know that, of course, that India has removed all its non-essential staff from the Indian High Commission in Dhaka since 2024, when, of course, which has led to the unrest in the country, leading to the ouster of Sheikh Hasina. So, yes, the Bangladesh High Commission has been summoned here just a while ago, and India has issued a strong protest regarding the threat being issued in the Indian High Commission there in Dhaka.
Chandrakala, also give us more details, because what we are collecting at the moment is that the meeting lasted for about 20 minutes and in fact the High Commissioner there was summoned by the Joint Secretary of the Bangladesh and Myanmar Division. There are some serious apprehensions now, starting with Mohammed Yunus making such similar statements on Seven Sisters, first in China and now it becoming a very popular, open kind of a political discourse in Bangladesh with just 2 months left to the general elections there. What kind of protest has India registered and why it was important to now summon the High Commissioner there and raise it formally?
I have already mentioned that the Minister of External Affairs has taken up this matter quite seriously with the Bangladesh Authority. Now that with elections slated for early 2026, this inflammatory rhetoric risks further complicating relations between the neighbors. Now we know that Hasnat Abdullah, a prominent leader of Bangladesh's newly formed National Citizen Party, and a figure from the student-led government movement that has toppled Hasina's government, has spoken out again, has given an anti-India remark, of course, targeting the India's northeastern states, and he is saying that he has warned that Bangladesh could shelter separatist and anti-India forces and potentially severe India's northeastern states, often referred to as the Seven Sisters from the rest of the country. It's something very serious at this moment, and India has taken up this issue quite seriously. We'll have to wait and watch as to what could be the outcome, because now that India has lodged a strong demarche against summoning the High Commissioner is something very serious to look at.
Thank you very much, Chandrakala, for tracking those details, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to more breaking news details coming in after the Ministry of External Affairs summoned the Bangladeshi High Commissioner there for a strong demarche over the comments being made on India's Seven Sisters. All right, in the interim, we are getting more breaking news details coming in. The Income Tax Department has now conducted a raid on the Bastion pub, which is reportedly owned by Bollywood actress Shilpa Shetty, located in the on Church Street in Bengaluru. Bastion is also known as one of the city's most expensive and high-end pubs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Income Tax Department has carried out inspections and verification of documents during this raid. So trouble continues to mount for Bollywood actress Shilpa Shetty there, with more raids being conducted, this time at her very popular Bengaluru pub Bastion, which is one of the most high-end pubs in the city of Bengaluru. The Income Tax Department has carried out various inspection of documents in various cases related to it, but trouble continues to mount as the Income Tax Department has now raided a pub in Bengaluru, which is owned by Bollywood actress Shilpa Shetty. That's the latest coming in. The Income Tax Department has now carried out a raid and inspection at the Bastion pub in Bengaluru, which belongs to Bollywood actress Shilpa Shetty. The income tax officials have conducted this raid in connection to inspections and verification of documents. And during this raid, these documents by the Income Tax Department are on the radar, in the connection to which case we'll be bringing you more details on this story in just a second. But that's the latest coming in. More trouble continues to mount for Shilpa Shetty, the Bollywood actress whose Bengaluru pub has now been inspected by the Income Tax Department. All right, that's the latest visual coming in, ladies and gentlemen, exclusive by Republic Kannada, where the Income Tax Department officials reached the Bastion pub in Bengaluru today. My colleague Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Abhishek, do tell us more about this raid that has been carried out at the very popular and high-end Bastion pub in Bengaluru, owned by Bollywood actress Shilpa Shetty.
One of the prime locations, one of the major pubs which has been operating in Bengaluru since a long time, which is owned by Shilpa Shetty. It was operating after the working hours last couple of days ago, and also we had found that there was a fight in the Bastion pub which actually broke out the news in the last couple of days, after which a FIR was filed. And today marks another day where the income tax officials have raided the Bastion Garden City pub, which is being operated by Shilpa Shetty, because they had received that there are some discrepancies in the financial aspect of the pub which is owned by Shilpa Shetty, and the seizure or the raid has been continued as of now, and we are awaiting much more response from the IT sources as of now, but it is unclear as to why this Income Tax Department raided all of a sudden without giving any hint, or probably even without any complaint as of now. But we will have to wait for our sources to reveal what has been found in the books of accounts in the Bastion City's pub as of now. Kritarth.
All right, thank you very much, Abhishek, for bringing us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, the income tax raid on Shilpa Shetty's pub owned in Bengaluru, the name is Bastion, and the IT radar now tightens on Shilpa Shetty, the Bollywood actress. Moving on to more breaking news details, ladies and gentlemen, that we are tracking for you from across Bharat. This is Bharat in 1 minute. Opposition MPs staged protest in Parliament premises over National Herald case and demanded Prime Minister Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah's resignation after a Delhi court refused to take cognizance of the ED's money laundering charge sheet against Congress MPs Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar joined the Congress protest at the centre's decision to rename Manrega scheme. Congress party also called for a nationwide protest against the centre over renaming the Manrega scheme as VBMG scheme. 3 people died and 1 was injured after a car lost control and rammed into a tree. The emergency team rescued 4 people. 1 survivor has been sent to the civil hospital, while bodies of the 3 others have been handed over to the police for post-mortem in Gujarat's Amreli. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar's letter sparks controversy. Letter shows that he signed a document which demanded expedited land document processing. The Ajit Pawar linked Parth Pawar land scam now grows bigger, ladies and gentlemen. And when we come back, we'll bring you more details. Do not go anywhere. Republic is Live and Breaking.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krithar Patnaik, at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Our top story continues to remain the new letter that has now emerged in a shocking twist in the Parth Pawar-linked land scam in Pune. In that letter, we find details of how the documents were allegedly asked to be expedited in this very, very important case linked to the Deputy Chief Minister's son in Maharashtra. And I'll bring you all those details in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking Bulletin with the headlines. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan, after insulting the Indian Armed Forces, now defends his statement, says we don't need a large army.
Okay. You are right to ask questions. अभी ये मत लो यार. अच्छा ठीक. बिल्कुल मैं मेरा right है. Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
When asked for an apology, top Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan says that an apology is out of question. Congress leadership goes completely silent on Prithviraj Chavan's statement, not even an apology that has been issued. Man kills wife and two daughters over no burqa, buries them at home in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. Burqa triple murder in Uttar Pradesh shocks the nation. Bodies excavated after 6 days. Parth Pawar's letter sparks controversy. Letter shows he signed a document which demanded expedited land document processing.
I also thank you for receiving our all party parliamentary delegation so warmly and for affirming the commitment of zero tolerance.
Prime Minister Modi addresses the Ethiopian parliament, says both nations are committed to countering terrorism as the nations elevate their partnership to a new strategic dimension. And ladies and gentlemen, we start this bulletin with a shocking case of the burqa butcher this afternoon. A shocking incident came to light from the Shamli district of Uttar Pradesh, where a wife's decision to not go to her parents' house without wearing a burqa proved fatal when her husband shot her and killed upon her. Upon returning home after a month, when their two daughters woke up at the night hearing the gunshots, he killed them both too and buried all three in a 6-foot deep pit that he had dug in the house, part of his plan. 6 days later, the accused confessed to the police during a questioning that he had killed his wife and two daughters, and now around 10 a.m. this morning, the police excavated the house and recovered the bodies of the three, sending them for post-mortem examination. That's the shocking case coming in from Uttar Pradesh's Shamli district, where a man in a fit of rage not only killed his wife but also his two daughters over a demand for wearing burqa. Let's go to the ground zero and bring you the details of the shocking case from Uttar Pradesh's Shamli district. My colleague Komal reporting for us.
9 फीट गहरा गड्ढा है। यहाँ पे फारूक ने अपनी पत्नी और 2 बेटियों को दफना दिया। कट्टरपंथी सोच जो है फारूक की वो निकल के सामने आई है और उसी सोच ने देखिए उसकी पत्नी और 2 बेटियों की जान जो है उसने ले ली है। और ऐसे में बुर्का नहीं पहनने से, जिस तरह से देखिए कल एसपी का भी बयान सामने आया था, जो फारूक ने पुलिस के सामने भी बयान दिया है कि वो मायके गई थी और ऐसे में बुर्का नहीं पहनी थी। उस बात से बहुत ही ज्यादा वो आहत था। उसे पैसे भी मांगी, पैसे नहीं दिए, इस बात से बहुत ही आहत था। उसे नीचा दिखाया गया और ऐसे में उसने हत्या जो है अपनी पत्नी और 2 बेटी की कर दी। ये गड्ढे में उसने दफन करके रखा। इसके साथ ही अगर हम आपको पहले तो इस घर की तस्वीर दिखाएं, संतोष थोड़ा सा इधर कैमरा पैन करके भी दिखाइए। देखिए बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटीरियर ये इलाका है एकदम। आप अगर शामली से अंदर आएंगे, गांव के अंदर आएंगे तो यहाँ पे ये 2 कमरा है। ये कुदाल आपको नजर आ रहा होगा जिससे जो है गड्ढा भरा था। जब उसने इस पूरे वारदात को अंजाम दिया और उसी के बाद वारदात को अंजाम देने के बाद इस कुदाल की मदद से उसने गड्ढे को भरा। अब यहाँ पे अगर और तस्वीर दिखाए तो ये दिखाइए किस तरह से यहाँ पे आपको एक राख नजर आ रहा होगा। दरअसल फारूक ने क्या कहा अपने बच्चों को, अपने परिवार में उसने यही कहा कि उसने अपनी पत्नी और दोनों बेटियों को अलग से किराए का मकान दे दिया है, वो वहां रह रही है। लेकिन सच बात ये थी कि उसने उसके पूरे कपड़े को जो है यहाँ पे जला दिया ताकि किसी को कोई शक ना हो। अगर वो कपड़े देखेंगे तो जाहिर तौर पर ये सवाल जरूर खड़े होंगे कि आखिर कपड़े तो यहाँ है, आप कह रहे हो आपने दूसरी जगह मकान लेकर के उनको घर पे दे दिया है। तो ऐसे में देखिए शक जो है वो गहराता चला गया। बच्चे लगातार सवाल कर रहे थे क्योंकि 2 बेटा भी है, वो सवाल कर रहे थे। तो ऐसे में देखिए फिर उसने अपने परिवार में अपने दादा से बात की, बच्चे ने बताया और उसके बाद देखिए ये जो पूरा मामला है वो परत दर परत खुलते गया।
नाम का व्यक्ति है और उसके पत्नी और 2 बच्चियां गायब हैं। तत्काल हमारे चौकी इंचार्ज गंगेरू, हमारे SHO कांतला सतीश मौके पे आए और फारूक जिसकी पत्नी और बच्चे गायब थे उससे उन लोगों ने सख्ती से पूछताछ की और उसने बताया कि मेरी पत्नी के साथ मैं और हमारे 5 बच्चे घर में रहते, बहुत गरीब मैं था और मैं होटल पे काम करता, रोटी बनाने काम करता था मैं। हमारी पत्नी विगत 1 महीने पहले, चूँकि मैं गरीब था और हमारी शादी मंसूरपुर मुजफ्फरनगर में हुई थी, वो हमसे कुछ पैसे मांग रही थी, इसको लेके हमारा विवाद हो गया था और बिना वो बुर्का और नकाब के अपने मैके चली गई अपनी छोटी बच्ची को लेकर के। इस बात को लेकर काफ़ी परेशान था कि हमारी इज्जत चली गई और मैं जाके 1 महीने बाद अपनी पति को घर पे लेके आया यहाँ पे और तभी से मेरे मन में भाव जग गया कि लग रहा है इसका मामला कुछ और है और मुझे मेरी इज्जत अब नहीं करती है ये, और तभी मैंने इसको जान से मारने का प्लान बनाया।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the shocking case coming in from Uttar Pradesh's Shamli district. My colleague Komal reporting for us live from Ground Zero. Komal, take it away. What are the updates that you're tracking from Ground Zero?
बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर शामली जिला की ही बात करें तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंटीरियर ये इलाका है। यहाँ पे एक तरफ आपको पुलिस की मौजूदगी भी घर के बाहर नज़र आ रही होगी और ये 2 घर हैं, यानी एक पहला वाला जो आपको गेट नज़र आ रहा है यहाँ पे फारूक का परिवार रहता है और ये जिस गेट में अंदर जाएंगे और आपको वो गड्ढा दिखाएंगे, यहाँ पे फारूक जो है अपनी पत्नी और अपने बच्चों के साथ रहा करता था। लेकिन ऐसे में देखिए सबसे पहले आपको ये गड्ढा दिखाए तो 9 फीट गहरा ये गड्ढा है। इस गड्ढे को उसने किया और उस गड्ढा करने के बाद देखिए किस तरह से शवों को जो है यहाँ पे ठिकाना उसने लगा दिया। और ऐसे में जो उनकी माता से अभी हमने बात की फारूक की, तो फारूक की माता भी यही कह रही थी कि बगल का ही उनका ये घर है, लेकिन परिवार से कोई आना जाना नहीं था। फारूक जो है वो हमेशा से एक सनकी मिजाज का रहा और ऐसे में काफ़ी पाबंदी में वो अपनी पत्नी अपने बच्चों को रखता था। संतोष थोड़ा इधर भी कैमरा दिखाइए और ये घर दिखाइए। ये देखिए ये 2 कमरा है, ईंट का बना हुआ है ये घर और बताए तो देखिए कच्चा सा ये मकान है, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपको कुदाली भी नजर आ रही होगी जिससे गड्ढा भरा जाता है। ये रूम, ये कमरा जहाँ पे परिवार के साथ जो है उसकी फारूक की पत्नी और 2 बेटियां सो रही होती है, लेकिन ऐसे में ही वो बाहर निकलती हैं और ऐसे में 2 गोलियां जो है उसने अपनी पत्नी और बेटी को मारी और उसके बाद छोटी बेटी जैसे ही उसकी नींद खुलती है गोली की आवाज से तो डंडे से मार के पहले उसकी चोट सर पर चोट करता है और ऐसे में सर पर जब गहरी चोट आती है और उसकी भी मौत हो जाती है। उसके बाद शवों को ठिकाना लगाने के लिए गड्ढा 9 फीट गहरा गड्ढा जो है वो किया जाता है। लेकिन सवाल यही है कि आखिर इतनी कट्टरपंथी सोच कहां से आई कि महिला बिना मायके जो गई, बिना बुर्खा पहन के गई और ऐसे में इतना वो गुस्सा हो गया, इतना नाराज हो गया कि उसने अपनी 2 बच्ची और अपनी पत्नी को देखिए मौत के घाट उतार दिया, सभी को झकझोर कर रख दिया है। अगर हम परिवार की ही बात करें तो देखिए परिवार का भी काफी ज्यादा रो करके बुरा हाल है। आस पड़ोस जब महिलाओं से भी हमने बात की तो उनका भी ये कहना है कि ये बहुत ही गलत है कि अगर एक महिला बिना बुर्खा के वो अपने मायके चली जा रही है तो ऐसे में उसको मार देना, उसका कत्ल कर देना एक कट्टरपंथी सोच को भी दर्शाता है। और ऐसे में अगर आस पड़ोस की ही बात करें, यहाँ पे भी भीड़ देखे लग गई है, लोग भी यहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं। हालांकि फारूक को लेकर के जब भी उनसे सवाल किया जा रहा है तो यही कहना है कि फारूक किसी से कोई लेना देना रखता ही नहीं था, शांत रहता था और ऐसे में देखिए उसने इतनी बड़ी घटना को अंजाम दे दिया है। 9 फीट गहरा गड्ढा, इसको भरा, उसमें भरने में भी काफी ज्यादा समय लगा होगा और यही नहीं, चालाकी इतनी ज्यादा थी, परिवार को शक तब हुआ, पहले वो परिवार को, आस पड़ोस के लोगों को, छोटा बेटा जो है उसे यही बोल के टहलाता गया कि कमरे किराए के मकान में जो है उसकी बहनें और उसकी पत्नी है। लेकिन ऐसे में 2 दिन पहले जब ये कल चूंकि रात में पकड़ाया है और ऐसे में 2 दिन पहले यहाँ पे ये जो राख आपको नजर आ रहा होगा ये कपड़ों का राख है, यानी जो कपड़े रखे हुए थे उसे भी उसने जला दिया। जब परिवार ने देखा कि ये कपड़े आखिर क्यों जला दिए तो ऐसे में परिवार को शक होता है और शक होने के बाद जो है पुलिस को सूचना दी जाती है, जिसके बाद देखिए इस पूरी सनसनीखेज वारदात जो है वो निकल के सामने आती है। कुछ लोग भी यहाँ पे हैं, वो भी लगातार लगातार देखने ही आ रहे हैं। फारूक को लेकर के कुछ ज्यादा जानकारी है आप लोगों को, कैसा मिजाज का था वो?
नहीं जी।
मतलब अच्छा एक बात बताइए, बिना बुर्का पहने अगर मायका चली गई महिला और उसके साथ इस तरह से बर्ताव करना क्या सही है? उसको मौत के घाट उतार देना कैसे देख रहे हैं, ये तो बता ही सकते हैं आप लोग।
हाँ जी, देखो इंसाफ तो मिलना ही चाहिए।
क्या कहेंगे? बिना बुर्का अगर मायके कोई जा रहा है, बिना बुर्का पहन के वो जा रही है, तो क्या उसको मौत के घाट उतार देना चाहिए? कोई इजाजत देता है इसकी? कोई भी धर्म इस बात की इजाजत देता है?
इसकी कोई इजाजत नहीं देता। देखो थोड़ा बहुत तो ऊंच नीच होता रहता है, ऐसा नहीं है कि।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the ground report coming in from the Shamli district in Uttar Pradesh, where my colleague Komal is reporting for us live. Let me also take you through the other updates that we are tracking in this story, ladies and gentlemen. Komal, thank you for bringing us those details. And in the interim, let's also take a look at what the mother of the accused has said in this entire conversation, where she's saying that this was an often occurrence where his son was at odds with the wife and the daughters, and they would be locked inside often. These are some shocking details coming in. Listen into the mother of the main accused in this case and what she had to say.
फारूक जो कि आरोपी है, उनकी माता जी हमारे साथ है। माता जी, फारूक किस मिजाज का शख्स था? क्योंकि जैसा कि उसने पुलिस को भी बताया कि बुर्का नहीं पहनने से बहुत नाराज हो गया, कभी ऐसे अनबन करता था कपड़ों को लेके भी वो?
जी वो पर्दे से में रखा था, बुरखे से मैं अंदर रहती, बाहर नहीं आती, बच्चे बुच्चे आ जाते हैं, कोई बाहर का काम इतना हमारे साथ रहा ठीक हम कर देते, हमारे साथ लड़ाई कर रखी थी साल से वजह बनते हैं।
आप लोगों से बात नहीं होती थी?
ना बाप से ना अम्मी से, बच्चे थे मेरे पास आ जाते, कोई चीज की तमन्ना थी ले जाते दे दो। हाँ,
तो जब जैसे उनकी पत्नी और दोनों बेटियां जो हैं वो गायब हो गई, उसने तो दफना दिया, लेकिन परिवार को या आस पड़ोस में किसी को भनक नहीं लगी, तो आप लोगों ने पूछा आखिर कहाँ हैं वो लोग, आ नहीं रहे हैं, क्या जवाब मिलता था?
बच्चों ने बताया मेरी अम्मी, मेरा हम घर बनाओगे, मेरी अम्मी ने शामली वो ले गए किराए पर कमरा, वहाँ छोड़ दी।
In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, a new twist has unfolded in the ongoing controversy surrounding the alleged 300 crore government land scam in Pune's Mundhwa area, where 40 acres of a plot of Maharvatan land classified as government-owned land was leased for a botanical survey of India and was reportedly then sold to Amdia Enterprises LLP, a firm in which Parth Pawar, the son of Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, holds a majority stake. A letter now allegedly signed by Parth Pawar urging the district administration to expedite the registration of the land in his name on official records has now surfaced, with claims that it demonstrates direct involvement and pressure on the officials to fast-track the entire process. While the transaction has faced several allegations of undervaluation and improper stamp duty waivers and procedural irregularities leading to the FIR, arrest and ongoing probe, Parth Pawar has not been named in the official complaints, in fact even given a clean chit in the investigation that was conducted by the Maharashtra government-formed SIT. So now big questions are emerging on this massive Pawar clincher as this exclusive document has been accessed by us, and my colleague Meenakshi joins us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Meenakshi, do tell us about the letter that we have accessed and what does it tell us about this case?
Yes, as you have already mentioned that Republic has accessed the remand copy of Shilpa Shetty, and why what we have seen in this copy is very important. It's number 8, number 11 and number 12 points. What is here is that clearly police is claiming here that the accused along with the co-accused in collusion with MAG Enterprise LLP and the District Industry Center Pune got the deed registered by falsely claiming stamp duty exemption, even though no such exemption was actually granted as per rules. So police is claiming in their remand copy of Shilpa Shetty that Amedya Enterprise is involved in this case, and also claiming alleged role of Amedya Enterprise. So it's clear investigation that Amedya Enterprise is has a key role in this case. What we have seen from the first day is that Pune Police arrested Shilpa Shetty. Pune Police also arrested Sub-Registrar Ravindra Taru. But Pune Police is not doing anything on Amedya Enterprise, not investigating proper role of Amedya Enterprise. No action has been taken against Amedya Enterprise. Why?
We know Energy Enterprise, who own this company. Parth Pawar has 99% of share of this company, and one Digvijay Patil, who has owned 1% of share of this company. Now, Digvijay Patil skipped 4 summons, and after that he appeared before Pune Police, and 3 hours of interrogation he left Goa-Bound police station. And we are getting information that Pune Police, while interrogation with Digvijay Patil, Pune Police claim that Digvijay Patil has not said anything on this land deal. So, Digvijay Patil's role also are not properly investigating in this case. As we have seen the activists raising this point, question on this point. Mr. Vijay Simba retweeted. He said that all this investigation is eyewash and it's scripted. You know, already Bombay High Court said that who is trying to protect? Pune Police is trying to protect whom? And this raises also big question. Now, Pune Police investigation, Pune Police actually what they are doing on this investigation. Are they really protecting someone? Protecting Deputy Chief Minister's son, Parth Pawar? If they are not protecting, then they have to prove that they are not protecting Parth Pawar. And they have to do proper investigation on Energy Enterprise. They claimed on remand copy that Energy Enterprise role is big in this case, but they are not taking any action against Energy Enterprise. They have not yet arrested Digvijay Patil. So, in this case, it's clear, is it really eyewash by Pune Police in this Pune land scam? Back to studio.
All right, thank you so much, Meenakshi, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We'll be shifting our focus to other breaking news that we are getting in from Karnataka. Now, the crackdown on the Karnataka's prisons continue under the newly appointed DG Prisons, Director General of Prisons, Alok Kumar. Authorities intensifying searches over the last 36 hours and seizing a range of illegal items that have been smuggled into jails across the state. During the special drive now, the officials recovered mobile phones, knives, narcotics, underscoring serious security lapses with 6 mobile phones, as you can see on your screens. Mobile phones and 4 knives have also been found at the central prison of Bengaluru, while Mysuru prison researchers led to the seizure of the 9 mobile phones and 11 SIM cards as the prison department vowed strict action to curb contraband and tighten the jail security. Abhishek joins us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, well, now this is a proof of what's been going on once again and the prisons of Karnataka as a crackdown continues. Now, phones, mobile phones, and not just mobile phones, knives have also been found.
Rakshita, this isn't the first time that various substances in the jail have been secured. And after Alok Kumar, who took in charge as the ADGP of the prisons, has very clearly mentioned to all the SPs of the various other jails located in the entire state that if at all any harmful item or any harmful substance is found within the jail without the notice of any SPs or any officers, all of them will have to face the consequences under the law, is the point number 1 which we had mentioned as soon as he took the charge. And after which we have seen various other jails in the state of Karnataka have been raided and various other mobile phones, SIM cards and unwanted substances as well as narcotic substances have been found in the jail as of now. So we will have to see how Alok Kumar responds to this and how the Home Minister responds to this at this point of time, Rakshita.
All right, thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. And now we shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Opposition MPs staged protests in Parliament premises over National Herald case and demanded Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah's resignation after a Delhi court refused to take cognizance of the ED's money laundering charge against Congress MPs Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah and Deputy Chief Minister in Congress protest against the Centre's decision to rename Manrega scheme. Congress party also called for a nationwide protest against Centre over the renaming. 3 people died, 1 injured after a car lost control and rammed into a tree. The emergency team rescued 4 people. 1 survivor has been sent to the civil hospital. 5 dead bodies of the other 3 have been handed over to the police for post-mortem. Now, the Indian Army has received a major combat boost with the induction of the 3 Apache AH-64E attack helicopters. With its final delivery, the Army's first Apache squadron is now fully operational. The helicopters landed at Hindon Air Base and will soon be deployed in Jodhpur. Here's more.
The Indian Army has inducted 3 additional AH-64E Apache attack helicopters, completing its full fleet of 6. The helicopters landed at Hindon Air Base in Ghaziabad, marking a key milestone for the Army Aviation Corps. In a post on X, the Indian Army stated that Apaches will be deployed in Jodhpur after inspections and formalities in the coming days. With 6 Apaches now operational, the Army's first Apache squadron in Rajasthan is fully equipped. Known as Flying Tank, the AH-64E Apache is armed with Hellfire missiles, rockets, and a 30mm chain gun, and is capable of all-weather, day-night combat operations across deserts, plains, and high-altitude terrain. Welcoming the induction, the US Embassy in India said the delivery reflects the growing US-India major defense partnership, strengthening regional security and advancing cooperation. The induction of Apaches reinforces India's focus on military modernization and battlefield readiness.
Now, Russian counter-intelligence agencies have reportedly uncovered and dismantled a spy network that is linked to Pakistan's ISI, its spy agency, that aims to steal highly sensitive information on Russian military technology that includes data related to S-400 air defense missile systems and also other defense systems in St. Petersburg. Here's more.
A Pakistani army officer has admitted in so many words that Pakistan has sent spies into Russia to steal the secrets of the S-400s and that they were caught and they are getting their just desserts. The S-400 has been the nemesis of Pakistan, especially in Op Sindhur 1.0. 6 Pakistani aircraft were shot down over Pakistan, in Pakistani airspace, by the S-400s. One was an AVAC shot down at the record range of 316 kilometers, a world record. The longest range at which the Russians have shot down Ukrainian aircraft was at 202 kilometers. They shot down an F-16 over Kyiv. We have, with the same Russian equipment, been able to set a world record by shooting down AVAC, a very high-value aircraft, at 316 kilometers inside Pakistan. In addition, we have knocked down 6 jet fighters of the F-16 class, of the JF-17 class. 5 of these were shot down when they were attempting to fire cruise missiles on the Indian air bases. They were shot out of their own skies well inside Pakistan. The S-400 has been a game changer in South Asia, a game changer. And quite obviously, India is now has been pressing Russia to quickly deliver the, out of the 5 squadrons, we've received 3, 2 more we were to receive. They are likely to come next year. We have requested them for 5 more. And there is also talk of India getting the S-500, which is of even superior capabilities than the S-400. S-400 can look up to 600, shoot up to 400. The S-500 can look up to 1,000 kilometers and shoot up to 600 kilometers. The S-400, therefore, is an absolute game changer in South Asia. It has created an Indian Iron Dome which is impenetrable. The 4 layers of missiles of various ranges, the S-400s, the Barak 8s, medium-range SAMs, the Akashes and the Spiders. With these 4 levels, 4 layers, India has got an impenetrable missile shield. Impenetrable missile shield which makes it impossible for any Pakistani aircraft, jet fighter to penetrate even with standoff cruise missiles weapons. It also makes it impossible for any Pakistani missile to get through. Out of the 3 Pakistani missiles fired, all 3 were shot down. All 3 were shot down, which included 2 Fateh 2s and 1 Shaheen 2. All were shot down over Sirsa, well before they could reach Amritsar or Delhi. So India today has an impenetrable defense shield thanks to the S-400s. And quite obviously Pakistan is desperate to try and find out the secrets of this missile, the frequencies of this missile, so that they could negate it. They have tried, they have failed miserably. They have failed miserably. India has now absolutely leak-proof missile shield, missile umbrella, which can negate the Pakistani nuclear weapons. Because Pakistan has only 2 vectors of delivery. One is via the jet fighters, the other is via the missiles. Both can be negated by the S-400 and the combination of missiles that we have in our arsenal just now. The Chinese tried to help the Pakistanis to beat the S-400 system. They specifically rerouted their satellites to cover the deployment of S-400s in Punjab and Rajasthan. But the Indian NTRO and our space tracking agencies, they had the timings of the overpasses of the Chinese missiles, and any time they tried to pass over, they were about to pass over Indian airspace, they warned our S-400s to change their location, to set up decoys, and what Pakistan claimed to hit were these decoys. At the end of Operation Sindhur, all our S-400s were shown to the whole world intact. This was a game changer. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
So as you can see, what Pakistan is doing is for the world to see, but the Congress party unfortunately continues to give more fodder to Pakistan. We'll tell you how after this very, very short break. It's none other than Prithviraj Chavan. After he insulted the armed forces, he now defends his statement.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा।
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's 1:30 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Of course, one of our top focuses continues to be the Luthra brothers who have now been dragged back to India. The law is catching up to them, and it is catching up to them fast. We'll be getting you this and a lot more, but first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan, after insulting armed forces, now defends his statement, says we don't need a large army.
Okay. You are right to ask questions. अभी ये मत लो यार. अच्छा ठीक. बिल्कुल मेरा right है. Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
When asked for an apology, Congress leader says an apology is out of question. Congress leadership goes completely silent on Prithvi Raj's statement, not even an apology that has been issued. Man kills wife, 2 daughters over no burqa, buries them at home in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. Burqa triple murder in Uttar Pradesh shocks the nation. Body is excavated after 6 days. Parth Pawar's letter sparks controversy. Letter shows he signed a document which demanded expedited land document processing.
I also thank you for receiving our all party parliamentary delegation so warmly and for affirming the commitment of zero tolerance towards terrorism.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addresses Ethiopian Parliament, says both nations committed to countering terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this edition with the breaking news that is coming in. This one's from Goa. Drama in court right before Luthra brothers' hearing. One of the Luthra brothers have in fact complained of chest pain and has been taken to Mapasa District Hospital. This is the latest development that we are tracking in the Luthra brothers' case. They have now been dragged back to India, and right before their court hearing, one of the brothers has in fact complained of chest pain as well. We'll be putting up the details in a very, very short while from now on. But right now, this is the recent development that we are tracking. There is a lot of drama in the court. In fact, one of the brothers has also complained of chest pain. Joining me live is my colleague Swarali. Swarali, what is the ground situation right now? What we are coming to know as per the latest reports that are coming in, there is a lot of drama in the court right before the Luthra brothers hearing. In fact, one of the brothers has also complained of chest pain. Swarali, give us more updates.
Yes, let me tell you and take you through the exact details of how did it happen from the international airport of Goa. Luthra brothers were taken to Seoul's healthcare center wherein the fitness certificate was not given, post which we got the news and information that one of the Luthra brothers had complained of chest pain, and then they were immediately taken to the Mapsa District Hospital, and right now the checkup is going on. If there is any fitness issue or there is any health issue, they will be according to the sources, according to highly placed sources in the Goa Police, we have been informed that if there is any major health issue, one of the brothers will be admitted in the Mapsa District Court. But if the fitness clearance, fitness certificate is given, then they will be presented, they will be produced in the Mapsa Court in Goa. That's the latest update we are gathering in from the ground. Back to you.
Right, Swarali, do we have any update, any confirmation as to which of the 2 Luthra brothers has complained of this chest pain and what lies ahead of them?
We are yet waiting for the official confirmation about exactly which brother has complained of the chest pain. But according to the previous plan, they were supposed to be produced in the Mapsa court after the fitness clearance was given by the hospital. But that could not happen. That did not happen, and that's why right now they are being taken to Mapsa District Hospital, wherein one of the brothers has complained of chest pain. And now, after the fitness clearance is given, if it is not given, one of them will be admitted, but if it is given, they'll be produced in the Mapsa court for us to get more information of how many days of remand do they get, how many days of remand Goa Police gets for the further interrogation, as many major questions and inputs are to be fetched from the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy.
Well, absolutely, Swarali. Thank you for getting us those updates. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to track that story very, very closely. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to another top focus of the day, senior Congress leader And former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithvi Raj Chavan today chose defiance over apology. Confronted over his remarks on India's armed forces, he refused to apologize. In fact, he insisted that an apology was completely out of question and invoking the constitution to justify his statement. Chavan's original statement last night that India was completely defeated and that the Indian Air Force was fully grounded, and his public questioning of whether or not the country even needs a large Indian army of 12 lakh were a direct affront coming on Vijay Diwas, marked on the 16th of December.
पहिल्या दिवशी आपला संपूर्ण पराभव झाला. 7 तारखेला जे हवाई युद्ध अर्ध्या तासात झालं त्यामध्ये आपला टोटल पराभव झाला, हे कोणी मान्य करो अगर न करो. आणि त्यामुळे त्या दिवशी भारताची जी विमानं पडली त्या दिवशी सगळा भारताचा एअरफोर्स हा ग्राउंड झाला आणि त्यानंतर एकही विमान उडलं नाही. पण कुठेही विमान उडलं की पाकिस्तानचं तुमचं विमान ग्वाल्हेर असेल किंवा भटिंडा असेल किंवा सिरसा असेल तिथं वाढायची शक्यता असल्यामुळं आपलं कंप्लीट एअरफोर्स ग्राउंड झालं.
मैं बाद में आराम से बात करूंगा. अभी
आराम से बात करेंगे. सर, आपको ये जो बयान है उस पर आप माफी मांग रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता. बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता.
हाँ जी सर,
नहीं सवाल नहीं उठता.
सवाल
मैं बात करूंगा ना डिटेल में.
माफी मांगने का सवाल
माफी कहाँ मांगूं?
लेकिन आपके हिसाब से स्टेटमेंट गलत था क्या सर?
बिल्कुल
लोग मीडिया में वही सब जगह ऐसे ही चला कि अपमान हुआ है.
मैं करूंगा, डिटेल बात करूंगा जी. आई विल टॉक टू मीडिया प्रॉपर्ली.
सो आर यू अपोलोजाइजिंग राइट नाउ?
आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन.
ओके,
राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस. अभी ये मत लो यार.
अच्छा ठीक,
बिल्कुल मेरा राइट है. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स मी राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP has upped the ante against the Congress party, and they have in fact doubled down on the insult, saying that there is nothing wrong in what Chavan has said.
पृथ्वीराज चौहान जिस तरीके से कह रहे हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में सेना पहले दिन मुंह की खा रही थी.
प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, महाराष्ट्र के केंद्रीय मंत्री रहे, मैंने उनका ऐसा कोई बयान नहीं सुना है और जब तक मैं उनसे सुन न लूं मैं उस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दूंगा. मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूंगा, मैं भारत की सेना का पराक्रम का पूरा देश ऋणी है. ये देश की सर्वाधिक दुनिया की शक्तिशाली सेना है. यही सेना तो थी ना जिससे इंदिरा गांधी के राजनीतिक नेतृत्व में जिसने दुनिया का ज्योग्राफिया बदल के बांग्लादेश बनाया था. तो ये तो राजनीतिक नेतृत्व पे होता है, कैसा राजनीतिक नेतृत्व मिला. मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा कि इसके बारे में जो उनके अध्यक्षों ने भी, थल सेना अध्यक्ष, वायुसेना अध्यक्ष, तमाम लोग बोल चुके हैं, पर मैं उसी बयान पर विश्वास करूंगा जो सेना का अधिकृत बयान.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP has now upped the ante against Congress over Prithvi Chavan's controversial statement and his defiance. Listen in to what the BJP had to say.
से पृथ्वीराज चौहान पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रहे, इस तरीके से
मुख्यमंत्री रहे, यहाँ पीएमओ में डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के साथ रहे हैं और वो फाइलों को डील करते रहे हैं जो देश की हर इंपॉर्टेंट पीएमओ में होना. अब उनका इन चीजों से उनका कहीं कोई इलाज नहीं है. उनको कांग्रेस पार्टी अगर चाहती है 2-4 वोट उनको पड़ती रहे, नहीं तो वो भी जाएंगे उस काम से ना, हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती कराएं और बड़े करंट के शॉक उनको दिलवाने पड़ेंगे, नहीं इनका काम वो चौपट कर देगा.
पहली बार नहीं कि इन लोगों ने इस तरीके से सेना का अपमान किया, सेना का मनोबल तोड़ने का काम किया.
ये तो राहुल गांधी से लेके हर करता है, इनमें इनके लिए कोई नई बात है. ये बने इस चीज के लिए अभी देश को तोड़ना है. टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के ये लोग हैं और ये सबसे सीनियर गैंग है, बड़ी उम्र का है. पर मैं कहता हूं भी इस जहाँ तो ये सठिया गए हैं, जहाँ ये मतलब कहीं ना कहीं इनको हॉस्पिटल, बड़े अच्छे हॉस्पिटल हैं बॉम्बे में जहां इनका इलाज हो सकता है, तो यहाँ कांग्रेस को टीम भेजनी चाहिए जो इन.
Ladies and gentlemen, tracking a breaking news that is now coming in. Rashtrapati Bhavan unveils Param Vir Dha, a gallery celebrating India's highest military honor. Once adorned with portraits of British ADCs during colonial times, the corridor has now been completely transformed to honor the extraordinary bravery and the supreme sacrifice of all 21 Param Vir Chakra awardees. Inaugurated by President Draupadi Murmu on Vijay Diwas, that was 16th of December 2025, the gallery now stands as a tribute to India's heroes and now marks a shift from colonial legacies to a proud celebration of the nation's valor and the timeless spirit of courage. This is a latest development that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. Rashtrapati Bhavan has unveiled Param Vir Dha, which is a gallery which is celebrating India's highest military honor. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, this is the same gallery that was once adorned with portraits of British ADCs during colonial times. However, now the corridor has been completely revamped. It has been completely transformed to honor the extraordinary bravery and the supreme sacrifice of all our 21 Param Vir Chakra awardees. In fact, this gallery was inaugurated just yesterday by President Draupadi Murmu on Vijay Diwas. The gallery now stands as a tribute to India's heroes, and it marks a shift from colonial legacies to nation's valor, to celebrating the nation's valor and timeless spirit of courage. Those are the visuals that are coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Rashtrapati Bhavan has unveiled the Param Vir Dha, and it now stands to honor the courage and the supreme sacrifice of our brave men who are guarding our borders. They are now going to honor the extraordinary bravery of the 21 Param Vir Chakra awardees. This gallery was just inaugurated yesterday by President Draupadi Murmu on the occasion of Vijay Diwas, which was on 16th of December. The gallery now stands as a tribute. It was once adorned with portraits of British ADCs during the colonial times. However, it now marks a massive shift from the colonial legacies to a proud celebration of the nation's valor and the timeless spirit of courage. The transformation, of course, ladies and gentlemen, it reflects a deeper shift. It reflects how moving beyond colonial legacies to proudly commemorate India's own heroes and timeless spirit of courage. The President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, had inaugurated the Param Vir Dha at Rashtrapati Bhavan today on the occasion of Vijay Diwas. The corridors where Param Vir Dha has now been created earlier displayed the portraits of British ADCs. The initiative to display portraits of Indian national heroes now marks a meaningful step towards shedding that colonial mindset and embracing with pride the richness of India's culture, heritage, timeless traditions, and of course to honor the valor of our brave men who are guarding our borders. The Param Vir Chakra is India's highest military decoration, viewers, and awarded for displaying the most exceptional acts of valor, courage, and self-sacrifice during a war. In fact, these are some of the visuals that we are getting in. The transformation, of course, commemorates India's own heroes, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a shift from the colonial legacy to actually honoring the supreme sacrifice that our brave men made on the borders. The corridors where the Param Vir Dha has now been created earlier used to display portraits of British ADC. So it's a huge shift there, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge shift from the colonial mindset to actually celebrating and, showing the valor of our Indian brave men. All right, joining me live is my colleague Shivam from the newsroom. Shivam, of course, this is a huge shift that we are marking from the colonial mindset. We are now commemorating and celebrating the valor and the unset sacrifice of the brave men who are guarding our borders. Give us more details on this particular gallery, Shivam.
Well, this will be a very powerful transformation, as you can see, because on the occasion of Vijay Diwas, that is the 16th December, which is a remembrance of the victory of our nation over Pakistan. As you very well remember, in 1971, the Pakistani armed forces, the Pakistani army had surrendered in Bangladesh. Though they were very large in number, they were around 93,000, yet they chose to surrender. So this corridor will be a very powerful transformation. This is a very shift in the legacy. It's about shedding the colonial legacies that we have and embracing India's rich cultural heritage, and it's about embracing the brave warriors that we have in our country. The Param Vir Chakra is India's highest military award that is conferred on those who do best for our nation, who sacrifice their life. This is for the exceptional courage that they deliver, for supporting the nation, for saving the nation, and this is the best. They are the best of the best, and this is a mark of respect. This will be always. They are the people that should always be remembered, and giving a place and giving a corridor marks as a point of respect for those brave hearts of the nation.
Well, absolutely, Shivam. In fact, the gallery, what we're also coming to know is aiming to, educate the visitors, of the undaunting spirit of our soldiers, of our Jawans who were standing on the borders. It aims to educate our visitors about what were the sacrifices that were made, the supreme sacrifices that were made by these 21 Param Vir Chakrawardis.
Yeah, basically what is happening is we are moving forward from the old British legacy and moving forward to the modern era, and we are giving due respect to the soldiers, the warriors who have sacrificed their lives and contributed for the nation in the battlefield beyond the colonial era. This is it is about replacing the British AD camps, that is ADCs, with those of the 21 Param Vir Chakra awardees. Now this has been inaugurated by the President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji, and it was inaugurated on the event of Vijay Divas, that is 16 December 2025, and this gallery celebrates the extraordinary acts of valor and sacrifice of the brave hearts of our nation.
Well, absolutely, Shivam. This is indeed a massive step from shedding the colonial mindset and embracing what the new Bharat today stands for. Thank you for getting us those updates. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to track some other stories that are making headlines from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. Opposition MPs staged a protest in Parliament premises over National Herald case and demanded Prime Minister Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah's resignation after a Delhi court refused to take cognizance of the ED's money laundering charge against Congress MPs Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah and Deputy CM DK Shiv Kumar joined Congress protest against the centre's decision to rename Manrega scheme. Congress party has now called for a nationwide protest against the centre over the renaming. 3 people died and 1 was injured after a car lost control and rammed into a tree. The emergency team rescued 4 people. 1 survivor has now been sent to the civil hospital while the bodies of the other 3 have been handed over to the police for post-mortem. Now, the Indian Army has received a major combat boost with the induction of 3 Apache AH-64E attack helicopters. With this final delivery, the Army's first Apache squadron is now fully operational. The helicopters landed at the Hinton Air Base and will soon be deployed in Jodhpur. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
The Indian Army has inducted 3 additional AH-64E Apache attack helicopters, completing its full fleet of 6. The helicopters landed at Hinton Air Base in Ghaziabad, marking a key milestone for the Army Aviation Corps. In a post on X, the Indian Army stated that Apaches will be deployed in Jodhpur after inspections and formalities in the coming days. With 6 Apaches now operational, the Army's first Apache squadron in Rajasthan is fully equipped. Known as Flying Tank, the AH-64E Apache is armed with Hellfire missiles, rockets, and a 30mm chain gun, and is capable of all-weather, day-night combat operations across deserts, plains, and high-altitude terrain. Welcoming the induction, the US Embassy in India said the delivery reflects the growing US-India major defense partnership, strengthening regional security and advancing cooperation. The induction of Apaches reinforces India's focus on military modernization and battlefield readiness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian counterintelligence agencies have reportedly uncovered a dismantled spy network linked to Pakistan's inter-services intelligence that aims to steal highly sensitive Russian military technology, including data related to the S-400 air defense missile systems and other defense systems in St. Petersburg. Now, authorities arrested a local national caught attempting to smuggle out classified documents tied to advanced air defense and military helicopter technology. Now, the operation is believed to be one of the first known espionage attempts by the ISI on Russian soil and has raised serious security concerns in Moscow. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
A Pakistani army officer has admitted in so many words that Pakistan has sent spies into Russia to steal the secrets of the S-400s and that they were caught and they are getting their just desserts. The S-400 has been the nemesis of Pakistan, especially in Op Sindhur 1.0. 6 Pakistani aircraft were shot down over Pakistan, in Pakistani airspace by the S-400s. One was an AVAC shot down at the record range of 316 kilometers, a world record. The longest range at which the Russians have shot down Ukrainian aircraft was at 202 kilometers. They shot down an F-16 over Kyiv. We have, with the same Russian equipment, been able to set a world record by shooting down AVAC, a very high value aircraft, at 316 kilometers inside Pakistan. In addition, we have knocked down 6 jet fighters of the F-16 class, of the JF-17 class. 5 of these were shot down when they were attempting to fire cruise missiles on the Indian air bases. They were shot out of their own skies well inside Pakistan. The S-400 has been a game changer in South Asia, a game changer. And quite obviously, India is now has been pressing Russia to quickly deliver the, out of the 5 squadrons, we've received 3, 2 more we were to receive. They are likely to come next year. We have requested them for 5 more. And there is also talk of India getting the S-500, which is of even superior capabilities than the S-400. S-400 can look up to 600, shoot up to 400. The S-500 can look up to 1,000 kilometers and shoot up to 600 kilometers. The S-400, therefore, is an absolute game changer in South Asia. It has created an Indian Iron Dome which is impenetrable. The 4 layers of missiles of various ranges, the S-400s, the Barak 8s, medium-range SAMs, the Akashes and the Spiders. With these 4 levels, 4 layers, India has got an impenetrable missile shield. Impenetrable missile shield which makes it impossible for any Pakistani aircraft, jet fighter to penetrate, even with standoff cruise missiles weapons. It also makes it impossible for any Pakistani missile to get through. Out of the 3 Pakistani missiles fired, all 3 were shot down. All 3 were shot down, which included 2 Fateh 2s and 1 Shaheen 2. All were shot down over Sirsa, well before they could reach Amritsar or Delhi. So India today has an impenetrable defense shield thanks to the S-400s. And quite obviously, Pakistan is desperate to try and find out the secrets of this missile, the frequencies of this missile, so that they could negate it. They have tried, they have failed miserably. They have failed miserably. India has now absolutely leak-proof missile shield, missile umbrella, which can negate the Pakistani nuclear weapons. Because Pakistan has only 2 vectors of delivery. One is via the jet fighters, the other is via the missiles. Both can be negated by the S-400 and the combination of missiles that we have in our arsenal just now. The Chinese tried to help the Pakistanis to beat the S-400 system. They specifically rerouted their satellites to cover the deployment of S-400s in Punjab and Rajasthan. But the Indian NTRO and our space tracking agencies, they had the timings of the overpasses of the Chinese missiles, and any time they tried to pass over, they were about to pass over Indian airspace, they warned our S-400s to change their location, to set up decoys, and what Pakistan claimed to hit were these decoys. At the end of Operation Sindhur, all our S-400s were shown to the whole world intact. This was a game changer. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Ethiopia as part of his Tri-Nation visit as he embarked for the next stop in the 4-day trip. Now, he took to X, he thanked the people, the citizens of Ethiopia for the warm welcome that they extended him. In fact, this, as he announces, the consequent strengthening of the bilateral relations between the two countries. Here's a quick report. Take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Parth Pawar's letter sparks controversy. Letter shows he signed a document which demanded expedited land document processing. We are tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Please stop! झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rashtrapati with you. We will start the bulletin with the top story that's coming in from Uttar Pradesh, viewers. A shocker as a man kills his wife and two daughters for not wearing burqa and buries them right under his house. We'll tell you more, but first the headlines. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan, after insulting the armed forces, now defends his statement, says, "We don't need a large army."
My right to ask questions. अभी ये मत लो यार।
अच्छा ठीक।
बिल्कुल मेरा right है. Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
When asked for an apology, Congress leader says that it is out of question that it will apologize. Congress leadership goes completely silent on Prithviraj Chavan's statement, not even an apology issued. Man kills wife, two daughters over no burqa, buries them at his home in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. The triple murder for burqa in Uttar Pradesh has shook the nation now. Bodies have been excavated after 6 days. Parth Pawar's letter sparks controversy. Letter shows he signed a document which demanded expedited land document processing.
I also thank you for receiving our all party parliamentary delegation so warmly and for affirming the commitment of zero tolerance towards terrorism.
Prime Minister Modi addresses Ethiopian Parliament, says both nations committed to countering terrorism. The big story that is coming in right now, viewers, is from the national capital. The Rashtrapati Bhavan has unveiled the Param Vir Dha, a gallery celebrating India's highest military honor. Once adorned with portraits of the British ADCs during colonial times, the corridor has been completely transformed now to honor the extraordinary bravery and supreme sacrifice of all 21 Param Vir Chakra awardees of the nation, inaugurated by President Draupadi Murmu on Vijay Divas, that is yesterday. This gallery stands as a tribute to India's heroes and marks a shift from colonial legacies to a proud celebration of the nation's valor and timeless spirit of courage. There you have the visuals coming in as the heroes of 1971 have been honored, and this is the Param Vir Dha, viewers, completely shedding of the colonial legacy. The legacy is this, our brave hearts, the Param Vir Dha. It's the gallery that celebrates India's highest military honor. And this was inaugurated yesterday by President Draupadi Murmu. Visuals of the same surfacing now It's a big, big move, viewers, as this is a gallery, the Dirgha, the Param Vir Dha, that celebrates India's brave hearts, India's bravest soldiers. This colonial legacy is something that is being completely done away with, and now India celebrates, it honors those who have been the heroes of this nation. And General G.D. Bakshi joins us live on the broadcast from Major General G.D. Bakshi. Thank you so much for joining us. And sir, this is a big step that has been taken and the very right time on the 1971 war, sir, as India honors its heroes. And now, shedding off those British ADC pictures, and now only and only the heroes of this nation, that is India, the Republic of India, they will be honored.
Absolutely. You see, the timing is very right, as you pointed out. 16 December was the Vijay Divas, the date on which we celebrate the great victory of the 1971 war, in which in 13 days, just 13 days, we had broken Pakistan into two. We had marched 550 kilometers to reach the capital of Bangladesh, Dhaka, liberated, fly the tricolour, and 93,000 prisoners of war had surrendered. And it was one of the greatest military victories in recent military history. People must not forget that over 3,864 Indian officers, JCOs and men of all three services laid down their lives. This is the highest casualty figure. And on this day, to honor our Param Vir Chakra winner and to replace the paintings and pictures of the British ADCs, aide camps, with pictures of the Param Vir Chakra winners, I think is a very good, very welcome step. And it honors the martyrs of this country.
Right, sir. Absolutely, sir. And, this is symbolic of how India continues to, unite as a nation behind our forces, sir. And this is required more than ever before. Now, many people will question, as they have been questioning from Vande Mataram to everything, they have questioned the army in this country. But the governments and, of course, the Rashtrapati, the president, of course, stands on one page that India should could give those heroes the rightful place in history, sir. And there is no place for the colonial history that is all taught. Is that the only thing that is actually taught, if you see, in the schools today. Everybody should know, every citizen, every child, every student in this country should know the stories of our real heroes, the Param Vir Chakra awardees, sir.
Absolutely. You see, the president is the supreme commander of the Indian Armed Forces.
Yeah.
And a gesture in the Rashtrapati Bhavan means a great deal to the armed forces. They are being honored by their supreme commander. And what is the comparison? Aide camps, ADCs to the Viceroy. How do they rate as great personages? Did they fight a battle? What did they do for this country? So for their paintings to be replaced by the paintings of the Param Vir Chakra winners, I think is a very right step, very logical step. And it's about time that we revised our history. We are being told that it was all because of ahimsa and non-violence. And we completely obliterate the fact that 60,000 strong Indian National Army fought for our freedom, out of whom 26,000, over 45% of the force laid down their lives fighting. It's a pity that we don't have a single war memorial to the martyrs of the INA. 26,000 martyrs, not a small figure. And it is because of them that we are free. But read our history books and you will find Bhagat Singh mentioned, Chandrasekhar Azad mentioned as terrorists. I think that needs to change. It's about time.
Right, sir. Major General Bakshi, many thanks for joining us with your first reaction on this big story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, we have some breaking news coming in. A non-bailable warrant has been now issued against the Maharashtra Sports Minister Manikra Kokate. The warrant has been issued in connection with a flat scam case. And we will be continuing to get you more updates from our reporter on Ground Zero. This is a warrant for the arrest of Manikra Kokate, and this is in connection with a flat scam. He's NCP Ajit Pawar party faction leader, and he could be arrested anytime today. And what we understand is that the Nasik district and sessions court in Maharashtra had sentenced State Sports Minister Manikra Kokate yesterday to 2 years imprisonment and a fine of 10,000 rupees in a flat scam rated case. Satya Prakash is joining us live on the broadcast. Satya Prakash, tell us more details. क्या कुछ सामने आ रहा है, किस मामले में क्या-क्या आरोप हैं मानिकरा कोकाटे के खिलाफ?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र सरकार में मंत्री मानिकरा कोकाटे का कभी भी गिरफ्तारी हो सकती है, क्योंकि उनके खिलाफ गैर जमानती वारंट जारी हुआ है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से कल कोर्ट ने, नासिक कोर्ट ने, पहले डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट, इसके बाद सेशन कोर्ट ने जिस तरह से फैसला दिया, जो 27 साल पुराना मामला है, जो कि फ्लैट घोटाले का मामला है। फ्लैट घोटाले मामले में कहीं कहीं दोषी पाए गए हैं, उनको 2 साल की सजा हुआ है और साथ ही 10,000 का उनको जुर्माना भरने कहा है। फिलहाल मानिक का पता नहीं चल पा रहा है, मानिकरा कोकाटे का पता नहीं चल पा रहा है। कुछ देर पहले ही अजित पवार का भी बयान आया कि उनसे संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा। लेकिन जिस तरह से कोर्ट ने गैर जमानती वारंट जारी किया है, तो ये साफ तौर से देखा जा रहा है कि जल्द ही मानिकरा कोकाटे गिरफ्तार हो सकते हैं। वहीं कहीं के जिस तरह से अजित पवार गुट के नेता हैं और अजित पवार भी लगातार संपर्क करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से मामला आया और जिस तरह से कल सजा का ऐलान हुआ था, उस समय भी मानिकरा कोकाटे कोर्ट में हाजिर नहीं हुए थे। आज कहीं कहीं कोर्ट ने गैर जमानती वारंट जारी किया है और किसी भी समय महाराष्ट्र सरकार मंत्री मानिकरा कोकाटे गिरफ्तार हो सकते हैं। जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जुड़ने के लिए सत्य प्रकाश। विद दोस डिटेल्स कमिंग इन, व्यूअर्स, वी विल कीप अ क्लोज आई ऑन मोर अपडेट्स ऑन दैट स्टोरी. नॉन बेलेबल वारंट अगेंस्ट Ajit Pawar faction leader and Maharashtra sports minister Kokate, and trouble mounting as he can be arrested any time today. And we will continue to get you more details coming in on that story. Manikra Kokate is the sports minister of Maharashtra and NCP leader. And Nasik court had upheld the Maharashtra 2-year jail term in cheating case as well, 1995 cheating case as well. We'll tell you more details on that. But now we shift the focus to what's happened in Shamli, the big shocker that has come to light from the district of Shamli. A shocking incident has come to light in from Shamli, where a man had murdered his wife, his 2 daughters. Why? Because they did not wear burqa. And he murdered them and buried them at their house. After 6 days, the bodies have been excavated. The triple murder case in burqa triple murder case in Shamli, and reportedly took place a few days back on the 10th of December. And the excavation of the bodies took place last night, and it's a shocking case that has come to light. We will tell you more details in this report.
9 फीट गहरा गड्ढा है। यहाँ पे फारूक ने अपनी पत्नी और 2 बेटियों को दफना दिया। कट्टरपंथी सोच जो है फारूक की, वो निकल के सामने आई है और उसी सोच ने, देखिए, उसकी पत्नी और 2 बेटियों की जान जो है उसने ले ली है। और ऐसे में बुर्का नहीं पहनने से, जिस तरह से, देखिए, कल एसपी का भी बयान सामने आया था, जो फारूक ने पुलिस के सामने भी बयान दिया है कि वो मायके गई थी और ऐसे में बुर्का नहीं पहनी थी। उस बात से बहुत ही ज्यादा वो आहत था। उसे पैसे भी मांगी, पैसे नहीं दिए, इस बात से बहुत ही आहत था। उसे नीचा दिखाया गया और ऐसे में उसने हत्या जो है अपनी पत्नी और 2 बेटी की कर दी। ये गड्ढे में उसने दफन करके रखा। इसके साथ ही अगर हम आपको पहले तो इस घर की तस्वीर दिखाएं, संतोष थोड़ा सा इधर कैमरा पैन करके भी दिखाइए। देखिए, बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटीरियर ये इलाका है एकदम। आप अगर शामली से अंदर आएंगे, गांव के अंदर आएंगे, तो यहाँ पे ये 2 कमरा है। ये कुदाल आपको नजर आ रहा होगा जिससे जो है गड्ढा भरा था। जब उसने इस पूरे वारदात को अंजाम दिया और उसी के बाद वारदात को अंजाम देने के बाद इस कुदाल की मदद से उसने गड्ढे को भरा। अब यहाँ पे अगर और तस्वीर दिखाए तो ये दिखाइए किस तरह से यहाँ पे आपको एक राख नजर आ रहा होगा। दरअसल फारूक ने क्या कहा अपने बच्चों को, अपने परिवार में उसने यही कहा कि उसने अपनी पत्नी और दोनों बेटियों को अलग से किराए का मकान दे दिया है, वो वहां रह रही है। लेकिन सच बात ये थी कि उसने उसके पूरे कपड़े को जो है यहाँ पे जला दिया ताकि किसी को कोई शक ना हो। अगर वो कपड़े देखेंगे तो जाहिर तौर पर ये सवाल जरूर खड़े होंगे कि आखिर कपड़े तो यहाँ है, आप कह रहे हो आपने दूसरी जगह मकान लेकर के उनको घर पे दे दिया है। तो ऐसे में देखिए शक जो है वो गहराता चला गया। बच्चे लगातार सवाल कर रहे थे क्योंकि 2 बेटा भी है, वो सवाल कर रहे थे। तो ऐसे में देखिए फिर उसने अपने परिवार में अपने दादा से बात की, बच्चे ने बताया, और उसके बाद देखिए ये जो पूरा मामला है वो
फारूक नाम का व्यक्ति है और उसके पत्नी और 2 बच्चियां गायब हैं। तत्काल हमारे चौकी इंचार्ज गंगेरू, हमारे SHO कांधला सतीश मौके पे आए और फारूक जिसकी पत्नी और बच्चे गायब थे उससे उन लोगों ने सख्ती से पूछताछ की और उसने बताया कि मेरी पत्नी के साथ मैं और हमारे 5 बच्चे घर में रहते, बहुत गरीब मैं था और मैं होटल पे काम करता, रोटी बनाने काम करता था मैं। हमारी पत्नी विगत 1 महीने पहले, चूँकि मैं गरीब था और हमारी शादी मंसूरपुर मुजफ्फरनगर में हुई थी, वो हमसे कुछ पैसे मांग रही थी, इसको लेके हमारा विवाद हो गया था और बिना वो बुर्का और नकाब के अपने मैके चली गई अपनी छोटी बच्ची को लेकर के। इस बात को लेकर काफ़ी परेशान था कि हमारी इज्जत चली गई और मैं जाके 1 महीने बाद अपनी पति को घर पे लेके आया यहाँ पे और तभी से मेरे मन में भाव जग गया कि लग रहा है इसका मामला कुछ और है और मुझे मेरी इज्जत अब नहीं करती है ये, और तभी मैंने इसको जान से मारने का प्लान बनाया।
All right, my colleague Shamli is joining us live on the broadcast. Shamli, what more details are you picking up from this shocking case from Shamli?
Well, Rakshita, we are at the location where this unfortunate, shocking case happened, and we're going to take you through the house. So outside, you can see this is in one of the very secluded villages of Shamli, and we're going to take you inside and show you the exact. So this is a very shocking case where a man named Farooq actually murdered his 32-year-old wife Tahira and 12-year-old daughter Afreen and another 5-year-old daughter Sareen. This is inside the house. We are now entering inside the house, and what he did was he actually woke Tahira up in the middle of the night on the pretext of making tea. When she woke up, she was on her way to make the tea, and then he fired on her back. After hearing the gunfire, after hearing the sound of that fire, the elder daughter woke up, and when she woke up, she saw the man Farooq killed his daughter as well. After this, when the younger daughter, the 5-year-old daughter, woke up, he strangled her to death and hid all the 3 bodies in a pit inside this house. So this is the house. Let me show you, and let me also show you the pit in which he buried the 3 women, the 3 ladies, the 32-year-old Tahira, the wife, and the 2 daughters, Afreen and Sareen. Now this is the pit here. This is around 6 feet deep pit. And this was not a murder that was done in a fit of rage, but this was premeditated. He actually dug this up on the context of building up a safety tank for the washroom in his house, and he actually got this done before because his wife had left for her maternal home just a month ago, and he felt that he was being insulted by his wife because he wanted to, the woman, 32-year-old Tahira, wanted to do things her own way. We're also going to show you around. This is somewhat of just outside the house, you can say the porch area, and locally, this is not, you'll see this is not very huge. This is just mostly an elevated side where you can see the bedding and stuff, and there are a lot of construction items as well. Possibly, he was collecting all of it to show that they are going to build up that safety tank for the washroom. We're also going to show you around, and there are 2 rooms. One is this room, and they were saying that this is right here on this ground is when Farooq fired at Tahira. This is one of the bedrooms, and the another room that we'll show you is right here. I'll request my VJ to show you this room as well. This looks something like a kitchen on one side, and then there is some bedding involved as well. So this is the house, the same exact house where this murder, this brutal murder happened on 10th of December. And one of the chilling fact about this case is the three bodies were hid in that pit for more than 6 days. This only came to light on Tuesday evening when Farooq's father guessed that there was something wrong, and he went to the police filing for a missing persons report. And when the police interrogated Farooq tried to mislead police initially, but then confessed to the murder of all 3 people. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Any more action that has been taken? What more details are you picking up, Shambhavi?
So currently, Farooq has been arrested, of course, because he has confessed to the crime. He has confessed to the brutal murder of his wife and 2 daughters, a 12-year-old and 5-year-old. And now that he's been arrested, further investigation will be done. Even we showed you the same pit. We'll show you again where the 3 bodies were actually buried. And the bodies were recovered by the police. The 3 bodies have been sent for post-mortem as well. And 2 of them, the 32-year-old Tahira, who was Farooq's wife, was shot at by Farooq. Another 12-year-old daughter, Afreen, was shot at, and the 5-year-old daughter, Sareen, was strangled to death and then buried in the same pit. We are showing it to you right now. This is the exact now. Here, just for the context of what Farooq actually, why Farooq actually had this pit dug, because right there you can see there's the washroom of this house right there in the front. So his excuse was to actually get a safety tank, a water tank made just beside the washroom for their ease. But this was actually his way of preparing for the chilling action, the chilling murder that he was actually planning for his family. Rakshita.
Thanks for joining us there, Shambhavi from Ground Zero. We probably will continue to get you more updates. Viewers, now shifting our focus to the reaction that are coming in now. There have been allegations that have been made. It was often the case that the wife and daughters would be locked inside the house. Such more revelations have been made, in fact, by people from the house who knew the family. Take a listen in.
फारूक जो कि आरोपी है, उनकी माता जी हमारे साथ है। माता जी, फारूक किस मिजाज का शख्स था? क्योंकि जैसा कि उसने पुलिस को भी बताया कि बुर्का नहीं पहनने से बहुत नाराज हो गया, कभी ऐसे अनबन करता था कपड़ों को लेके भी? वो
जी वो पर्दे से में रखा था, बुर्के से मैं अंदर रहती, बाहर नहीं आती, बच्चे आ जाते हैं, कोई बाहर का काम इतना हमारे साथ रहा, ठीक हम कर देते, हमारे साथ लड़ाई कर रखी थी, साल से वजह बनते हैं। आप लोगों से बात नहीं होती थी? ना बाप से ना अम्मी से। बच्चे थे मेरे पास आ जाते, कोई चीज की तमन्ना थी ले जाते, दे देते। हाँ।
तो जब जैसे उनकी पत्नी और दोनों बेटियां जो हैं वो गायब हो गई, उसने तो दफना दिया, लेकिन परिवार को या आस पड़ोस में किसी को भनक नहीं लगी, तो आप लोगों ने पूछा आखिर कहाँ हैं वो लोग, आ नहीं रहे हैं, क्या जवाब मिलता था?
बच्चों ने बताया मेरी अम्मी, हम घर बनाओगे, मेरी अम्मी ने शामली वो ले गए किराए पर कमरा, वहाँ छोड़ दी।
And viewers, let's shift our focus to the other story that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. Opposition MP staged protest in Parliament premises over National Herald case and demanded Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah's resignation after a Delhi court refused to take cognizance of ED's money laundering charge against Congress MP Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah and Deputy Chief Minister T.K. Shivakumar joined Congress protest against the Centre's decision to rename Manrega scheme. Congress party also called for a nation protest against Centre over Manrega renaming. 3 people died and 1 injured after a car lost control and rammed into a tree. The emergency team rescued 4 people, 1 survivor sent to civil hospital, while the bodies of the other 3 have been handed over to the police for post-mortem. Now, the Indian Army has received a major combat boost with the induction of the 3 Apache AH-64E attack helicopters. And with this final delivery, the Army's first Apache squadron is now fully operational. The helicopters have landed at the Indian Air Base and will soon be deployed in Jodhpur. Here's more.
The Indian Army has inducted 3 additional AH-64E Apache attack helicopters, completing its full fleet of 6. The helicopters landed at Hindon Air Base in Ghaziabad, marking a key milestone for the Army Aviation Corps. In a post on X, the Indian Army stated that Apaches will be deployed in Jodhpur after inspections and formalities in the coming days. With 6 Apaches now operational, the Army's first Apache squadron in Rajasthan is fully equipped. Known as Flying Tank, the AH-64E Apache is armed with Hellfire missiles, rockets and a 30mm chain gun and is capable of all-weather, day-night combat operations across deserts, plains and high-altitude terrain. Welcoming the induction, the US Embassy in India said the delivery reflects the growing US-India major defense partnership, strengthening regional security and advancing cooperation. The induction of Apaches reinforces India's focus on military modernization and battlefield readiness.
All right, the Russian counterintelligence agency that reportedly uncovered and dismantled a spy network linked to Pakistan's inter-services intelligence, that is the ISI, that aims to steal highly sensitive military technology from Russia. The information on the military technology, and it also includes information on S-400, another system in St. Petersburg. Here's Major General G.D. Bakshi with more insights on that.
A Pakistani army officer has admitted in so many words that Pakistan has sent spies into Russia to steal the secrets of the S-400s and that they were caught and they are getting their just desserts. The S-400 has been the nemesis of Pakistan, especially in Op Sindhur 1.0. 6 Pakistani aircraft were shot down over Pakistan, in Pakistani airspace, by the S-400s. One was an AVAC shot down at the record range of 316 kilometers, a world record. The longest range at which the Russians have shot down Ukrainian aircraft was at 202 kilometers. They shot down an F-16 over Kyiv. We have, with the same Russian equipment, been able to set a world record by shooting down AVAC, a very high-value aircraft, at 316 kilometers inside Pakistan. In addition, we have knocked down 6 jet fighters of the F-16 class, of the JF-17 class. 5 of these were shot down when they were attempting to fire cruise missiles on the Indian air bases. They were shot out of their own skies well inside Pakistan. The S-400 has been a game changer in South Asia. A game changer. And quite obviously, India is now has been pressing Russia to quickly deliver the, out of the 5 squadrons, we've received 3. 2 more we were to receive. They are likely to come next year. We have requested them for 5 more. And there is also talk of India getting the S-500, which is of even superior capabilities than the S-400. S-400 can look up to 600, shoot up to 400. The S-500 can look up to 1,000 kilometers and shoot up to 600 kilometers. The S-400, therefore, is an absolute game changer in South Asia. It has created an Indian Iron Dome which is impenetrable. The 4 layers of missiles of various ranges, the S-400s, the Barak 8s, medium-range SAMs, the Akashes and the Spiders. With these 4 levels, 4 layers, India has got an impenetrable missile shield. Impenetrable missile shield which makes it impossible for any Pakistani aircraft, jet fighter to penetrate, even with standoff cruise missiles weapons. It also makes it impossible for any Pakistani missile to get through. Out of the 3 Pakistani missiles fired, all 3 were shot down. All 3 were shot down, which included 2 Fateh 2s and 1 Shaheen 2. All were shot down over Sirsa, well before they could reach Amritsar or Delhi. So India today has an impenetrable defense shield thanks to the S-400s. And quite obviously Pakistan is desperate to try and find out the secrets of this missile, the frequencies of this missile, so that they could negate it. They have tried, they have failed miserably. They have failed miserably. India has now absolutely leak-proof missile shield, missile umbrella, which can negate the Pakistani nuclear weapons. Because Pakistan has only two vectors of delivery. One is via the jet fighters, the other is via the missiles. Both can be negated by the S-400 and the combination of missiles that we have in our arsenal just now. The Chinese tried to help the Pakistanis to beat the S-400 system. They specifically rerouted their satellites to cover the deployment of S-400s in Punjab and Rajasthan. But the Indian NTRO and our space tracking agencies, they had the timings of the overpasses of the Chinese missiles, and any time they tried to pass over, they were about to pass over Indian airspace, they warned our S-400s to change their location, to set up decoys, and what Pakistan claimed to hit were these decoys. At the end of Operation Sindhur, all our S-400s were shown to the whole world intact. This was a game changer. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
And here's a quick check of all the headlines that we're tracking at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan, after insulting armed forces, now defends his statement, says we do not need a large army.
Okay. You are right to ask questions. अभी ये मत लो यार.
अच्छा ठीक.
बिल्कुल मेरा right है. Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
When asked for an apology, this Congress leader says an apology is out of question now. Congress leadership goes completely silent on Prithviraj Chavan's statement, not even an apology that has been issued yet. Man kills his wife and two daughters over no burqa, buries them at a home in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. Burqa triple murder in Uttar Pradesh shocks the nation. Bodies excavated after 6 days. Parth Pawar's letter sparks controversy. Letter shows that he signed a document which demanded expedited land document processing.
I also thank you for receiving our all party parliamentary delegation so warmly and for affirming the commitment of zero tolerance towards terrorism.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addresses Ethiopian Parliament, says both nations are committed to countering terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, the Luthra brothers, Saurabh Luthra and Gaurav Luthra, are now facing the Indian law. This after they had landed at the national capital yesterday, and today they were taken to the Mapusa court, after which there was a high drama that had unfolded where one of the brothers, Saurabh Luthra in this case, had said that he has a chest pain, after which he was moved to the hospital. But now, while they were on their way to the Anjuna police station, we have confronted, Republic has confronted the Luthra brothers. Take a listen into that sequence.
वो आप आ चुके हैं, वो आए हैं। सौरभ, 25 लोगों की जान गई है, आके आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? गौरव लुथरा, गौरव लुथरा, क्या आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? 25 लोगों की जान गई है।
2 दिनों में मिला था।
फायर का एनओसी नहीं था आपके पास। क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
22 स्टेट सर।
लुथरा, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप? वो आप आ चुके हैं, वो आए सौरभ, 25 लोगों की जान गई है, आके आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? गौरव लुथरा, गौरव लुथरा, क्या आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? 25 लोगों की जान गई है,
2 दिनों में मिला था,
फायर का एनओसी नहीं था आपके पास, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
22 स्टेट सर।
लुथरा, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप? वो आप आ चुके हैं, वो आए सौरभ, 25 लोगों की जान गई है, आके आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? गौरव लुथरा, गौरव लुथरा, क्या आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? 25 लोगों की जान गई है,
2 दिनों में मिला था,
फायर का एनओसी नहीं था आपके पास, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
22 स्टेट सर।
लुथरा, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप? वो आप आ चुके हैं, वो आए सौरभ, 25 लोगों की जान गई है, आके आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? गौरव लुथरा, गौरव लुथरा, क्या आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? 25 लोगों की जान गई है,
2 दिनों में मिला था,
फायर का एनओसी नहीं था आपके पास, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
22 स्टेट सर।
लुथरा, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking, there is a new twist that has unfolded in the ongoing controversy surrounding the alleged rupees 300 crore government land scam in Pune's Mundhwa area, where a 40 crore plot of Mahar Vatan land classified as government land, owned and leased to a Botanical Survey of India, was reportedly sold to Media Enterprises LLP, a firm which Parth Pawar, son of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, holds a major stake in. A letter has now surfaced which shows how allegedly it was signed by Parth Pawar, urging the district administration to expedite the registration of the land in his name on official records, has now surfaced with claims that it has demonstrated direct involvement and pressure on officials to fast-track the process, while the transaction has faced allegations of undervaluation, improper stamp duty waivers and procedure irregularities leading to FIRs, arrest and ongoing probes. Parth Pawar has not been named in the official complaints. All right, Meenakshi is joining us live on the broadcast. Meenakshi, this is a major development, and it comes even as Parth Pawar has not been named as one of the accused in the land scam. But with this letter that has now come to the fore, it is clear, it is in black and white that yes, Parth Pawar was involved in the land scam.
Yes, absolutely. From the first day, Pune Police is protecting Parth Pawar as he is the son of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. We have accessed lots of documents and we have showed to our viewers lots of documents stated that Parth Pawar is directly involved in this case. As you have rightly mentioned, the letter which accessed, and another copy is the remand copy of Sheetal Tejwani, where police, in this remand copy, police exposed the whole process, how this process has been done, and police also mentioned the name of the company, Media Enterprise. If we have seen this remand copy of Sheetal Tejwani, we can notice that the point number 8, point number 11 and point number 12, where police directly mentioned that the Sheetal Tejwani with Media Enterprise has done this deal. Particularly, what is police saying in remand copy, that the accused along with the co-accused in collusion with Media Enterprise LLP, Pune, got the deed registered by falsely claiming stamp duty exemption, even though no such exemption was actually granted as per rules. So police is now admitting that there no rules has been followed by this deal. And who are involved in this deal? MAD Enterprise. And our viewers know that Sheetal Tejwani was arrested. Sub-Registrar Ravindra Taru was arrested, but not arrest made by any of MAD Enterprise partner from Pune Police. MAD Enterprise, we know Parth Pawar has owned 99% of share, and Digvijay Patil has owned only 1% of share. What we have seen in these days, we have seen that Digvijay Patil, who skipped 4 summons, and after skipping 4 summons, he appeared before Pune Police, and after 3 hours of questioning, he left Bavdan Police Station. Now, police is admitting that MAD Enterprise is directly involved in this case, and police is not taking any action against MAD Enterprise, against Digvijay Patil, against Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar. Why? This is main question. Already Bombay High Court raised this question, and Bombay High Court said to police why police is protecting Parth Pawar. Police is protecting MAD Enterprise. So it's open now. It's like open secret now. Pune Police is protecting Parth Pawar, and what is Pune Police is doing all is eyewash and already scripted.
Right, Meenakshi, thank you very much for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on now to other stories that we are tracking. The Indian Army has received a major combat boost with the induction of 3 Apache attack helicopters. With this final delivery, the Army's first Apache squadron is now fully operational. The helicopters landed at Hindon Air Base and will soon be deployed in Jodhpur. Here's a report on that.
The Indian Army has inducted 3 additional AH-64E Apache attack helicopters, completing its full fleet of 6. The helicopters landed at Hindon Air Base in Ghaziabad, marking a key milestone for the Army Aviation Corps. In a post on X, the Indian Army stated that Apaches will be deployed in Jodhpur after inspections and formalities in the coming days. With 6 Apaches now operational, the Army's first Apache squadron in Rajasthan is fully equipped. Known as Flying Tank, the AH-64E Apache is armed with Hellfire missiles, rockets, and a 30 mm chain gun, and is capable of all-weather, day-night combat operations across deserts, plains, and high-altitude terrain. Welcoming the induction, the US Embassy in India said the delivery reflects the growing US-India major defense partnership, strengthening regional security and advancing cooperation. The induction of Apaches reinforces India's focus on military modernization and battlefield readiness.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was yesterday when a senior Congress leader, Prithviraj Chavan, insulted the army. He went on to say in a press conference in front of the media that the army did nothing during Operation Sindhur and that we had to bow down in front of Pakistan, and that it was Pakistan who had shot down our fighter jets. In fact, he also went on to insult the army when he said that the army is not needed and that they should be deployed to do some other work. This was then doubled down today. When media questioned Prithviraj Chavan on what he has to say about his statement that he had given yesterday, he remained unapologetic. He went on to say that there is no question of an apology and that whatever he said was right. Listen in to the insult and then the defense.
पहिल्या दिवशी आपला संपूर्ण पराभव झाला. 7 तारखेला जे हवाई युद्ध अर्ध्या तासात झालं त्यामध्ये आपला टोटल पराभव झाला. हे कोणी मान्य करो अगर न करो. आणि त्यामुळे त्या दिवशी भारताची जी विमानं पडली त्या दिवशी सगळा भारताचा एअरफोर्स हा ग्राउंड झाला आणि त्यानंतर एकही विमान उडलं नाही. पण कुठेही विमान उडलं की पाकिस्तानचं तुमचं विमान ग्वाल्हेर असेल किंवा भटिंडा असेल किंवा सिरसा असेल तिथं वाढायची शक्यता असल्यामुळं आपलं कंप्लीट एअरफोर्स ग्राउंड झालं.
मैं बाद में आराम से बात करूंगा. अभी आराम से बात करेंगे. तो आपको ये जो बयान है उस पर आप माफी मांग रहे हैं? बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता. बिल्कुल सवाल नहीं उठता. हाँ जी सर. नहीं सवाल नहीं उठता. मैं बात करूंगा ना डिटेल में. माफी मांगने का सवाल. माफी कहाँ मांगूं? लेकिन आपके हिसाब से स्टेटमेंट गलत था क्या सर?
बिल्कुल नहीं।
लोग मीडिया में वही सब जगह ऐसे ही चला कि अपमान हुआ है।
मैं करूंगा, डिटेल बात करूंगा
जी।
आई विल टॉक टू मीडिया प्रॉपर्ली.
सो आर यू अपोलोजाइजिंग राइट नाउ?
आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन.
ओके.
माय राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस. अभी ये मत लो यार.
अच्छा ठीक.
बिल्कुल, मेरा राइट है. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स मी राइट टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस.
And ladies and gentlemen, what's more shocking is that this is not just one Congress leader, Prithviraj Chavan, who has gone ahead to insult the army. When questioned today in the parliament to Congress spokesperson and member of parliament Pramod Tiwari on what he has to say on the insult that has been given out by Prithviraj Chavan, Pramod Tiwari says, the Congress leader, that there is nothing wrong in the statement that Prithviraj Chavan has made. Listen in.
पृथ्वीराज चौहान जिस तरीके से कह रहे हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में सेना पहले दिन मुंह की खा रही थी.
प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, महाराष्ट्र के केंद्रीय मंत्री रहे, मैंने उनका ऐसा कोई बयान नहीं सुना है और जब तक मैं उनसे सुन न लूं मैं उस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दूंगा. मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूंगा, मैं भारत की सेना का पराक्रम का पूरा देश ऋणी है. ये देश की सर्वाधिक दुनिया की शक्तिशाली सेना है. यही सेना तो थी ना जिससे इंदिरा गांधी के राजनीतिक नेतृत्व में जिसने दुनिया का ज्योग्राफिया बदल के बांग्लादेश बनाया था. तो ये तो राजनीतिक नेतृत्व पे होता है. कैसा राजनीतिक नेतृत्व मिला. मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा कि इसके बारे में जो उनके अध्यक्षों ने भी, थल सेना अध्यक्ष, वायुसेना अध्यक्ष, तमाम लोग बोल चुके हैं, पर मैं उसी बयान पर विश्वास करूंगा जो पाक का जो सेना का अधिकृत बयान है.
On one hand, there is Prithviraj Chavan and leaders like Pramod Tiwari. On the other hand, there are leaders like Renuka Chaudhary. When asked about the statement that Prithviraj Chavan has given, she went ahead to say that she hasn't even heard the statement and that she has nothing to comment on. Listen in to this reaction that's coming from Renuka Chaudhary when in Parliament, when questioned about the insult on our army, she says that she has no idea about it.
पृथ्वीराज चौहान आपके साथी हैं, शांत और वरिष्ठ नेता है कांग्रेस के. वो कह रहे हैं जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ था हमें पहले दिन पराजय का सामना मुंह की खानी पड़ रही थी.
अच्छा, मैं जानती नहीं, मैंने देखी नहीं. लोगों ने बताया कि उन्होंने कोई स्टेटमेंट, मैंने सुनी भी नहीं और देखी भी नहीं.
तो आप मानते हैं क्या इस तरीके से?
नहीं, पता नहीं, उनकी कोई जानकारी तो होगी ना. एक बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं तो उनको कुछ जानकारी होगी. मैं जान के वो पता करके फिर मैं बोलूँ.
Meanwhile, the BJP has raised this issue in the parliament where they have said that it is the Congress party that has always been towing the pro-Pakistan line and that it is giving ammunition to Pakistan by giving out these statements in public forum. Listen in.
कौन क्या कह रहा है ये उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं. सेना के शौर्य पर किसी को गाली देने का अधिकार नहीं है. जो लोग सेना के शौर्य को अपमानित करते हैं वो कभी
All right, the BJP has now put out a video of TMC MP vaping in the parliament. A new video that has now been put out by the BJP. They say that smoking may not be illegal, but using it in parliament is entirely unacceptable. Mamata Banerjee's MP must clarify on the MP's misconduct. The BJP has now put out a fresh video of a TMC MP vaping inside the parliament. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, vaping has been banned since the year 2019 and smoking it inside the parliament is all the way more a bigger crime. This is the video that has been put out by the BJP, this TMC MP sitting inside the parliament, not even on the outside premises, inside the floor of the house and vaping. A video that has now been put out by the BJP. Just few days back, there was a video where TMC MP Swagata Roy in a video was seen holding a cigarette in his hand, was seen smoking inside the parliament premises. The second video has now come out
that has been tweeted by the BJP. E-cigarette now being smoked inside the floor of the House. The TMC MP brazening it out there, not respecting the floor of the House, not respecting the people who have put him up there in that chair and smoking inside the floor of the House. A new video that has been tweeted by the BJP. In fact, this has specifically been given out by Anurag Thakur, and he has said that this is a video of TMC MP Kirti Azad vaping inside the parliament. Anurag Thakur goes on to say that for people like him, rules and laws clearly hold no meaning. And just imagine the audacity, hiding an e-cigarette in his palm while in the House. Smoking may not be illegal, but using it in Parliament is entirely unacceptable. The BJP has in fact demanded answers from Mamata Banerjee government, saying that Mamata Banerjee should be responsible for answering on behalf of the TMC MP who has been sitting inside the floor of the House and smoking an e-cigarette which has been banned. The BJP has claimed that vaping inside the parliament, the man vaping inside the parliament that you see on your screens, his name is Kirti Azad. He is a member of parliament from the TMC. The BJP says that TMC MP Kirti Azad was seen hiding an e-cigarette in the parliament, and the BJP has also gone ahead to claim that Kirti Azad hid a vape in his hand inside the parliament, after which, while sitting in the floor of the House, he started smoking while the proceedings were underway. Vaping inside the parliament is completely unacceptable, and the video shows how TMC MP is completely flouting the norms. All right, we're trying to get in some reactions on that, but this is the video that BJP has tweeted just few days back, like I was saying about how there is TMC MP Swagata Roy who was seen smoking inside the parliament premises with other fellows, with other member of parliament, again of the TMC. The same issue was raised back then by Union Minister and BJP MP Anurag Thakur as well, where he had claimed that it was Swagata Roy, a member of parliament, where he was seen smoking. And when Anurag Thakur had brought this issue up to the Lok Sabha chair, Om Birla had then said that anybody who has been seen doing that, has been seen smoking inside the parliament, flouting the rules, a video evidence will be collected, and the member of parliament will then be held accountable, will then be asked questions on why was a norm that is so crucial to the member of parliaments to follow flouted. Just days after that incident, ladies and gentlemen, this is another incident that's happened in the parliament. Again, a video that has been tweeted by the BJP, Anurag Thakur, claiming on his social media handle X, where he has posted this video as well, saying that this is another TMC MP. First it was Swagata Roy, and now it is Kirti Azad, who has been seen smoking an e-cigarette in the parliament. E-cigarette, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you that this e-cigarette has been banned since the year 2019. It is not available in public. However, this member of parliament has set a wrong example for the people who are watching him, for the people who have elected him on that seat where he is representing the people and his constituency, where flouting the norms, disrespecting the speaker, disrespecting the people who have voted him to power, he has been seen smoking an e-cigarette inside the parliament. It remains to be seen on what disciplinary action will be taken against the TMC MP Kirti Azad. All right, so latest reactions there coming in from the BJP. The issue is going to be raised in the parliament in just some time from now. The BJP MP Anurag Thakur has already tweeted a video. We are expecting that the same will be raised inside the parliament, where a statement by the BJP will be given. Earlier, when Swagata Roy was seen smoking inside the parliament, Swagata had then gone ahead to say that it is not a concerning issue for anyone, and that the committee responsible for the disciplinary actions will have to look into it. Similarly, a same sentiment was then echoed by the Congress as well, when asked the Congress party on what they have to say about the TMC MP smoking cigarette inside the parliament. The Congress had then gone ahead to defend it, saying that Anurag Thakur or anybody from the BJP is nobody to call out people who have been smoking inside the parliament, and it is upon the disciplinary committee of the parliament to check upon the MPs who have been flouting the norms. No action was taken against the TMC MP Swagata Roy, but this time the rules have been flouted once again by the same party, Trinamool Congress. This man is a Trinamool Congress member of parliament. His name is Kirti Azad, who has been seen hiding an e-cigarette while he's sitting on the floor of the house. He's hiding an e-cigarette in his pocket. Slowly, he takes out the e-cigarette, smokes it off, and puts it back in his pocket. This has now been captured on cameras by the BJP. The BJP has put the video on a public forum and said that this is completely unacceptable and that an apology should be given, disciplinary action should be taken against the TMC member of parliament, and strong action should be taken against all those MPs who have been seen smoking an e-cigarette not just once but twice, so that it sets an example for the other member of parliaments in the house. Parliament vaping tape is now out, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, that's the biggest story that we are tracking. BJP has put out a video of TMC MP Kirti Azad, who has been seen smoking a cigarette inside the parliament. This is an e-cigarette, a vape in common terms, which is now known. He has been seen smoking that openly, brazening it out. He has now been captured on camera. It is out there on tape, captured by the BJP and put it out on social media. They claim that it is the TMC MP Kirti Azad who has been seen smoking a cigarette inside the floor of the house, and it has completely violated the norms. It remains to be seen if the BJP is going to take this issue up with the Speaker, Om Birla, because last time when such an incident had happened that involved another TMC MP, Swagata Roy, the incident had been taken up to the chair. The chair had then held a meeting and had also given out a statement in the parliament saying that anybody who has been caught flouting the norms, video evidence is then seized, is then given out in public, and the person will be held accountable. In fact, Anurag Thakur in his tweet has also said that whatever has happened is completely illegal and that this cannot be allowed in the parliament to happen. TMC MP accused by BJP MP Anurag Thakur of vaping inside the parliament, and his name is Kirti Azad. In fact, the BJP has also gone ahead and to write on the social media saying that for people like him, rules and laws clearly hold no meaning. Just imagine the audacity hiding an e-cigarette in the palm while in the house. Smoking may not be illegal, but using it in the parliament is entirely unacceptable. And that Mamata Banerjee must clarify on her member of parliament's conduct. Last time as well, when Swagata Roy was caught smoking a cigarette inside the parliament, Mamata Banerjee had adopted complete silence, not a word on her MPs smoking a cigarette. This time, another TMC MP has been in the same storm. All right, the latest reaction has also come in now from the BJP. The BJP very quick to take up on that issue. Anurag Thakur has already posted a video. In fact, we are also getting in a reaction from the BJP spokesperson, Shehzad Poonawalla, which we will put out in just some moments from now. But this is the story of the moment where a TMC MP, Kirti Azad, has been seen smoking an e-cigarette inside the parliament. The BJP is to raise this issue in the parliament with the Speaker, Om Birla. With that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you more details on what action should be taken and will be taken against this TMC MP Kirti Azad for smoking an e-cigarette inside the parliament.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन
Flipping 10 minutes.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The world is teetering on the brink of a possible third world war, which could end up in a nuclear Armageddon. I am not saying this. This is a clear statement, a clear threat held out by the Secretary General of NATO, who has said that the nations of Europe should be prepared to fight like their grandfathers and great-grandfathers had fought in World War I and II. They should be prepared for a third.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Vaping scandal hits the Trinamool Congress. BJP puts out a video of TMC MP Kirti Azad smoking inside the house. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan, after insulting the armed forces, now defends his statement. Says, we do not need a large army. He defends his insult. Says, won't apologize.
Right to ask questions. अभी ये मत लो यार।
अच्छा ठीक,
बिल्कुल मेरा राइट है। Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
When asked, will he apologize? Congress leader says that an apology is out of question. A man kills wife, 2 daughters over no burqa, buries them at home in Uttar Pradesh's Shamli. Uproar over the Shamli triple murder. Republic questions why top Muslim leaders are now silent. Rashtrapati Bhavan removes all remnants of British Raj, displays portraits of 21 Param Vir Dha awardees. National capital continues to reel with severe AQI, demand for debate on pollution in Parliament. Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live Breaking. I'm Rakta Mishra with you. We start with the e-cigarette controversy that has erupted in the winter session of this parliament. Now, it has snowballed with the BJP now putting out a video showing TMC MP Kirti Azad vaping right inside the house. There is the video clip, and BJP has posted this, writing that the TMC MP accused by BJP MP Anurag Thakur of vaping inside Parliament is none other than Kirti Azad. All right, there you have it. That's the video. So BJP goes on to write that for people like him, rules and laws clearly hold no meaning. Just imagine the audacity, hiding an e-cigarette in his palm while in the house. Smoking may not be illegal, but using it in parliament is entirely unacceptable. Mamata Banerjee must clarify on her MP's misconduct. So that's BJP training its guns on Kirti Azad. In fact, we have Anurag Thakur reacting to this and talking about this. Listen in.
एक सर मैं व्यवस्था को लेकर आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। देश भर में
एक मिनट, माननीय सदस्य मुझसे सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते।
नहीं सर, आपसे आग्रह करने वाला।
आग्रह कर सकते हो,
आपसे आग्रह कर
सर भी ढंग से
बिल्कुल सर, हाथ जोड़ के आपसे पूछ सर सदन की जानकारी के लिए है सर। देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है, क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
कोई भी माननीय
टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर चेक नहीं सर, आप चेक करवाइए सर।
एक मिनट व्यवस्था दे रहा हूं।
सर सदन में अगर सिगरेट पीना अलाउ कर दिया है,
एक मिनट प्लीज। मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से पुनः आग्रह करता हूं, हमें संसदीय परंपराओं और संसदीय नियमों का अनुपालन करना चाहिए। कोई भी माननीय सदस्य कभी भी ऐसा कोई विषय मेरे पास आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से इस पर मैं निश्चित रूप से कार्रवाई करेंगे।
Also had Kirti Azad earlier, he was, when questioned by the media, he said that Anurag Thakur was only wasting time and that there was no specific individual named in the complaint. Speaking to reporter, Azad had said who is going to verify his claims that 0 hour is for all MPs, and he was just wasting time, and Speaker also scolded him for that, and he has not named any one person. But now the BJP has named and even released a video that it was Kirti Azad, there's a claim in this video, that he had hid a vape, an e-cigarette in his hand while he was in the parliament. The same thing that Anurag Thakur, without naming anybody, had said that there were some members of the parliament who have been smoking in the parliament during the winter session. In fact, proceedings of the Lok Sabha were briefly disrupted during the question hour after Anurag Thakur. This happened on Thursday last week when Anurag Thakur had accused a Trinamool MP, and he had not named him, but he had said that Trinamool MP had was smoking an e-cigarette in the house for several days. And Anurag Thakur had said that e-cigarettes have been banned in the country itself, and asked if they were even allowed in the house. And Speaker also said that there's no permission granted. There's no such permission that has been granted to anybody. So there was quite an uproar over it, and now the BJP has taken a step forward, and they've gone a step ahead and now released this vape tape. BJP claiming that Kirti Azad was hiding his the vape in his hand, and there you can see in this video, it is none other than the TMC MP Kirti Azad. It was very much visible in this footage, and he attempts to you can see that he's holding something, and what is the BJP is calling it vaping. TMC MP is vaping in the parliament, smoking an e-cigarette. So this is an issue that has now created quite a stir, and Kirti Azad had in fact denied to the media when he was speaking to the reporters outside. After he was saying that there is nothing like that, and no name has been taken. It's only a waste of time. He had denied, and now this vaping scandal has come to the fore. All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. There was this complete political drama that is now unfolding in Maharashtra as the sports minister of the state is facing arrest. Ajit Pawar's faction minister gets himself admitted to a hospital now. Now, what is understood is that fearing arrest, the NCP leader and Maharashtra minister is getting himself admitted to Lilavati Hospital on the premise of being sick. This is the breaking news we have right now. That's the breaking news we're getting in right now. Ajit Pawar's faction leader and Minister for Sports, fearing arrest, gets himself admitted. And that's the breaking news we have right now. There is a political drama that's unfolding. Now, this is related to a flat scam, viewers. Flat scam. And we do understand there's no relief from the court for Kokate. And Satyaprakash is joining us right now on the phone line. Satyaprakash, tell us more. What are you picking up? अब हमें जानकारी मिल रही है कि मनिक्रा कोकाटे जो है लीलावती अस्पताल में भर्ती हो रहे हैं।
जी हाँ, मानिकरा कोकोटे जो है लीलावती हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हो गए हैं। अरेस्ट वारंट जारी होने के बाद एडमिट हुए हैं। जो जानकारी मिल रही कि उनकी अचानक तबीयत खराब हुई, जिसके बाद उनको भर्ती कराया गया है मुंबई के लीलावती हॉस्पिटल में। लेकिन जिस तरह से घटनाक्रम हुआ, तो कल जिस तरह से नासिक कोर्ट ने उनको 2 साल की सजा सुनाई और उसके बाद आज जो है कोर्ट ने फिर से अरेस्ट वारंट निकाला, जिसके गैर जमानती वारंट निकाला, जिसके बाद कहेंगे मानिकरा कोकोटे ने जाकर मुंबई के लीलावती हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए हैं। जो बताया है कि उनकी अचानक तबीयत खराब हुई है, जिसकी वजह से वहां पे भर्ती हुए हैं। लेकिन थोड़ी देर पहले एक घटना आया था कि अजित पवार से पूछा गया था कि मानिकरा कोकोटे कहाँ है, कुछ संपर्क है। उन्होंने साफ इनकार किया था और कहा था कि उनसे संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा है। लेकिन मुंबई में होने के बावजूद भी अजित पवार को कुछ जानकारी नहीं है। और मानिकरा जो कि एनसीपी के नेता है, महाराष्ट्र के मंत्री है, और अभी भी थोड़ी देर पहले ही जाकर लीलावती हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए हैं। और दूसरी तरफ गिरफ्तारी की कहेंगे तलवार लटकी हुई है और जल्द ही गिरफ्तार हो सकते हैं। इसी वजह से जो लोगों का कहना है कि इसी वजह से वो हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए हैं।
क्या अभी जो हमें समझ में आ रहा है कि इनका जो विधायक का दर्जा है वो भी खतरे में पड़ सकता है? Okay, we will be moving on to other stories. Thank you so much, Satyaprakash, for joining us with the details coming in on that story. It's a shocking incident that we are closely tracking, viewers, from Uttar Pradesh's Shamli district. Now, a wife's decision to go to her parents' house without wearing a burqa proved fatal as her husband shot and killed her upon her return home a month later. When their 2 daughters woke up at night hearing the gunshot, he killed him too. He killed both of the daughters too and buried all the 3 in a 6-foot deep pit that he had dug in the house as part of his plan. 6 days later, the accused confessed to the police during questioning that he had indeed killed his wife and 2 daughters. Around 10 p.m., the police excavated the house and recovered the bodies of all the 3 women, sending them for post-mortem examination.
फारूक नाम का व्यक्ति है और उसके पत्नी और 2 बच्चियां गायब हैं। तत्काल हमारे चौकी इंचार्ज गंगेरू, हमारे एसएचओ कांधला सतीश मौके पे आए और फारूक जिसकी पत्नी और बच्चे गायब थे उससे उन लोगों ने सख्ती से पूछताछ की और उसने बताया कि मेरी पत्नी के साथ मैं और हमारे 5 बच्चे घर में रहते, बहुत गरीब मैं था और मैं होटल पे काम करता, रोटी बनाने काम करता था। मैं हमारी पत्नी विगत 1 महीने पहले, चूँकि मैं गरीब था और हमारी शादी मंसूरपुर मुजफ्फरनगर में हुई थी, वो हमसे कुछ पैसे मांग रही थी। इसको लेके हमारा विवाद हो गया था और बिना वो बुर्का और नकाब के अपने मैके चली गई अपनी छोटी बच्ची को लेकर के। इस बात को लेकर काफ़ी परेशान था कि हमारी इज्जत चली गई और मैं जाके 1 महीने बाद अपनी पति को घर पे लेके आया यहाँ पे और तभी से मेरे मन में भाव जग गया कि लग रहा है इसका मामला कुछ और है और मेरी इज्जत अब नहीं करती है ये, और तभी मैंने इसको जान से मारने का प्लान बनाया।
The accused mother spoke to Republic TV. We have more updates coming in from Shamli. We will get you the conversation with the mother of the accused as well. And now we have Shambhavi joining us on the broadcast for more. Shambhavi, you're in Shamli right now. There are some revelations that have been made by the mother of the accused as well, that he used to lock them up. He used to lock the wife and children up also. These are very, very young children who have been shot dead and buried alive. Buried after being, shot dead. And now, after, almost 6 days, this case had come to light, or rather you could say that the excavation took place. How did the police get to know? Who informed the police? What really transpired?
So this actually happened on the night of 10th of December when Farooq buried these three people, his wife and two daughters, 12-year-old and 5-year-olds. And when they were missing for a couple of days, Farooq's parents realized that something was wrong. Although when Republic spoke to his mother, we got to know that Farooq hadn't been speaking to his parents for more than 8 months now, almost been a year since they haven't spoken, and over some very, very petty family argument on that. But when the parents...
All right, we have some inputs coming in. The Luthra brothers who are going to facing trial now. You're getting in updates now. These are shots coming in of the Luthra brothers Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra there. They are in Goa and they are all set to be questioned. They are covered, you can see they cover and they are ducking the cameras. You can see they are just being rushed out. That is the latest visual of the Luthra brothers as they are in Goa now. They had landed in Delhi yesterday and they were arrested by Goa Police, and now the Goa Police taking them for the questioning, running from the cameras, running from the media. You can see they've been rushed through the stairs quickly, rushed to that corridor quickly, as they're going to now face the law of the land, the same law they have been evading. And brothers were brought to Goa just following a transit remand granted by Delhi court, expected to be produced before a local court today. Police will be seeking custody for detailed interrogation, and that's the breaking news we have right now. Investigators are probing the regulatory lapses, illegal licenses, missing the fire safety clearances and the circumstances under which the accused fled the country hours after the blaze at the Birch by Romeo Lane club that they ran. And now they're running from the media. This fire claimed 25 lives. And the focus of the questioning as per authorities will be on accountability, operational negligence, and even wider irregularities as the investigation now deepens. Swarali joins us live on the broadcast for more. Swarali, well, we can see clearly Luthras running away from the media and they are going to now face the law. They will be now grilled by the Goa Police as well. Tell us more details now about the investigation. Swarali, can you hear me? All right, we'll just try and fix your audio there, Swarali. We will just connect with you. And this is the latest shot we have, latest visual of the Luthra brothers, how they are being taken away by the police and they are covering their faces, running away from media. And it's end game now for the Birch brothers as the duo will be now facing the Goa Police. They will be grilled by the police. They have been dragged back to the country. They had fled the country hours after the blaze, the deadly fire at Birch, and now they have been brought back. They have been dragged back. They will be now questioned by the Goa Police, and they have been seen running away from the media. Swarali joins us live on the broadcast. Swarali, tell us more details about this investigation. Now the Goa Police has got the custody and they will be interrogating both the brothers.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you that right now we are outside the Mapsa court, and when Luthra brothers were taken inside, Republic TV tried to confront one of the brothers, that is Saurabh Luthra, and we can see live on our visuals. We tried to ask them. 25 lives have been lost. The trade license was approved in just 2 days. It was availed in just 2 days. We tried to confront them, and we can see on our visuals how they were trying to run. Right now, they have been taken inside the court, and the hearing has started. And now, in short while, we can get the information about how many days of remand is given to the Goa Police. On one hand, wherein we have the information that Goa Police will seek for 7 days remand. Now, it depends on the court how many days of remand is given to the Goa Police for further interrogation. interrogation, but that is indefinite. That Goa Police is supposed to go tough during the interrogation because several angles and several aspects of this story are to be investigated. How was this trade license availed in just 2 days? In 2023, 25 lives have been lost. Fire NOC was missing. Only one entry and exit to entire Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, due to which 23 people had to succumb to death in the kitchen area. On the other hand, 2 burned to death. 4 to 5 tourists from Delhi were there. Around 40 staff members of Birch nightclub lost their lives, and there were others. Still, the names are uncertain. So all these questions will be asked to Luthra brothers, and more information is expected from the interrogation. On the other hand, they'll also be interrogated on the angle of corruption. How was the trade license without all the parameters, checks and balances in place availed in just 2 days? And how many more? If so, how many more such illegal businesses are being operational? Because we all know that the second property, which was situated in the Vagator area, 198 square kilometer area of the Romeo Lane in the Vagator, was bulldozed in the aftermath of the incident, because even there it was an illegally constructed construction which was bulldozed in July itself, but reconstructed by the Luthra brothers, the owners, alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy. And that is the reason the entire tragic fire incident happened, and all these questions will be asked to Luthra brothers. Now it is to be seen what update do we get from the Mapsa court. We are standing outside right now. We are not allowed inside. Usually it's an open hearing and journalists can go inside, but right now we were not allowed inside the court. Now it depends on the hearing how many days of remand is given to Goa Police. Back to you.
Absolutely. Well, we can see that they are covering their faces, running away from the media ever since they have landed. They have been ducking their face. They have been ducking the cameras. They have been running away from the cameras. They're not ready to face the media or the law of the land, but they have to now. They have to now face the law of the land. They will be questioned soon, and the court proceedings are underway, as Rai told us. Thank you so much, Rali. We'll keep coming back to you for more as we keep a close eye on the developments from Goa now. And viewers, now the Indian Army has... Okay, we are getting in some more updates on the same story that we are tracking from Goa. As the 2 brothers are produced in court today. Transit remand was sought yesterday from the Delhi court. Now the court, now Goa has 2-day transit remand. And my colleague Swarali, in fact, has confronted both the brothers. One of the brothers, in fact, she tried to pose a question. Just take a listen into that confrontation.
सर क्या कहेंगे सर? अब 25 लोगों की जान गई है सर. सर 25 लोगों की जान गई है. 2 दिन में गाड़ी फुटेगी. 25 लोगों की जान गई है. क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे या नहीं लेंगे आप? सौरभ लूथरा, 25 लोगों की जान क्या कहेंगे? जल्दी आ जाओ. जल्दी लेंगे 25 लोगों की जान गई है. सौरभ लूथरा जरा साइड जान गई है. क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे? 25 लोगों की जान. सर क्या कहेंगे सर? अब 25 लोगों की जान गई है सर. सर 25 लोगों की जान गई है. 2 दिन में गाड़ी फुटेगी. 25 लोगों की जान गई है. क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे या नहीं लेंगे आप? सौरभ लूथरा 25 लोगों की जान क्या कहेंगे? जल्दी आ जाओ. जल्दी लेंगे 25 लोगों की जान गई है. सौरभ लूथरा जरा साइड जान गई है. क्या जिम्मेदारी लेंगे? 25 लोगों की जान.
Now, the Indian Army has received a major combat boost with the induction of 3 Apache AH-64E attack helicopters. With this final delivery, the Army's first Apache squadron is now fully operational. Helicopters landed at the Indian Air Base yesterday. Now they will be soon deployed in Jodhpur. Here's more.
The Indian Army has inducted 3 additional AH-64E Apache attack helicopters, completing its full fleet of 6. The helicopters landed at Hindon Air Base in Ghaziabad, marking a key milestone for the Army Aviation Corps. In a post on X, the Indian Army stated that Apaches will be deployed in Jodhpur after inspections and formalities in the coming days. With 6 Apaches now operational, the Army's first Apache squadron in Rajasthan is fully equipped. Known as Flying Tank, the AH-64E Apache is armed with Hellfire missiles, rockets, and a 30mm chain gun, and is capable of all-weather, day-night combat operations across deserts, plains, and high-altitude terrain. Welcoming the induction, the US Embassy in India said the delivery reflects the growing US-India major defense partnership, strengthening regional security and advancing cooperation. The induction of Apaches reinforces India's focus on military modernization and battlefield readiness.
It's a quick check of the news that are quick check of the stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Oman evening on this last leg of his three-nation tour after concluding his visit to Jordan and Ethiopia. Prime Minister Modi is visiting Oman at the invitation of the head of state of the Sultanate of Oman, Sultan Haytham bin Tariq. Ethiopia and India have signed 3 memoranda of understanding. Both countries have decided to enhance cooperation in administrative assistance in customs matters, data center establishment and the Embassy of Ethiopia, and cooperation in UN peacekeeping. Dense smog shrouds the national capital this morning. This as air pollution woes continue. 11 out of 40 monitoring stations, including Jahangirpuri, Mundka and Wazirpur, recorded severe air quality of 426, according to CPCB data. The DRDO has invited the private sector and startups to contribute to the development of India's 6th-generation fighter jet. The initiative will focus on creating quantum avionics, a technology that promises to detect enemy targets even in concealed or complex scenarios. Now, the news coming in on the Bondi Beach shooting. Attacker had killed a 10-year-old child, and the parents are begging the world to remember her name, Matilda. 10-year-old, youngest person who was killed in this massacre. Her grandparents and aunt also visited her vigil near the site of the shooting. Prayers offered for her. Kith and kin described her as a gentle girl who saw beauty in everyone. Matilda was among the 15 people killed mercilessly Sunday evening by 2 gunmen during Hanukkah celebrations at Sydney's famous Bondi Beach.
I jumped out of a window and I just was like, where's my family? And we were running up behind me. And we could just hear the gunshots and they're just so loud. And we didn't know which way that they were shooting, so we were like running on the open road. And I just like images that just like flashing out, I just need to get my family safe, so we're just running with heaps of people.
Everywhere where there is a Jewish community or a single Jew around the world, when they chant to kill all the Jews, doesn't matter the words that they're using. If this is what they're chanting, it's a wake-up call, and we have to be there to fight against it and to make sure that never again does not stand as an empty call. It's a reality. Never again in Sydney, never again in Gaza, never again for the Jewish people wherever they are.
What happened on 14th December 2025 at Sydney's Bondi Beach serves as a major wake-up call to the entire world regarding the crimes being carried out against the Jewish community out of anti-Semitic feelings. When a 10-year-old innocent girl, Matilda, dies, it poses a major question for humanity.
And her name Matilda was, I named her Matilda because she was our first Australian. We came here from Ukraine, and Matilda was my first born in Australia, and I thought that Matilda is the most Australian name that can ever exist. So just remember the name, remember her.
On 14th December 2025, more children like Matilda could have died if it had not been for the hero of that day, Ahmed al-Ahmed. The man bravely tackled and disarmed one of the terrorists. However, he was shot twice by the other terrorist who was on the bridge.
Ahmed really did a heroic job. Without any hesitation, he tackled the terrorist and disarmed him just to save innocent people. We are very proud of our cousin's work.
Muslims are not terrorists. It is not only Ahmed, but all Muslims. If they see this terrorist act, they will not hesitate to save innocent people, regardless of their religion, ethnicity, and we are very proud of the act of Ahmed.
The Rashtrapati Bhavan removes all remnants of the British Raj, displays portraits of the 21 Param Vir Chakra awardees. It's the biggest colonial purge that the country has witnessed. The national capital, meanwhile, continues to reel with severe AQI demand for a debate on pollution in the parliament.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
नहीं समिट हुए। इसके बाद नई इंडस्ट्री जो कि बिल्कुल इलीगल है वो भी दिल्ली में पनप गई है। ऐसी इंडस्ट्री की आइडेंटिफिकेशन करने के लिए डीसी और MCD कमिश्नर्स, डिप्टी कमिश्नर्स लगे हुए हैं। इसकी रिपोर्ट भी एक हफ्ते के अंदर जल्द आपको जारी करके बताएंगे कितनी ऐसी इंडस्ट्रीज हैं। हम साथ के नेबरिंग स्टेट्स के साथ भी टाई अप में है। नेबरिंग स्टेट्स की जो इश्यूज हैं, चाहे वो ट्रैफिक से रिलेटेड है, फॉसिल फ्यूल से रिलेटेड है, चाहे वो गार्बेज से रिलेटेड है, कूड़े के से रिलेटेड है, मैकेनिकल स्वीपिंग रोड्स के लिए, इन सब से भी हम संपर्क में हैं। और हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री भूपेंद्र यादव जी निरंतर ये बैठकें ले रहे हैं। आज भी उन्होंने बैठक ली थी और ये सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि आसपास के नेबरिंग स्टेट्स और नेबरिंग सिटीज जो हमारे लगती हैं उनका भी पोल्यूशन लेवल जो है वो कर्ब किया जाए, AQI वहां पे नीचे आए ताकि पोल्यूशन कम हो। मैंने जैसे पहले भी बताया था 10,000 इलेक्ट्रिक हीटर्स हम दे चुके हैं। हम इसकी स्ट्रिक्ट मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं, किसी तरह की आगजनी हाथ सेकने के लिए किसी को ना करना पड़े। हम उनके लिए 65 ऐसी टीम भी जो है हमारी जमीन पर काम कर रही है जो केवल और केवल आइडेंटिफाई कर रही है कि कोई ऐसी बायोमास बर्निंग ना हो। हमने एक और IIT मद्रास के साथ एक MOU साइन किया है जो स्मॉग ईटिंग सरफेसेस हैं। एक इस टेक्नोलॉजी को भी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देखिए, इस जमाने में सब कुछ करना पड़ेगा, हर तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी को एक्सप्लोर करना पड़ेगा। ये भी ऐसे मेजर्स हैं जो व्हीकुलर पोल्यूशन को कर्ब करने में कामयाब सार्थक हो सकते हैं। इसके लिए
MOU IIT मद्रास के साथ किया गया है। वो ये आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे जो स्मॉग ईटिंग सर्फेसिस है, क्या ये कामयाब हो सकता, अगर हो सकता है तो दिल्ली की सरकार इसको भी अपने काम में लाएगी, ताकि वहीं गाड़ियों का पोल्यूशन जो है वो सरफेस के अंदर ही दबाया जा सके। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जो व्हीकलर पोल्यूशन को कंट्रोल करने के लिए और बड़ा साधन मेट्रो है। मेट्रो के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की तरफ से 3000 करोड़ 2929 करोड़ रुपए एग्जैक्टली 2025-26 के बजट के मुताबिक दिया जा चुका है। इससे लाजपत नगर से साकेत, इंद्रलोक टू इंद्रप्रस्था, रिठाला टू, और ये सारे जो फेसिस हैं, इन फेसिस के लिए 940 करोड़ रुपए ऑलरेडी दिया जा चुका है। एक जगह 336 करोड़ रुपए डिस्पर्स किया जा चुका है। और पुरानी लायबिलिटी जो थी मेट्रो की, जिसके कारण सारे काम रुके पड़े थे, वो भी 2700 करोड़ रुपए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पुरानी लायबिलिटी को भी खत्म करने का किया है। MCD जो मैंने पहले बताया बहुत सार्थक हो सकती है पोल्यूशन को खत्म करने में। उनका लास्ट ईयर के मुताबिक हम इस साल उनको, पिछले सालों में उनके पास 7663 करोड़ जाते थे, इस बार 10,000 करोड़ रुपए हम उनको दे रहे हैं, जो कि काफी एक्स्ट्रा है। इसमें क्या क्या है, एक तो उनको 500 करोड़ रुपए की हमने वन टाइम असिस्टेंस दी है। इसके साथ ही 300 करोड़ रुपए हमने और उनको हर साल फाइनेंशियल एड देने की बात की है, जिससे वो कूड़े को और साइंटिफिक तरीके से खत्म कर सकें, कूड़े दिल्ली में ना दिखाई दे। इसके लिए 300 करोड़ रुपए हम एक्स्ट्रा दे रहे हैं। और इसी के साथ जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था, MRS के लिए भी 2700 करोड़ रुपया हमारी सरकार MCD को देने जा रही है। दिल्ली के अंदर आज से 50% जो वर्क फ्रॉम होम है, उस कंडीशन को लागू किया गया है। और साथ में ही जो हमारे मजदूर हैं, जिनका ग्रैब 4 लगने से कंस्ट्रक्शन के कामों में जुड़े हैं और आजकल उनके पास रोजगार नहीं है, उनकी चिंता करते हुए 10,000 रुपया पर एम्प्लॉय देने का काम, पर पर्सन देने का काम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने आज यह भी एक फैसला लिया है। दिल्ली में इलेक्ट्रिक बसें एक बड़ा साधन है दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन कम करने के लिए। जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था, 7,500 बसेस हमारी पूरे फ्लीट को पूरा करेंगी। हम इस महीने कल में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी 100 बसों का और उद्घाटन करेंगी और जनवरी के अंदर लगभग 500 बसें जनवरी के अंदर आएंगी। और इसी तरह 400 कुछ बसें जो हैं वो फेब के अंदर आएंगी। कुल मिलाकर 7,500 बसेस का हमारा टारगेट है कि हम 7,500 बसेस के माध्यम से दिल्ली के अंदर सारा अपना फ्लीट इलेक्ट्रिक पर लेके आए। मुझे आज जब आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो एक और इंफॉर्मेशन देना चाहता हूं। मुझे बहुत खेद के साथ आज कहना पड़ रहा है, आम आदमी पार्टी जो 10 साल की बर्बादी जिनकी हम झेल रहे हैं, जिनका हर दिन पोल्यूशन आज के साल के मुकाबले ज्यादा रहता रहा, जो मैंने अभी भी आंकड़े बताए कि अगले हफ्ते क्या होने वाला है, ये पिछले आंकड़ों से देखकर बताया। हमारे समय पे ऐसा नहीं हो, इसके लिए हम यत्नशील हैं। लेकिन वो जानबूझकर पोल्यूशन को बढ़ाने के लिए जगह जगह आग लगा रहे हैं, कूड़ा जला रहे हैं। वो रोज प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि किस तरीके की बढ़ जाए। वो दिल्ली के लोगों की चिंता नहीं कर रहे। इतनी गंदी राजनीति में नहीं जाना चाहिए। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी लोगों से हाथ जोड़कर विनती करता हूं, मत ऐसा कीजिए। मैं हाथ जोड़कर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आग्रह करता हूं, केजरीवाल जी इतना कुछ दिया है दिल्ली ने आपको, 10 साल आपने दिल्ली की सत्ता को दिल्ली के लोगों के कारण यहां पर रही है, आज आप ऐसे काम कर रहे हैं। आज का एक विषय जो हमारे सामने आया, मैंने पहले भी ट्वीट करके जानकारियां देता रहा हूं, किस तरह से वेस्ट दिल्ली के अंदर कूड़ा जलाया जाता था रोज जानबूझकर। आज हमारे एमएलए साहब बैठे हैं त्रिलोकपुरी में, इनकी विधानसभा में आज सुबह एक निगम पार्षद विजय कुमार, उन्होंने खुद वहां खड़े होकर कूड़े को आग लगाई और फिर वीडियो बनाई। बड़े दुख की बात है, तुम निगम पार्षद चुनकर आए हो, अगर लगी हुई आग हो तो भी तुम्हारा फर्ज बनता है उसको बुझाना, ना कि खड़े होकर वहां पर तमाशा देखना। ये जो लोग गंदगी कर रहे हैं, आगे देखिए, लोग तुम्हें दिल्ली से सबको भगाया, इसलिए तुम्हें से इस बार को जीत नहीं पाया। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, अगर ये हरकतें नहीं आप छोड़ेंगे तो ये विजय कुमार जैसे काउंसलर भी नहीं जीत पाएंगे। बाई इलेक्शन में कोई काउंसलर नहीं जीत पाया इसीलिए आपका। मैं चाहूंगा हमारे एमएलए साहब आपको जानकारी देंगे, पर मैं बड़े दुख के साथ और फिर खेत के हाथ और हाथ जोड़कर केजरीवाल जी, आम आदमी पार्टी से आग्रह करता हूं, कृपया ऐसी गंदी राजनीति मत कीजिए भाई। आपके बच्चे भी दिल्ली में रह रहे हैं, मत ऐसे अपने लोगों के लिए आप धुआं जला जला के आग लगाइए, ऐसा मत काम कीजिए। ये जो आप आग लगा रहे हैं, इसका नुकसान आपके बच्चों को भी हो रहा है, आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के बच्चों को भी हो रहा है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से भी हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह करता हूं, मुझे पता है आप दिल्ली की चिंता करते हैं, आप समझाइए अपने नेताओं को, रोकिए इनको ऐसे काम करने से। इस तरह करना दिल्ली के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। मैं अभी आग्रह करूंगा, हमारे विधायक महोदय आपको बताएंगे किस तरीके से किस तरीके से ये सब घटनाक्रम घटा, और इनके पास वीडियो भी है। मैं चाहूंगा अगर ये टीवी पे चलाया जा सके तो चला के दिखाएंगे, जरा देखना, इंतजाम करना टीवी पे। चलिए आप बताओ पहले।
सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं हमारे आदरणीय मंत्री साहब का, सिरसा साहब का, जिन्होंने ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से जो दिल्ली से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं उनको, जो पॉल्यूशन के विरुद्ध दिल्ली सरकार का युद्ध स्तर तरीके से चल रहा है, उसके लिए धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। चाहे वो MRS मशीन्स के बारे में हो, चाहे वो EV बसेस के बारे में हो, चाहे लिटर पिकर्स के बारे में हो, आपको ब्रीफ जानकारी जिन्होंने दी उसके लिए धन्यवाद। लेकिन आज ये मुद्दा सिर्फ त्रिलोकपुरी विधानसभा का नहीं, पूरे दिल्ली का है। और ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण दिन आज मेरी विधानसभा को देखना पड़ा, क्योंकि जिस विधानसभा से मैं आता हूं वहां से हमारे पार्षद हैं त्रिलोकपुरी वार्ड में विजय कुमार जी। विजय कुमार जी ने, मैं आप लोगों को वीडियोस भी अभी दिखाता हूं कि वहां के लोगों ने ये आगजनी को देखा है। उनका संदेश क्या है, आम आदमी पार्टी का रोल मॉडल क्या है। पहले तो दिल्ली को ठगा, अब दिल्ली के स्वास्थ्य के साथ भी खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं। एक बात उन पे सटीक बैठती है कि आग जलाओ और वीडियो बनाओ। मतलब दिल्ली को, दिल्ली वासियों को, और खासकर मेरी विधानसभा त्रिलोकपुरी के अंदर इनके 4-5 लोग आते हैं और वो सुबह के वक्त 9:30 से 10 के बीच में वहां पर जो खत्ता है उस खत्ते पर आकर आग जलाते हैं और फिर उसके बाद अपनी वीडियो रील शूट कराते हैं और उसको ट्वीट करते हैं। दिल्ली के जो हमारे सौरभ भारद्वाज जी हैं, जो दिल्ली की इतनी चिंता कर रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के लिए, जैसा भी आदरणीय मंत्री जी ने बताया, आग बुझाने का काम नहीं, आग लगाने का काम करा, और आग लगाकर लोगों के अंदर ये संदेश देने का काम करा कि वो कितने शुभचिंतक हैं दिल्ली के प्रदूषण को लेकर भी, दिल्ली के स्वास्थ्य को लेकर भी, और दिल्ली की जनता के लिए भी। मैं सच्चे मायने में बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर जी का, जिनके स्वप्न वाला जो भारत है और खासकर दिल्ली, इन्होंने हर एक चीज की धज्जियां बिखेर दी। ये बड़ा शर्म का विषय है। मैं वीडियो आप लोगों के आगे शेयर करना चाहता हूं। जो कूड़े घर में देर लगी हुई आग लगाना, फिर पीड़ित बन के नाटक करना, ये नौटंकी करने का काम इस आम आदमी पार्टी का शुरू से रहा है। यही काम नहीं, पार्षद अन्य जगह पर भी लोग परेशान हैं कि नालियां उनकी साफ नहीं हो पा रही, पेड़ों की उनकी जो छोटे पार्क है MCD के, एक वीडियो तो ऐसी भी है कि वो उसी छोटे पार्क में MCD के कूड़ा उठा रहे हैं और उसके अंदर डाल रहे हैं और उसी कूड़े को जलवा रहे हैं, और फिर उसके बाद आरोप लगाते हैं कि आप लोग काम नहीं कर रहे। देखिए, दिल्ली सरकार 4 इंजन की सरकार, इधर की उधर की बातें करते हैं, लेकिन ये लोगों की तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति का जो सब लोग भली बातें परिचित है, देख रहे हैं। इन लोगों को हमें जवाब भी देना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये जिस मानसिकता के साथ दिल्ली को प्रदूषण के लिए झोंकना चाह रहे हैं, प्रदूषण में डालना चाह रहे हैं, उनके जान के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं, उस प्रकार की चीजें नहीं होनी चाहिए। आज ये बहुत ही शर्मसार विषय रहा है। मैं
वीडियो पे चल पाएगी नहीं, चल पड़ेगा। चलो मैं भेजता हूँ आपको ग्रुप में शेयर करता हूँ, आप मेरे को फॉरवर्ड करना। तो मैं आपको ये बड़ा दुख का विषय है जो भी पता चला कि जिस तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी आग लगा रही है और कूड़ा जला रही है, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। हम उनसे फिर आग्रह करते हैं ऐसा पाप मत करें। आपका कोई सवाल हो तो बताएं। धन्यवाद।
कल से बना पीयूसी सर्टिफिकेट के पेट्रोल नहीं मिलेगा, ये नहीं मिलेगा, उसको प्रभावी रूप से लागू करने के लिए क्या जो स्टेक होल्डर पेट्रोल पंप्स वाले हैं उनसे कोई बैठक कर रहे हैं?
जी अभी 4 बजे उनसे बैठक है, अभी ऑनलाइन उन सबके साथ बैठक है। नहीं, सभी इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल, सीएनजी सब अलाउड हैं। नहीं, वो इमरजेंसी व्हीकल जो होता है वो फिक्स ही होता है। इमरजेंसी व्हीकल्स कोई जो इमरजेंसी से रिलेटेड हो ऐसी वो फिक्स ही है, वो सभी में रहती है एग्जेम्पशन, जो सभी में रहती वही रहेगी। जी अभी है, अभी गूगल मैप्स का वो मेरे सब इसके बाद वही मीटिंग है।
सर आईआईटी मद्रास के साथ जो एमओयू है आप उसके बारे में और बता सकते हैं?
नहीं, उसमें स्मोक ईटिंग सरफेस जो एक केमिकल के माध्यम से सड़कों पे बिछाया जाता है ताकि जब उस पर धुआं गाड़ियों को आए तो वो नीचे खींचे उसको और स्टिक करे, तो ये स्मोक ईटिंग सरफेस जो है इसके लिए एमओयू साइन किया है कि क्या दिल्ली इंडिया में फिजिबल हो सकता है, हमारे मौसम के मुताबिक, हमारे इन्वायरमेंट के मुताबिक अगर हो सकता है तो फिर उस पर आगे कार्रवाई करी जाएगी। अभी कारपूल के लिए हम आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं ऐसे ऐप को बनाने वाले लोग, अगर कोई एग्जिस्टिंग है उनसे बातचीत करना। इसको अभी प्राइमरी स्टेज पे है, पर हमारा बेसिक आइडिया यह है कि दिल्ली के लिए अपना एक कारपूलिंग ऐप होना चाहिए, जिस कारपूलिंग ऐप के साथ बहुत बड़ी रिलीफ मिलेगी। अगर आपको भी पता है कि सेक्रेटरीट आपने आना है और अगर कोई और भी आने वाला है सेक्रेटरीट, तो उसको पता कैसे हो, उसको पता तो नहीं होगा कि आप, तो इसलिए इसको कैसे आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए, कारपूलिंग ऐप के माध्यम से ही हो सकता है। 13 एंट्री पॉइंट्स पे चेकिंग करेंगे, 13 पे। हम उनको काफी पीछे तक जानकारी लोकल पुलिस को वहां की भी दे रहे हैं ताकि वो अपने वहीं पे आइडेंटिफाई करके रोकें। एंट्री बैन, एंट्री के ऊपर लगातार काफी होर्डिंग्स लग रहे हैं काफी दूर तक कि आप दिल्ली में मत एंट्री करें, ऐसा भी हम कर रहे हैं। और उसके बाद 3-4 तरीके हैं, जो रेगुलर गाड़ियां आती हैं उनका तो वहां के जो टोल प्लाजास हैं उनके पास पूरी डिटेल होती है, वो तो 1 मिनट में, क्योंकि वो रजिस्टर्ड होती हैं जो टोल टैक्स के लिए, तो उसी में पता चल जाता है। और जो नई गाड़ी, जो मतलब जो न्यू व्हीकल जो हमारे सामने आएंगे, जो पहले नहीं आए, उनको आइडेंटिफाई करना हो जाएंगे, को बहुत मुश्किल काम नहीं है।
तो सर ये जो ये पीयूसीसी वाला है सर, ये थोड़ा सा एक बार सामान्य शब्दों में एक बार मैं समझना चाहता हूं कि क्या हर व्हीकल मालिक को दिखाना पड़ेगा?
नहीं दिखाना पड़ेगा, नहीं दिखाना पड़ेगा। पीयूसीसी का सुन लीजिए, हमारे पीएनआर कैमरास जो लगे हैं वो आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे, अभी भी आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, करके चलान कर देते हैं, लेकिन अभी आइडेंटिफाई करके वो आवाज से बोलना शुरू कर देंगे कि ये गाड़ी के पास पीयूसी सर्टिफिकेट नहीं है, उस गाड़ी को फिर फ्यूल नहीं दिया जाएगा। और उसको पीयूसी अपना सर्टिफिकेट वहीं जाके ठीक कराए, अपना पोल्यूशन नॉर्म्स ठीक करे।
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news update coming in. Delhi pollution case being heard in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court hearing the matter urgently. The CJI also taking cognizance of the issue. Advocates also present in court, senior advocates arguing for the government and the petitioners. The CJI saying if the scheme doesn't shut down, they will force the children to go to school. And the CJI adding that there are policy matters for temporary measures. There is another application talking about why schools should shut down. Contradictory claims are there. We should leave it to the policymakers. And the CJI talking about whether going to or coming back from school is not a risk factor anymore. There is an argument ongoing inside the court right now as we speak. It is still ongoing. CJI observing that if some parents take the child to the school and drop them there, don't you think the risk factor is also there? And then senior advocate Siddharth Luthra is also present in court for parents seeking hybrid option. ASG on behalf of the government saying that for the poor, the school is a better environment. The CGI saying those who can afford the children will have the privilege. CGI saying that it is not that permanently that's going to be the solution. CJI in court talking about how to cut the entire problem and to bring in healthy premises. All of you are right. We have to think of a long-term solution. So I think the news point so far, CJI asking for long-term solution. I repeat, CJI asking for a long-term solution to battle pollution in the national capital. There's an ongoing hearing, and the hearing is on as we speak. And we are getting you all the details. CGI. I will go across to Rhythm as well. CGI saying that small children are going to school and that senior citizens are going to park facing the same problem. And CGI also observing that the schools will be on vacation in a short while from now, and that we can only pray that pollution comes down after the breaks, after the Christmas winter breaks, of course. Rhythm is joining me on the phone line. Rhythm, there is a huge movement. We called it the Nota for AQI movement, but the courts are also hearing the matter urgently. If you can take us through what's happening in court, Rhythm, to put it in perspective to our viewers.
That's right. Now we're hearing that schools have been shut down, is what Senior Advocate Manikra Kokate is telling the court earlier, Niranjan, and the Chief Justice of India has said if the scheme doesn't shut down, they will force the children to go to school. The Chief Justice of India has also said there are policy matters for temporary measures. There is another application on why schools should shut down. Contradictory claims are there. We should leave it to policy makers. Lots of things are happening. The Chief Justice of India says that some parents take the child to the school and drop them. Don't you understand the risk factor that is there? Several questions being asked by the Chief Justice of India, who's saying the option is only of preponing the winter break if it helps in reducing the pollution and protect the children. He says our problem is in such matters we get less advice from experts and lawyers become the experts. He's also saying we need to verify and make sure payment goes directly to the accounts of the people. And he is also clearly saying that we have to try and understand in 2026, we will take up this matter at least twice in a month and see what the committees are saying. We need to understand the workers are dedicated to do this kind of stuff, and why are they not really coming out with a plan of providing work to be done to them? Why can't officials say till Jan there will be no toll on plaza? The Chief Justice says we do not want income you generate, but you definitely generate a lot of litigation from these tolls. We want to come out with a concrete plan for absolutely no toll plaza till next year, 31st Jan. He says people do not attend functions because they are afraid of toll traffic. It's because of toll plaza that vehicles are stranded there. He's asking questions to Pinky Anand, senior advocate, who's also present in the court. The order was being dictated and they have said issue a notice. We've heard senior counsels. We're informed schools are temporarily closed. The winter break will start soon. There is no need for the court to intervene. On that ground, they are not intervening. They've also issued a notice saying senior counsels accept the notice for NHAI. They've asked them to consider the possibility of shifting the 9 toll collection booths of MCD in Delhi at such locations which can be manned by NHAI. They've directed the DMC to cooperate on the issue and consideration of toll plaza. They've said, how many expenses are you incurring in this? And they said the air pollution crisis has become an annual feature. It seems to us a long-term plan is needed to be evolved. The CAQM body is requested to revisit the long-term measures address this issue. Pollution generating from household activities and measures needs to be seen. Regulation of construction activities needs to be seen. Coordination by the NCT of Delhi, UP, Rajasthan, Haryana has to be there. He's also asked whether is there any power of the CAQM to issue injunctive orders. He's asked what kind of a complaint do you want to entertain when the MICA says that there is a lot of activists who are complaining about the kind of app that is there. The Chief Justice of India says we do not have a united platform for raising voices. If we allow, it may become a chaos. He's also saying the desirability of the schools to be closed or hybrid mode and whether it should be done with or without parental concern. He's also spoken on that. The Chief Justice of India, very concerned, modifies the earlier order and says to the extent of no coercive steps to be taken for vehicles should be there. This matter will now be heard on the 6th of Jan. Niranjan.
Rhythm, we're getting in a very, very critical observation that was made in court, that the Supreme Court has orally observed that the measures taken by authorities so far have been a total failure in effectively curbing the rising levels of air pollution in the Delhi NCR region. In fact, this bench led by the CJI remarked that any meaningful reduction in pollution would require broader, long-term planning rather than ad hoc responses. Rhythm, you should live in Delhi. It's clear that, they act, after the situation goes out of hand. That's what the Supreme Court is also referring to.
But Niranjan, Supreme Court's also been hearing this matter for the longest time. We don't know what heavens need to fall for all the authorities to come together to really take some action. This case has been before the Supreme Court year after year after year. I think it's become almost all of us have been hearing this matter, and what really pains all of us is it's the children who are suffering now. Any pediatrician says any child in the city is smoking 10 to 50 cigarettes a day. When those kind of figures are given in the top court, of course they are anguished, they are pained, but really speaking, what action is coming that is really being and paying heed to by the authorities needs to be seen. And also, is the Chief Justice of India and the Supreme Court really able to pass any orders that are being implemented? Their senior advocate Siddharth Luthra, who tweeted about it, he spoke about it. He spoke about hybrid options for the schools, etc. But we really need to see what action is going to be coming out from the Supreme Court, from the judiciary, from the government authorities. We've all seen the anguish, but at the end of the day, Niranjan, it's children who are suffering, it's senior citizens suffering, and we need to move beyond anguish and need to come across to action, which the Chief Justice has asked for. 6th of Jan, we have to see whether action will be taken.
Yes. Okay. Rhythm, stay with me because I just want to take our viewers through what is happening. In fact, the Supreme Court has also issued notice to NHAI over traffic congestion, saying traffic congestion is the root cause of pollution. Now, this is another notice that has been sent, we are hearing. So, obviously, they need to do something about it, and successive governments have failed. The matter, like you said, has been heard by different courts, different benches for many years, and yet, despite all of these measures, efforts, we still face that and more each year. It only gets worse each year.
Absolutely. Now the Supreme Court has passed an interim order today. There are three different parameters to this order that has been passed by the top court. They have made certain mentions about what the NHAI does. They've asked what the CAQM can do and what sort of orders they have to punish, because that's the main body that is looking into things. They've also asked for what hybrid or schools need to do. Finally, after hearing each side, they have passed a concerned order where they have now said, issue notices. The first thing they've said is we're telling the NHAI to consider the possibility of shifting the 9 toll collection booths of MCD in Delhi at such locations which can be manned by NHAI, and the part of the toll collected by it can be diverted to the MCD to compensate the perceived loss or the temporary loss. They've asked several questions to this. Then they said the air pollution crisis will become an annual feature. They said the CAQM body is requested to revisit, and this is important, Niranjan, the long-term measures which need to be taken. Number 1, the urban mobility. Number 2, the cleaners, industry and energy, the stubble burning and modules, the regulation of construction activity. When this is really done in Delhi, can possibly be done. And they've said a coordinated effort, very importantly, needs to be there. Delhi, UP, Rajasthan, Haryana, for constitution of one body for the entire NCR. When all this is really done, Niranjan, possibly there will be given to us. Till then, we're at the beck and call of all these agencies who it seems are taking Delhi and all of us in the NCR region for a ride.
Thank you for that, Rhythm. Joining us with the live details and live hearing that is underway in the Supreme Court. We'll take a break at this point, ladies and gentlemen. The Nota for AQI movement that Republic started last evening. There are thousands and thousands of messages that are coming in on social media using the hashtag Nota for AQI. If you feel that politicians have failed to fight pollution and you think they will wake up if you are forced to vote Nota, if AQI becomes an issue, if health becomes an issue, Supreme Court is hearing the case. Our movement continues. We'll continue to get you the reactions. The issues reach Parliament as well.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप।
Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa, I'm cutting across live. That's Republic TV's reporters, Chandrakala. I'm getting the full sequence. We'll go across to that. We've asked questions to Manjinder Singh Sirsa. Yesterday he said sorry. Delhi Environment Minister said sorry when asked on whether the Delhi government had failed to act on pollution, saying 8 to 10 months is not enough. The minister said 8 to 10 months are not enough, and that the disease of pollution was left behind by the Arvind Kejriwal government. That was a response yesterday, and Republic TV asking the minister today whether he believes that the government has failed. Let's cut across live.
आप ऐसे क्यों
response to the situation
कैसे करके आए सबके साथ बाइट ना आपने सुना सब कुछ फिर आप
you're saying it's impossible to solve the problem within 9 to 10 months
कर रहे हैं आप ऐसा
is your response
ना आप ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हैं आपको इनको एक एक को हैंडल कर पाऊंगा ना तो आप बोले हाँ बताए आप सुन लिया अंदर ना सब मैं था नहीं मैं अंदर अच्छा नहीं समझा तो आप दूसरे से ले ऐसा अच्छा नहीं अब आप
बताइए you said that it's impossible to solve this issue within 9 to 10 months experts are saying that you apologize
अभी पीसी तो
experts are warning that 10 months would have been sufficient for the government to solve this issue
क्या तरीका है आप ऐसे क्यों
response to the situation
कैसे करके आए सबके साथ बाइट ना आपने सुना सब कुछ फिर आप
you're saying it's impossible to solve the problem within 9 to 10 months
कर रहे हैं आप ऐसा
is your response
ना आप ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हैं आपको इनको एक एक को हैंडल कर पाऊंगा ना तो आप बोले हाँ बताए आप सुन लिया अंदर ना सब मैं था नहीं मैं अंदर अच्छा नहीं समझा तो आप दूसरे से ले ऐसा अच्छा नहीं अब आप बताइए
you said that it's impossible to solve this issue within 9 to 10 months experts are saying that you apologize how do you see this do you think people would vote for this after what you said that it's impossible to solve this issue any response to that sir because the situation is worsening
please आप अपना क्वेश्चन तो बताएं
my questioning you have apologized that it's impossible to solve this AQI issue. Experts are saying that this could have been if the government had the wheel. Do you think the government has failed?
Who is expert that's told you? Can you name that expert? So we can at least have a conversation with them and find out. I think it is not I said it's impossible. I must again reiterate, it's impossible for any government, for any purpose. If it has been possible, then why it took 10 years for Aam Aadmi Party?
So how many years maybe? What many years, week?
Please let me answer your question, please. It is not about the years. It are the what steps are taken. We have to completely go with the fossil fuel vehicles. You should adopt EV vehicles, which we are doing. You need to have an end-to-end carpeting of roads, so there should be no dust. You need to remove that all dumps of legacy waste, which we are otherwise doing. So these are few changes which we have to bring in, and it will bring change in the pollution.
People are voting for Nota over AQI. So that
मैंने अभी आपके इंटरव्यू दी थी ना पूरी इंटरव्यू दी थी इस पूरी इंटरव्यू दी थी ना आपने तो मैंने आपको पूरी इंटरव्यू दे के आया हूँ
How do you see people are suffering from respiratory problems, lot of problems, asthma. How do you see that from people?
No, it's a big problem we are facing.
You've shifted the blame.
No, I'm not shifted the blame. No.
The government and the federal
Aam Aadmi Party was here for 10 years. I think you must go and into Arvind Kejriwal ji for that why they haven't done it in 10 years. If they're expecting to be done in 7-8 months, they should have done it in 10 years.
So what's next then? How do you see
We are working on it. We'll let you know again.
All right, that was a team of Republic TV reporters confronting the Delhi Environment Minister, given the kind of air emergency that we are having, apocalypse literally, for the poison we are breathing, the chokehold that the system has, and year after year it fails the people, not just of Delhi and Delhi NCR, but the entire northern belt from Punjab, where the stubble burning fires rage and start this polluted air, to eastern parts of India, and this entire belt of layers of smog filled with toxic PM 2.5 makes people difficult to breathe. This effectively, reducing our lifespans in this part of the country, and there's something that needs to be done. The Environment Minister of Delhi, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, there yesterday having apologized, confronted today by Republic media team, and let's listen to it once again.
Mr. Sirsa, what do you have to say? People are now voting for Nota over AQI. Any response?
अभी हम पीसी करके आए ना, अभी पीसी तो करके
The experts are warning that 10 months would have been sufficient for the government to solve this issue.
क्या तरीका है? आप ऐसे क्यों?
Any response to the situation?
कैसे करके आए सबके साथ बाइट ना, आपने सुना सब कुछ, फिर आप
You're saying it's impossible to solve the problem within 9 to 10 months.
कर रहे हैं आप ऐसा?
What is your response?
ना आप ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हैं? आपको इनको एक को हैंडल कर पाऊंगा ना, तो आप बोले हाँ बताए, आप सुन लिया अंदर ना? सब मैं था नहीं, मैं अंदर। अच्छा नहीं सुन रहा तो आप दूसरे से ले, ऐसा अच्छा नहीं। अब आप बताइए।
You said that it's impossible to solve this issue within 9 to 10 months. Experts are saying that. You apologize. How do you see this? Do you think people would vote for this after what you have said, that it's impossible? It's impossible to solve this issue. Any response to that, sir? Because the situation is worsening.
Please, आप अपना question तो बताएं.
My questioning, you have apologized that it's impossible to solve this AQI issue. Experts are saying that this could have been if the government had the wheel. Do you think the government has failed?
Who is expert that told you? Can you name that expert? So we can at least have a conversation with them and find out. I think it is not I said, it's impossible. I must again reiterate, it's impossible for any government, for any purpose. If it was been possible, then why it took 10 years for Aam Aadmi Party?
So how many years maybe? What many years, week?
Please let me answer your question, please. It is not about the years, it are the what steps are taken. We have to completely go with the fossil fuel vehicles. You should adopt EV vehicles, which we are doing. You need to have an end-to-end carpeting of roads, so there should be no dust. You need to remove that all dumps of legacy waste, which we are otherwise doing. So these are few changes which we have to bring in, and it will bring change in the pollution.
People are voting for Nota over AQI. Any response to that?
मैंने अभी आपके इंटरव्यू दी थी ना, पूरी इंटरव्यू दी थी। इस पूरी इंटरव्यू दी थी ना आपने। तो मैंने आपको पूरी इंटरव्यू दे के आया हूँ।
How do you see people? People are suffering from respiratory problems, lot of problems, asthma. How do you see that from people?
No, it's a big problem we are facing.
You've shifted the blame.
No, I'm not shifted the blame. No.
The government and the federal
Aam Aadmi Party was here for 10 years. I think you must go and into Arvind Kejriwal ji for that why they haven't done it in 10 years. If they're expecting to be done in 7-8 months, they should have done it in 10 years.
So what's next then?
We are working on it. We'll let you know again.
All right, 7 or 8 or 9 months has become the BJP's defense against whatever Kejriwal government did or did not to tackle this menace, annual menace of winter pollution, which reaches levels with AQI hitting 500 and more. People just can't breathe, they suffer, and they have ailments, and it's generally a state of toxicity and poison going down our lungs. Helplessness galore there at all levels. Unfortunate. Hopefully this would be part of our 2047 ambitions to make sure that not just Delhi NCR but rest of the country breathes pure air. On that note, we move on to the next story, which is interesting. Spying taking place in the most ancient way. The Chinese, we don't know whether it's actually Chinese, but there are Chinese marks all over it. A seagull found with a Chinese GPS on its back near the Karwar INS Kadam Naval Base. China's Research Center for Economic and Environmental Science Academy's address found on the GPS, and the officials are trying to contact the academy. This is the seagull, and there was a GPS system. You can see that chip right there in the middle. Maybe it can be circled. Production can circle it. The chip can be seen. It's being treated as we speak. It's a live picture, a video. The seagull seems to be tired. And this is coming in from Karwar, which is in Karnataka. So let's go to Karnataka. And in Karnataka, we go to Bengaluru. In Bengaluru, we have our sister channel, Our Kannada. And Our Kannada's Abhishek joins us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, the bird is alive. We can clearly see that chip on the back. And as there's a chip on the block, there's a chip on the back. Seagull and a Chinese GPS system right there.
Abhishek, as soon as the Uttara Kannada's Karwar people found out a seagull which had a GPS fitted on it and which was resting in an unusual place, they immediately informed the defense officers and the officers in the forest limits to make sure that this isn't a spying bird, and after which the officers in the zone took into custody the seagull, after which they also tried to retrieve the GPS and the chips which were located on the seagull, and after which they tried to root down the location of the GPS. They wanted to check if the GPS is emitting signals to any other country, sister country which India relies on, or probably any other country which treats India as an enemy, and after which they got to know that this belongs to a scientific school or a science school which is located in China, and they have tried to get back to the roots of that institution. And at this point of time, the forest officials who took into custody the seagull have mentioned that this is a GPS which usually the scientists fit on various other birds to study the pattern of their flying, of the pattern of their food, of the pattern of their travel, and also they wanted to know how these birds operate in various other weather conditions and various other conditions. And this is one such GPS which has been found out with the seagull. But the question is, if China is able to fit a GPS signal or a tracker on a seagull, why not other countries do that? Probably is China making use of the birds to get any of the information within the naval base is the point of question for which the Chinese embassy or the government will have to answer as of now, because a scientific study, probably the data can be shielded by the government, the data can be taken into custody by the government. So this creates probably a tension situation. We are awaiting the response from the officials or the embassy of China as of now, Abhishek.
Well, you know, Abhishek, had it been a spy, I would have said, has the spy been arrested? Is the spy being questioned at the Joint Interrogation Center? But nothing seems like that happening, because obviously it's a bird. What do you do? The forest department, what are they doing with the bird? And I am told that the Chinese are being contacted, obviously, through the embassy.
The latest information what we have received from the SP of that region is that the bird which was kept in the custody, they are making sure that the bird is hydrated and the bird gets set to the weather and the climatic condition as of now. But getting back to the GPS and the location of the GPS, they are tracking the primary source of the production of the GPS where it was installed on the bird, and the officials or the persons who installed the GPS, they might summon the company or the agency which fitted the GPS on the seagull is what we have been informed. Yes, it is sure that the Chinese embassy has been contacted. If any institution have put on a GPS on not only one seagull, but how many of these birds are in the air flying around the entire world, they are demanding a major data of not only this bird, but they wanted to know the entire data of that institution, if this is a continuous process or this is a mission. So we are awaiting the response, if this is a single bird related mission, or is this a study of group of various other birds, or is this any other plan other than studying on the birds, Abhishek?
Or is it the first sign that the Chinese are really running out of money because they are harking back to the ancient ways? Do they not have satellites? Are they running out of satellites and the money to run satellites? Maybe. Interesting. We'll keep close track of those aspects of this very interesting development. A seagull found with a chip with Chinese origins there in Karwar of Karnataka. Moving on from Karnataka to Maharashtra, where complete political drama in the state with a minister facing arrest. Ajit Pawar Group Minister is fearing that he would be arrested, and so he has got himself admitted in a hospital. And this is happening in Mumbai. And if you look at it, Satya Prakash joining us live for more on this. The Minister Kokate is Manikra Kokate is the minister. He is of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. He has got himself admitted in the Lilavati hospital, and this after a Nashik court issued a non-bailable warrant against him. Let's try to understand what's the issue, why a minister should be running scared. Satya Prakash joins us on this. Satya Prakash, what is the case in which the Nashik court has issued a warrant, a non-bailable warrant at that, because of which the Maharashtra police, of which Kokate is a minister, is after him? Satya Prakash dropped there, and we'll try to connect with him. The details are that Manikra Kokate, a minister in the Maharashtra government belonging to the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, has got himself admitted or gotten himself admitted into the Lilavati hospital for being sick. And the reason is that he has got a non-bailable warrant that's been issued against him by a Nashik court, and the Nashik police is heading to Mumbai with the warrant to obviously arrest him. What's this political drama about? How come there is no relief? How come a minister is running away from the process of law? And the Bombay High Court in the meanwhile has given no immediate relief and refused to hear his plea. And that's the reason, perhaps, maybe he wanted to buy time, and that's why he went into the hospital. But what's the issue like? Why is there a warrant against him? That's something we have to understand. Satya Prakash is going to join us over the phone for this. These are the pictures of Manikra Kokate of the Ajit Pawar faction. Instead of Satya Prakash, we will get Meenakshi, and Meenakshi is closely tracking the developments. Manikra Kokate, why is he running away is the question. And look at this. Court has upheld his 2-year sentence in a cheating case. That's the reason. There was some cheating case against him, and he's been slapped a 2-year term. So till now there was protection available, but now that a non-bailable warrant is there, he cannot evade that. He has to be arrested and put in jail. Meenakshi joins us live for more on this. Meenakshi, what's the latest? The Bombay High Court obviously has rejected the bail petition, and now where is the minister, and how long before the Nashik police reaches Mumbai? What's the case?
Yes, Abhishek, as you have rightly mentioned, senior leader of NCP, Manikra Kokate, the minister of Maharashtra state government, he admitted himself in Lilavati hospital. We are getting information. And why he admitted himself in Lilavati hospital? It's happened, it's a twist we can see in the case which is in 1995 flat allotment scams case. And in this case, what happened today? Nashik court, Nashik session court issued a non-bailable warrant against this minister, Manikra Kokate, against him because he failing to appear in court, and court direction he doesn't follow after conviction. And this development has triggered sharp political reaction also. Now we are getting information that Nashik police already started from Nashik, and they will will arrive in Nilavati hospital, and after arriving, they will discuss about Manikra Kokate health situation with doctors, and let's see what doctors will say on his health situation. After that, Nasik police will decide what they will do on Manikra Kokate's arrest. What happened, we know in 1995, that time of leader Tukaram, he complained against that Manikra Kokate that he did allotment, including some. He did in that time some flat allotment, and he did some wrong allotment to his workers, and that time that leader Tukaram complained against Manikra Kokate.
Right.
And after long of years, this case was pending in Nasik court, and now Nasik station court convicted in this case Manikra Kokate. And after this, Manikra Kokate admitted himself in Nilavati hospital.
All right, Manikra Kokate there facing arrest in a 1995 case, 30 years back, in fact. And trying to still evade arrest. Of course, he states at disqualification. The Fadnavis government obviously perhaps waiting for cues from the courts. The High Court making it clear there is no escaping the sentence, which is for 2 years. Whatever developments we'll bring to you. All right, moving on. Prime Minister Modi is on the last leg of his three-nation tour. He's going to be landing in Oman just in a while from now. Earlier, he had spent a day in Ethiopia with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia serenading him, right from receiving him at the airport to taking him to a museum in Addis Ababa, and then, of course, bestowing on the Prime Minister the highest civilian honor that Ethiopia gives to any person, including Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister becoming the first head of state of government from anywhere in the world to get that. Here are the details.
A rousing welcome as Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed a joint session of the Ethiopian Parliament, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so. This was the 18th Parliament worldwide that Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed. In his historic address, Prime Minister Modi highlighted the deep cultural and civilizational ties between India and Ethiopia. Describing Ethiopia as the land of lions, he drew a personal parallel with his home state Gujarat, saying he felt very much at home in the African nation.
It is a moment of a great privilege for me to stand before you today. It is wonderful to be here in Ethiopia, the land of lions. I feel very much at home because my home state Gujarat in India is also home to lions. I'm honored to be here in this temple of democracy, in the heart of a nation with ancient wisdom and modern aspirations.
Prime Minister Modi also underlined India and Ethiopia's shared democratic values and called for a future built on synergy and the spirit of a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
A beginning that belongs to all of us, whether we live in Addis Ababa or in Ayodhya. In India, we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. It reminds us that beyond politics, beyond borders, beyond differences, we share a common origin,
The address comes at the end of a high-impact state visit aimed at deepening India-Ethiopia ties across political, economic and strategic domains. Earlier on his arrival in Addis Ababa, PM Modi was personally received at the airport by Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Ali. The Prime Minister was accorded a ceremonial welcome at the National Palace, reflecting the growing importance of bilateral relations. During delegation-level talks, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Ali decided to elevate India-Ethiopia ties to a strategic partnership. PM Modi said the decision will provide new energy, momentum and depth to bilateral ties. India and Ethiopia also signed 8 key MOUs covering customs cooperation, UN peacekeeping training, defense collaboration, data center creation, G20 debt restructuring, expanded ICCR scholarships and artificial intelligence courses.
And security is another important area. We signed the MOU on defense cooperation earlier this year in India. So we have, both the leaders have given us a very clear political guidance that these are the sectors in which Ethiopia is very keen to work with India. And Prime Minister Modi was very forthcoming in conveying to Prime Minister Abiy that India would work shoulder to shoulder with Ethiopia in the spirit of South-South cooperation and expand our partnership across these sectors.
Later in the day, a state banquet was hosted in PM Modi's honour, where Ethiopian artists rendered Vande Mataram, marking a deep emotional moment during the visit. In a special gesture, PM Modi was conferred Ethiopia's highest civilian honour, the Great Honour Nishan of Ethiopia, for his exceptional contribution towards strengthening India-Ethiopia partnership and for his visionary leadership as a global statesman. PM Modi is the first global head of state to receive this award. He accepted the award on behalf of the people of India, calling it a tribute to centuries-old ties.
I thank you for the immense privilege. Yesterday, I was also honored to receive the Grand Honor Nishan of Ethiopia from my dear friend, Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed. I accept this award with folded hands, with humility on behalf of the people of India.
The visit sent a strong message of India's expanding engagement with Africa, focused on development partnership, shared security and global cooperation. In the last leg of his three-nation visit, Prime Minister Modi will visit Oman.
All right, moving on, another breaking news development, significant one there, so far as media freedom goes. OTT, or the over-the-top content, both video and audio, is to remain outside of CBFC jurisdiction. That's a decision taken by the Government of India, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, the nodal ministry for that. And the ministry has informed that the three-tier institutional mechanism is or has already been put in place under relevant IT rules, and so the OTT content need not come under the purview of CBFC, which is the Central Board of Film Certification. There's been a demand for the same, and the reason is that the OTT, because of the kind of privacy it provides, leads to a lot of consumption of porn, and there is activism that they should be curtailed and all content should be routed through the CBFC. The government denying that. All right, short break. Coming up on the other side, an obscene display of wealth by a BJP MLA. We'll find out where.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
Air emergency in Delhi, but BJP blames earlier AAP government for deteriorating quality. Controversy over BJP MLA's obscene display of wealth during son's wedding. MLA maintained defiance. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan, after insulting armed forces, now defends his statement, says we don't need a large army.
Is my right to ask questions? अभी ये मत लो यार।
अच्छा ठीक,
बिल्कुल मैं मेरा राइट है। Constitution gives me a right to ask questions.
And when asked for an apology, Chavan says an apology is out of question. Uproar over Shamli triple murder. Republic questions why top Muslim leaders are silent now. Vaping scandal hits TMC. BJP puts out video of Trinamool MP Kirti Azad smoking inside the parliament. And Rashtrapati Bhavan removes all remnants of British Raj, displays portraits of 21 Param Vir Chakra awardees in a gallery of courage. And ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this news wheel with a reaction from a BJP legislator. He's a sitting legislator. His name is Golu Shukla, and Golu Shukla is in the news for his son's wedding. Obscenity on display when just on the wedding fireworks, we are hearing that 70 lakh rupees was spent by the MLA, and this MLA is defending it. This minister, at a time when there are people who are struggling on the streets out in the cold, battling pollution, battling the weather, and this BJP MLA, when confronted on the 70 lakh fireworks show, says, "What's your problem?" He asks Republic, "What's your problem?" Take a look at this. This BJP MLA, for whose son's wedding, the sanctum sanctorum of a temple was opened up, which was closed for the public for almost 5 years since COVID-19, but was opened up for this BJP MLA, and he's defending it, playing the video and the defense.
बीजेपी विधायक गोलू शुक्ला हैं। गोलू जी, आपके बेटे की शादी काफी चर्चाओं में है।
शादी करना कोई गुनाह है क्या? शादी करी है, अच्छे से शादी करी है। बारात लड़की वालों के वहाँ गई, लड़की वालों ने अच्छा से स्वागत करा, सब कुछ अच्छे से हुआ, तो फिर क्या दिक्कत है?
उसमें ये बताया जा रहा है 70 लाख की सिर्फ आतिशबाजी हो गई। एक
रसीद है क्या?
रसीद नहीं है, लेकिन जो
लिखा हुआ है, अब आंकड़ा 70 करोड़ का लगा तो उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? वो लड़की वालों की कार्यक्रम था, बारात लड़की वालों के वहाँ गई थी, वो भी मीडिया समूह से ही है, डिजियाना से, आप उनसे बात करो।
एक तरफ बात होती प्रदूषण की, AQI लेवल की, दूसरी तरफ 70 लाख की आतिशबाजी हो जाए।
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, बारात लेके हम गए थे, हम तो वहाँ क्या क्या हुआ ये उनसे पूछो आप।
लेकिन आपके मुख्यमंत्री सामूहिक विवाह करते हैं, सामूहिक विवाह में बेटे की शादी करते हैं, और आप इतनी ज्यादा जो आपने।
मैं भी 50 जोड़ों का सामूहिक विवाह करता हूँ, 51 जोड़ों का अभी फरवरी में सामूहिक विवाह है गरीब बच्चों का, और बहुत अच्छे से और बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से करता हूँ, आप भी उसमें आमंत्रित।
एक और वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है खजराना गणेश मंदिर का, गर्भगृह में जाकर वरमाला किया, ये भी नियम विरुद्ध बताया जा रहा है।
हजारों लोग गणेश जी के दर्शन करने जाते हैं। आप सुबह से लेकर शाम तक खजराना गणेश मंदिर में रहें तो आपको दिख जाएगा कि सैकड़ों लोग वहाँ दर्शन करते हैं।
आपको कुछ गलती नहीं लग रही इतना पैसा बर्बाद करना, इतनी आतिशबाजी इतनी ज्यादा करना, फिजूल खर्ची करना? आपको ये फिजूल खर्ची नहीं लग रही? थोड़ा सा इधर आ जाइए। फिजूल खर्ची नहीं लग रही? खजराना गणेश मंदिर में जाते हैं।
एक मिनट आराम से, इस तरीके भैया, सैकड़ों लोग दर्शन करने जाते हैं भगवान के, और हमारे परिवार के बच्चे भी दर्शन करने गए थे, उनने अच्छे से दर्शन करे और भगवान का आशीर्वाद लिया। आप एक बार गणेश जी के मंदिर में जाके देखें, सैकड़ों लोग गर्भगृह में दर्शन करते हैं।
लेकिन ये हो रहा है कि इतना पैसा खर्च करना, एक तरफ गरीबों के पास पैसा नहीं, दूसरे इतनी आतिशबाजी, इतनी जश्न और दिखा रहा है।
भैया मेरे को मेरे काम से थोड़ा निकल जाने दो।
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the fireworks display. Fireworks display, we are told only for the fireworks display, what you're seeing on screen, 70 lakh rupees was spent. Republic TV, and we'll show you the two window, the show of wealth, and how inside a restricted temple, the son of this MLA exchanged garlands. The temple was opened up. It was closed. Can we please show both the window visuals, please? Two windows, one of the fireworks. The story is, ladies and gentlemen, the son of the MLA, Golu Shukla, at this wedding where crores were spent, several crores, we don't know how many, maybe upwards of 5 or 6 crore, we don't know. The minister himself has declared assets over 70 crore rupees. Now, this MLA's son's wedding, the garland exchange was inside. Look at that, that's a sanctum sanctorum. They're walking over the sanctum sanctorum, which is otherwise closed for the public, has been closed for the public since 2020, since COVID-19, 2020. The sanctum sanctorum has been shut off for the public, but was opened up for this MLA's son, BJP MLA's son. And on the right of your screen, this display, this firework display was we are told, worth 70 lakh rupees. Just the fireworks, we are told the contract was worth 70 lakh rupees, according to insiders, people who were there. And when questioned, the minister, the MLA, the BJP MLA defends it. This is Golu Shukla, Republic Satya Vijay confronted it.
हमारे साथ बीजेपी विधायक गोलू शुक्ला हैं। गोलू जी, आपके बेटे की शादी काफी चर्चाओं में है।
शादी करना कोई गुनाह है क्या? शादी करी है, अच्छे से शादी करी है। बारात लड़की वालों के वहाँ गई, लड़की वालों ने अच्छा से स्वागत करा, सब कुछ अच्छे से हुआ, तो फिर क्या दिक्कत है?
मैं ये बताया यार 70 लाख की सिर्फ आतिशबाजी हो गई। एक
रसीद है क्या?
रसीद नहीं है, लेकिन जो
लिखा हुआ है, अब आंकड़ा 70 करोड़ का लगा तो उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? वो लड़की वालों की कार्यक्रम था, बारात लड़की वालों के वहाँ गई थी, वो भी मीडिया समूह से ही है, डिजियाना से, आप उनसे बात करो।
एक तरफ बात होती प्रदूषण की, AQI लेवल की, दूसरी तरफ 70 लाख की आतिशबाजी हो जाए।
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, बारात लेके हम गए थे, हम तो अब वहाँ क्या क्या हुआ ये उनसे पूछो आप।
लेकिन आपके मुख्यमंत्री सामूहिक विवाह करते हैं, सामूहिक विवाह में बेटे की शादी करते हैं, और आप इतनी ज्यादा जो आपने।
मैं भी 50 जोड़ों का सामूहिक विवाह करता हूँ, 51 जोड़ों का अभी फरवरी में सामूहिक विवाह है गरीब बच्चों का, और बहुत अच्छे से और बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से करता हूँ, आप भी उसमें आमंत्रित हैं।
एक और वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है खजराना गणेश मंदिर का, गर्भगृह में जाकर वरमाला किया, ये भी नियम विरुद्ध बताया जा रहा है।
हजारों लोग गणेश जी के दर्शन करने जाते हैं, आप सुबह से लेकर शाम तक खजराना गणेश मंदिर में रहें तो आपको दिख जाएगा कि सैकड़ों लोग वहाँ दर्शन करते हैं।
आपको कुछ गलती नहीं लग रही? इतना पैसा बर्बाद करना, इतनी आतिशबाजी इतनी ज्यादा करना, फिजूल खर्ची करना, आपको ये फिजूल खर्ची नहीं लग रही? थोड़ा सा इधर आ जाइए, फिजूल खर्ची नहीं लग रही?
एक मिनट आराम से, इस तरीके भैया, सैकड़ों लोग दर्शन करने जाते हैं भगवान के, और हमारे परिवार के बच्चे भी दर्शन करने गए थे, उनने अच्छे से दर्शन करे और भगवान का आशीर्वाद लिया।
Especially the surface and subsurface platforms of our adversary. So we are looking with great interest and with great pride when they embark our fleet units at sea.
Sir, during your speech you said they were operational during Sindhur. About their performance in the operations?
You know that Operation Sindhur is still on. Therefore, any operational details about performance of platforms, etc., is not in order. Suffice it to say that they were embarked on our units and they did what they are supposed to do.
Sir, this is first batch for MH-60 helicopters. Now, the requirement of the Navy is huge. Can you tell us how much is the requirement and whether we plan to induct any indigenous helicopters also in this size and role in future, sir?
As you are aware that we have already decided for ourselves that we want to be a fully Atmanirbhar force by 2047. That means all platforms, all weapons, sensors, equipment, everything should be made in India by 2047, and we are actively pursuing that vision of Atmanirbharta in the Navy by 2047. The helicopters are no different, so to meet the immediate requirement, we have got these 24 helicopters, but there are parallel processes also on, especially the design and development case of multi-role helicopters. There is a case for utility helicopter maritime, and both these cases are being pursued with our industry, especially the HAL and other DPSUs. So those are the two cases which we are pursuing to meet the long-term goals. There are some timelines which have been indicated to us, which we are studying as to whether those timelines are okay or we require additional helicopters off the shelf to meet the operational requirements of our Navy. So we are looking at all options which are open, but the desired end state is that everything has to be Atmanirbhar.
Sir, you talked about the MQ-9B Navy for surveillance roles. Any other surveillance aircraft the Navy is looking at from indigenous sources, sir?
Yes, so like I said, we have a case of 31 MQ-9s, 15 for the Navy and 8 each for Army and Air Force. That contract was signed last year, and we are looking forward for their induction in say 3 or 4 years' time. Parallelly, we are of course looking at another indigenous case wherein we have teamed up with the Coast Guard for the base aircraft will be C-295, and we want to induct 15 medium-range maritime reconnaissance aircraft, and the Coast Guard wants to induct 9 triple MA aircraft for their role worthiness, whatever they want. So that case is progressing. In addition, we have also are considering to induct 6 more PA ties because of total requirement is 27. We have gaps in that sense. So we are looking at inducting 6 more. That case is also progressing.
Sir, you were recently in Brazil. That during your visit there, we signed a very important tripartite agreement with the Brazilian Navy for the Scorpions. Can you tell us, is there a possibility, there are other operators of the Scorpion in the region, is there a possibility that India becomes a hub for friendly foreign nations for submarine repair and other activities?
We have got tremendous experience in operating the Scorpions now. The first one was commissioned by Honorable Prime Minister in 2017, as you would know. And the last one was commissioned by him in January of this year. So we have got 6 operational submarines, and we have done a large number of indigenization of component level. So A, maintenance, but B, also repairs. Our shipyard is the base shipyard, that is a Majgaon Docks Limited, but also other shipyards are capable of carrying out maintenance and refits of submarines. So I see no reason as to why we cannot become the hub, the word which you use, for the Scorpions operating countries, and help them and work together with them to ensure that all of us gain from this initiative.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
And moving on to the big story, ladies and gentlemen, of pollution in not just Delhi NCR, but across the country, in different parts of the country. We have a map. We'll put out that map in just a short while from now. And what that map essentially will show you is that nearly 25% of the country's population is affected by pollution. The levels are in the severe category to poor category, very poor category in most parts of the country. And in Delhi, there is a huge political blame game. Republic TV tried questioning the Delhi minister, who, by the way, on Tuesday said that he's sorry that they're not able to do much, claiming that 8 to 10 months were not enough to fight the pollution in Delhi. And on the debate last evening with Arnab Goswami, we debated the hashtag Nota for AQI on why political parties, on whether people should vote Nota on the issue of AQI. I'd like to play out the response of the Delhi minister, who, by the way, continued the blame game today, continued to blame Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP has been in power for about 10 months, but continuing to blame the Aam Aadmi Party. Even now, we questioned him. This is Manjinder Sirsa earlier today.
मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जो व्हीकलर पोल्यूशन को कंट्रोल करने के लिए और बड़ा साधन मेट्रो है। मेट्रो के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की तरफ से 3000 करोड़ 2929 करोड़ रुपए एग्जैक्टली 2025-26 के बजट के मुताबिक दिया जा चुका है। इससे लाजपत नगर से साकेत, इंद्रलोक टू इंद्रप्रस्था, रिठाला टू, और ये सारे जो फेसिस हैं, इन फेसिस के लिए 940 करोड़ रुपए ऑलरेडी दिया जा चुका है। एक जगह 336 करोड़ रुपए डिस्पर्स किया जा चुका है। और पुरानी लायबिलिटी जो थी मेट्रो की, जिसके कारण सारे काम रुके पड़े थे, वो भी 2700 करोड़ रुपए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पुरानी लायबिलिटी को भी खत्म करने का किया है। एमसीडी जो मैंने पहले बताया बहुत सार्थक हो सकती है पोल्यूशन को खत्म करने में। उनका लास्ट ईयर के मुताबिक हम इस साल उनको, पिछले सालों में उनके पास 7663 करोड़ जाते थे, इस बार 10,000 करोड़ रुपए हम उनको दे रहे हैं, जो कि काफी एक्स्ट्रा है। इसमें क्या क्या है, एक तो उनको 500 करोड़ रुपए की हमने वन टाइम असिस्टेंस दी है। इसके साथ ही 300 करोड़ रुपए हमने और उनको हर साल फाइनेंशियल एड देने की बात की है, जिससे वो कूड़े को और साइंटिफिक तरीके से खत्म कर सकें, कूड़े दिल्ली में ना दिखाई दे। इसके लिए 300 करोड़ रुपए हम एक्स्ट्रा दे रहे हैं। और इसी के साथ जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था, एमआरएस के लिए भी 2700 करोड़ रुपया हमारी सरकार एमसीडी को देने जा रही है।
And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to play out some of the sound bites. Let's play the sound bites of the opposition. What they have been saying in Parliament, several parliamentarians asking why pollution should not be debated. Inside both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the Nota for AQI campaign continues. Take a look.
मैम, दिल्ली में जिस तरीके से प्रदूषण की स्थिति है, दिल्ली सरकार में मंत्री मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा माफी मांग रहे हैं।
और क्या करेगा बेचारा, यही तो करेगा, इनके पास और कोई इलाज है भी नहीं। उनके अनफॉर्चुनेटली उनके माफी मांगने से हमारी सेहत ठीक नहीं होती है। हमें कॉन्क्रीट कदम उठाना है। क्या करें आज? और जरा कंफ्यूजन शुरू कर दिए, कह दिए कि ग्राफ 4 आ गई तो ये गाड़ी नहीं चलेगी, वो गाड़ी नहीं चलेगी। आप जानते हैं कितने परेशानी फैला दी है राजधानी में। लोग गाड़ियों का हालात आप जाके देख लीजिए, बॉर्डर्स पे और पेट्रोल स्टेशन में क्या हंगामा मचा हुआ है। क्या बात कर रहे हैं? ये सीजन सेशन 2-3 दिन में खत्म हो जाएगी, ये मुद्दा भी बैठ जाएगी। लोग जिनको मजबूरी में यहाँ रहना पड़ता है, उनका हालात क्या करेंगे? आप कोई सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं यहाँ रहने के लिए, क्या करना चाह रहे हैं? अरे कुछ परमानेंट इलाज निकालिए, बुलाइए इंटरनेशनल एक्सपर्ट्स, इसमें शर्म की कोई बात नहीं। हमारे पास तजुर्बा नहीं है तो दूसरों से हमें लेना चाहिए। उन लोग को बुला लीजिए, पूछिए, कदम कदम पे उठाइए, सिटीजन्स को इन्फॉर्म करिए, टीवी से बयान दीजिए कि क्या कदम उठाना, कैसा करना है। ये कुछ करते नहीं, तजुर्बा नहीं, कुछ नहीं। अब सॉरी से क्या होगा भाई? सॉरी कहने पे कोई जीएसटी लागू नहीं है, जो मर्जी सॉरी बोले।
कह रहे 8 महीने में सब कुछ नहीं हो सकता, अभी तो मैं सत्ता में।
अच्छा भैया, 8 महीने में नहीं हो सकता है। आप केंद्र सरकार से आपका संबंध है ना, तो सरकार 11 साल से बैठी है, वो क्या कर रहे हैं? हर साल पे यही होता है पोल्यूशन। विंटर में जाके किसानों पे लाद दिए, फिर आप बोल दिए दिवाली के पटाखे से होते हैं, 2 दिन दिवाली के पटाखे से AQI ऐसी बढ़ गई। तो आज क्या चल रहा है? कौन से पटाखे चल रहे हैं? कौन सा किसान जला रहा है कि आप ये इल्जाम उन पे लगाए? आपने कुछ किया नहीं।
इंसान के साथ साथ जो जानवर है उन्हें भी दिक्कतें हो रही है, कह रहे हैं।
ऑफ कोर्स, मेरे घर में कुत्ते भी खांस रहे हैं।
Mr. Sirsa, what do you have to say? People are now voting for Nota over AQI. Any response?
अभी हम पीसी करके आए ना, अभी पीसी तो करके आए।
Experts are warning that 10 months would have been sufficient for the government to solve this issue.
क्या तरीका है? आप ऐसे क्यों?
Any response to the situation?
कैसे करके आए सबके साथ बाइट ना? आपने सुना सब कुछ, फिर आप
You're saying it's impossible to solve the problem within 9 to 10 months.
कर रहे हैं आप ऐसा?
What is your response?
ना आप ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हैं? आपको इनको एक को हैंडल कर पाऊंगा ना, तो आप बोले हाँ बताए, आप सुन लिया अंदर ना? सब मैं था नहीं, मैं अंदर। अच्छा नहीं सुन रहा तो आप दूसरे से ले, ऐसा अच्छा नहीं। अब आप बताइए।
You said that it's impossible to solve this issue within 9 to 10 months. Experts are saying that. You apologize. How do you see this? Do you think people would vote for this after what you have said, that it's impossible? It's impossible to solve this issue. Any response to that, sir? Because the situation is worsening.
Please, आप अपना क्वेश्चन तो बताएं.
My questioning, you have apologized that it's impossible to solve this AQI issue. Experts are saying that this could have been if the government had the wheel. Do you think the government has failed?
Who is expert that told you? Can you name that expert? So we can at least have a conversation with them and find out. I think it is not I said it's impossible. I must again reiterate, it's impossible for any government, for any purpose. If it was been possible, then why it took 10 years for Aam Aadmi Party?
So how many years maybe? What many years?
Please let me answer your question, please. It is not about the years. It are the what steps are taken. We have to completely go with the fossil fuel vehicles. You should adopt EV vehicles, which we are doing. You need to have an end-to-end carpeting of roads, so there should be no dust. You need to remove that all dumps of legacy waste, which we are otherwise doing. So these are few changes which we have to bring in, and it will bring change in the pollution.
People are voting for Nota over AQI. To that.
मैंने अभी आपके रिस्पॉन्स दी थी ना, पूरी इंटरव्यू दी थी। इस पूरी इंटरव्यू दी थी ना आपने। तो मैंने आपको पूरी इंटरव्यू दे के आया हूँ।
How do you see people's पूरी इंटरव्यू दी है? People are suffering from respiratory problems, lot of problems, asthma. How do you see that from people?
No, it's a big problem we are facing.
You've shifted the blame.
No, I'm not shifted the blame. No. Aam Aadmi Party was here for 10 years. I think you must go and into Arvind Kejriwal ji for that why they haven't done in 10 years. If they're expecting to be done in 7-8 months, They should have done it in 10 years.
So what's next then? How do you
We are working on it. We'll let you know again.
Ladies and gentlemen, getting you an update from the Goa Birch nightclub tragedy. The Luthra brothers dragged back have been brought to Goa, and there was a very dramatic sequence that came in today where they're running away from the media. Republic has been reporting the story, and when the media was there to ask them questions, they ran from the media. There's a very dramatic sequence of them running inside the court as well. We'll get you those pictures, but here's the story on the investigation so far into the Goa fire tragedy.
Luthra brothers landing in Goa, where 25 people were killed in a deadly night fire in their nightclub Birch by Romeo Lane. Goa Police flew key accused Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra from Delhi to Goa for questioning. The brothers, owners of the nightclub, are in Goa Police custody.
We are standing at the international airport of Goa in Mapsa, and let me show you, there's this gate number 5 from where they'll be coming out anytime soon. They are expected, they'll come out, they'll escorted by the team who was present in Delhi to take their custody, including senior IPS officer, sub-inspector, inspector and Havaldars. And initially we are getting the information right now from the ground that they'll be taken for medical testing to Azilo, that is the district hospital in Mapsa, and then they'll be taken to Anjuna police station, wherein this entire case has been registered. We all know that under the sections of 105, 125 and 287, that is culpable homicide. On the other hand, endangering lives and inappropriate use of fire or combustible matters. All these sections of BNS are registered in the FIR in the name of alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy.
The brothers were brought back to India yesterday after being deported from Thailand. The move to Goa followed a Delhi court granting Goa Police a 2-day transit remand, allowing the accused to be brought from Delhi to Goa to assist the investigation. After landing in Goa, the brothers were interrogated by Goa Police at the Anjuna police station, where investigators collected statements and examining evidence linked to the blaze. They were produced before a court in Mapusa as part of routine remand proceedings. Goa Police sought extended custody and further remand to deepen their probe and gather evidence.
आप आ चुके हैं, गोवा आए आप। गोवा लेकर आए आपको। की जान गई है, क्या आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या? गौरव लुथरा, आप आए यहाँ पर, क्या आप जिम्मेदारी लेंगे क्या?
ट्रेड लाइसेंस 2 दिनों में मिला था।
फायर का एनओसी नहीं था।
2 दिनों में ट्रेड लाइसेंस मिला था। 22 स्टेट सर।
लुथरा कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
A first information report has been registered against the Luthra brothers under sections including culpable homicide not amounting to murder, negligence and violations of fire safety norms under the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita. The FIR says the nightclub operated without proper safety measures, contributing to the scale of the tragedy. On 6th of December, a massive blaze tore through the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Ayappa, North Goa, killing 25 people and injuring dozens during a dance event. The fire spread rapidly, overwhelming rescue efforts and raising questions about fire safety compliance. The brothers fled to Thailand hours after the fire, prompting police to issue lookout notices and an Interpol alert before their detention and deportation. With the prime accused now in Goa and facing serious charges, including culpable homicide and negligence, the investigation enters a decisive phase as authorities seek to establish accountability for one of the state's deadliest fire tragedies.